Drink with me.
Great.
I got my mom's liver and my dad's kidneys. Lean with me. Rock with me. I get by from all of the crowdfunding. Snort with me. Drink with me.
Gin is great.
Sweaty JPEGs, Kevin Nash spending.
Gin is great. Alrighty, it looks like I'm just going to react tonight. Somebody, for some reason, said there's a Twitter account that I need to start reading. Easy, just take it easy. Let's pour a drink.
Take it easy.
Jasper, MC, next to me. What do we got? Oh my God! Whoa! Oh no! No! Oh no! 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 Watch out! Why?
Stop it.
Stop this!
Get some help.
Help God, help, 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 help. Jasper Kitty, I'm sorry. I just want you guys to understand that it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough. Okay, it has. I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby. All the shit that happened to me and all the stress and the mental shit that I go through on a daily basis. Sometimes. On a daily basis. Stress. Sometimes. On a daily basis. Stress. Sometimes. Let's start at the beginning. Way back when the pig and the cockroach were involved in an experiment to make a new staple food source in the early 80s, inventing delicious hybrid six-legged pigs, nuclear bomb resistant bacon on the cob. It failed. Mom and Dad found my ass inside a trash can. A discarded bug larva, snorting, burping, farting, smelling worse than a Wendy's chili filled dumpster. The couple picked me up, screaming, "What the fuck?" Figuring that their cats would use a new chew toy. I got adopted, passed off as a mutated human. Boy, I was raised by TV, wrestling, Chef Boyardee's, and unlimited supply of feline feces. It's true. I got doo-doo dudes, dude. I got doo-doo dudes, dude. On to chapter 2, titled Super Street Fighter 2 Autism Condition, obsessed with pretending I'm becoming the best. Instead, I failed the mission. Traveling country, sucking at tournaments, getting laughed at like a traveling circus clown, blaming arcades literally every time. My brain's shut down. The drains, missing all my shots. Stormtroopers, eating more shit than a pooper scooper. Always feeling like a gouty outsider. Till finally one day, I got 4th place in a Street Fighter game 4 people played. Now, look, listen, follow my logic. I was a troll, asshole, alcoholic, sipping gin and tonic, lying to the fact that I run on top of idiotic. I was moronic, or paranoid, a chronic smoker, choking more often than before, neurotic, Jared Leto's Joker. And then I ran away empty-handed. Both my friends I betrayed along the way. I monetized them to this very day. The straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was confronted once out in public about my threat to beat people with sticks, and I pulled my legs back behind my thorax, shit my pants, and cried like a pig roach. Fat. It's true. Doo-doo. I got doo-doo dudes, dude. I got doo-doo dudes, dude. Curses, shit got worse and worse. The third verse hurts me even worse than the first. Just imagine wagging it, trying to relax, fulfilling your thirst, and blowing your load of Alfredo cheese sauce over a PG-13 YouTube stream. Riddle me this. Do you go into town, give up on YouTube dreams, turn off the computer, become a commuter to 9 to 5, earning an honest living? Or choose the alternative of life like a laughing stock, eternally existing as a narcissistic, perpetually begging micro cock? It's not true. It's true.
What the fuck did I do? What did I get myself into?
You're my 4th place trophy.
Ugh, one of those days.
At least until the day for the alimony payments.
Yay!
I got doo-doo dues, dude. I got doo-doo dues, dude. Woo!
Getting out of bed, messy hair on my head. I need to get ready for my stream. Why my patrons low? Gotta do a pre-show while I begin to flail, cry and scream. I don't know what to do when the money's low. Oh no, it's time to motivate them. Play something new, I wanna stop the trolling a bit. Then suddenly, the cheers and donations start swelling up, feeling not tipped up. And it's all because of morons that I con with facts that think that are not true. Then suddenly, my contradictions and my bullshit grow. And then I know these idiots believe the lies conceived. As long as my begging goes through, thanks for the money, dummy.
I tipped myself today to see if I'll still beg. DoorDash on the way. Hold a new JPEG. The bottle full of gin. The old familiar drink. Try to sip it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become? I have no friends. Everyone I know becomes a troll in the end. I could have it all. My empire of cloud, I just let them down. All I got is gout. I wear this crown of hate on my Italian hair, full of balding spots I cannot repair. Beneath the greasy screen, the tips just disappear. My wife's with someone else. I'm still begging here. What have I become? I have no friends. Everyone I know becomes a troll in the end. I could have it all. My empire of clouds, just let them down. All I got is gals. If I could start again in a condo far away, I would pay my friends and turn the camera off that day.
Why do I say I'm not a children's entertainer? Because I'm not a Muppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid pranks. You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer. Big ups to your dad.
I eat banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I eat banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in there, put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera.
I eat banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I eat banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in there, put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. I eat banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I eat banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
When we hit the 250 vestry for that celebration, I'm going to debut a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's out of...
I'll be your drunk, I'll be your loc, I'll be your DSP. I'll be your best friend Derek, cause you look just like Pandora. I'll be the one who masturbates and leaves the camera on. I love my wife so much on accident, I'll call her mom. YouTube legend, mainly for begging. At least I can count on the Jews.
Hello, Jew.
I wanna bathe in gin on the mountains. I wanna swim with my whales in the sea. I'm gonna beg like this forever until the algorithm favors me. Yeah. I'll be the one who begs so I can eat out once a week. This song reminds me of my helicopter company. I'll be the one who never wants to get to level 2. I'll eat my takeaway while Jade is eating baby food. YouTube legend, fuck Maximilian. I was never offensive to you.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade.
I wanna bathe in gin on the mountains. I wanna swim with my whales in the sea. I'm gonna beg like this forever until the algorithm favors me. I wanna bathe in gin on the mountains. I wanna swim with
Dear Phil, I tweeted, but you still ain't calling. I left my Twitter handle and some Disney stuff at the bottom. I try to tweet you often, but I guess that you never saw them. But that's okay, most trolls just tell me that my tweets are awful. A couple girls I followed, yo, they tell me that I stalk them. I hope that you don't feel like that. I'm a good boy, Phil, I promise. And if I'm just being honest, yo, I'd really like to mod so I can send the trolls to Bandland for telling me that I'm rotten. I think it's cool that you and my mommy talk. I told her all about you, reviewing some body wash, and she thought that you were handsome and thought if we had a talk, you could be the man that I needed to keep me on the up and up. But all in all, I just wish that we could have a chat, Disney movie style stuff while I watch you and you react. And even if you're begging, Phil, I always step to bat to the Asian style streamer that always loves me back. Hey Phil, still haven't received an email. I know I don't support as much as I see your email. I know I can be a little overwhelming to the females, but I think that if we chatted, we could just ignore the details. I thought about you the other day while I was driving, hit the Burger King drive-thru, then complained about the line. Complaining isn't right, but I hear it from you like all the time, so I've adopted it into some social normalcies of mine. But man, it'd be nice to get a letter from you. We could grow together, dog. You could adopt me as your nephew. I could live inside your closet, cause that's where I'll get the best view. But I don't wanna be the reason Cat left you. I just wish you'd hit me up, cause I'ma keep on tweeting, Phil. I ain't ever giving up. And even if you gon' beg, I'll always step up to bat to the Asian style streamer who always gon' love me back.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep.
Alright, Phil, I'm getting tired of this shit. You don't want to hit me up, fine. I just kidnapped your bitch and we're driving down the freeway and I've had a couple beers. Oh no, oh shit, fuck, which way am I gonna steer? This is bullshit, Phil. I was at every stream. I told you facts about Disney, every single thing. Toy Story and Cinderella, even Monsters Inc. So fuck your dumb horse and fuck your gout sting. I trusted you, Phil, and you just let me down. I told all my friends at school that you were never a clown. I loved you, Phil, and this is the thanks I get. I'ma make you remember my name, you're never gonna forget. But I'm gonna forget this in a second when I switch into another lane. Oh shit, here comes the bridge. Perfect fucking timing, you hear that, you stupid bitch? It's time to take a swim, so you better take a sip. I ain't stopping now, Phil, you made me do this. You hear that, you horseface? You both made me do this. You think that I'm dumb? You think that I'm just stupid? Oh, shut up back there, or I'll just turn up the music. Time to end this all, Phil. I hope that you're happy. This is for all the times that you never tweeted at me. So buckle up back there, cause we're getting to the bridge. So take an ocean style, death style fucking sip.
Dear Derek, I'm sorry that I couldn't tweet you. I tried to follow you, but your profile was deleted. I think that cat left me, so I'm kinda feeling down. She won't answer her calls, but I'm hoping that she comes around. Just know, man, I always appreciate your chats, all the pleasant conversation, and all the Disney facts. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that I'm super busy, and dealing with the trolls has always got me in a tizzy. Your mom seems nice though, and I know she raised you well. Talking with her time to time, I know it's easier to tell. You're a fine young man with his whole world ahead, and she knows you watch my streams when you're supposed to be in bed. So don't worry about not being able to support. I know that if you could, it would be a different story. Speaking of which, yo, did you see that news story about the car they pulled out of the river yesterday morning? I guess it was some guy who had kidnapped a streamer's wife. It's really messed up, man. He took both of their lives. The scene was so horrific, I guess everybody cried. I just hope the families don't have to witness it with their eyes. Come to think of it, it was just a minute's drive from where I live. It almost makes me wonder why, or who, or what did this crime. Wait, Derek, was it? Fuck.
Voicemail, you have one.
I was talking to him, but like at a certain fucking point when you asked me, you got that? Like, bro, I'm fucking responding to the people that are tipping. Like, have some respect for them.
Never forget. Contributions are mandatory. Excuse me, what did I screw that one up? Contributions are mandatory. Obvious. What is up, everyone? I'm once again requesting funds. Hey, big, maybe dying. Hold up, wait a minute. Who is that? Ludwig the Distraction. Back on the list. Mod list. Anyway, get us back. Gotta give me a little time to file lies to the government blindside IRS. A silly little crime. Right off. Microtransactions. Pretending they're very necessary. Business expenses. So get that ass condition. Simply consider tipping every single penny in your possession. Even if you can't read money. Even if what the hell are you talking about? Mandatory contributions. Get that ass up out of your wheelchair. Get your wallet out. Take $1 out. Then give me the rest of that. Now for the best. Wow. And by the way, put on a shirt and tie. Get to work. Work your ass off harder than my wife gets to look at a beauty pop. Net worth these pay to win mechanics. Pay for themselves. So sell everything. Let's see. Timbo slice 3 times a charm. Max out. Buy in. Back taxes. Cash snacks. DoorDash deductions. Buy function like a ginormous supervillain. Origin. This house.
House or a condo?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
So this mature adult house is like a base of operation. Complete with PlayStation, crappy laptop, the Switch, and cat shit. No AC. This is a stream that needs probably 3 dumb fuck cups drop $100. Cat agrees with me.
You know what now? Get me the fuck out of here. Shit, I don't get to have a Twitter. I hate my freaking job. Annoying as shit.
No, but really.
Pussy. I had to say it. Fuck this guy. What the fuck did I do? Stupid. Dude, I don't give up.
Back taxes, cat snacks, DoorDash deductions, buying function like a ginormous supervillain. Origin. Specifically the twisted sociopath megalomaniac. Running arcade machines like a huge torture chamber. Filled with mutants. But this string, instead of Wolverine, it's a dozen Dereks, and their parents are related. AVGN created the fan base I cultivated into a small cult that's gayer than AIDS. So get that ass condition. Simply consider tipping every single penny in your possession, even if you can't read money. Even if you can't. I demand can be mandatory. Contributions. Get that ass up out of your wheelchair. Get your wallet out. Take $1 out. Then give me the rest of that. Now for the best. Wow. You know what I mean? I did nothing wrong. It's been tough begging you to hold my hand and pay for stuff. Yes, you. I need that money. I really do. There's no more choice. I'm no longer being sacrificed like Jesus Christ. While I'm more like Michael Vick. Triple fights. Alright. First thing I'd like to know, we missed the goal tonight. I'm overdrafted again on dinner. Order sucks. What I'll say is thus. Maybe I'll drive this bus into Twitch. It's headquarters. Bus explosive. Not then be known as the Unicorn Order.
Gout. Interestingly enough, a study followed 48,000 men for an average of 10 years and discovered that within 2 years of a gout diagnosis, the risk of erectile dysfunction was 77% higher. Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammation's on my feet. Oh. Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Got that gout cloud going.
Gout.
Inflammations on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Gout.
That's what it's about.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm DSP. This is the Level 1 podcast for Sunday, the 17th of March, 2024, otherwise known as Yacked Day. Because today, I'm reacting all day long. Sundays have actually worked pretty well doing this for about a month now, and so I feel we should just continue with that flow. Today, we'll be watching clips from all over the internet as submitted by my members on my DSP Reacts channel, and a little show that I like to call DSP versus the internet. But also tonight, we're going to have some chill reminiscing and a trip down memory lane as we continue to watch back my playthrough of Heavy Rain from 2010 over on the DSP Throwback channel on the late stream. So, great stuff going on. You might say, wait a minute, Phil, why do you still look like that? Well, it's because our heat wave here in Washington continues. Yesterday, we had record high heat. The highest temperatures we have ever had recorded in the month of March here in the Seattle area. Isn't that great to have summer in March? It's still technically winter here, and we're having this weather. Also today is St. Patrick's Day. For those who celebrate it, personally, I never really did, mostly because I'm not Irish, or I don't really have any Irish heritage in me, and never really was involved that much in it. I know many people do celebrate it. If you do, well, top of the morning to you, and I hope that you have a good day today. Try not to drink too much and get too sick, but enjoy the corned beef and cabbage. I've had that before, and it's quite delicious. Anyway, on today's show, it's a more laid-back atmosphere, and what I mean by that is, again, there really is no gaming news or anything going on, which allows us to have a more open-ish format. Today, I'm going to briefly recap what we did in each of the RPGs that I played yesterday, as we are in that full court push to finish both Baldur's Gate 3 and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and we did make great progress in both games last night, so we'll talk about that. But outside of that, not a heck of a lot. I'm going to be trying to stay cool, which is why I'm in my summer attire, even though it's March. Very hot in here already, and we haven't even started. So I'll do my absolute best, and we'll see how this goes, and go from there. But what I'm thinking, is maybe some suggestion box or stuff like that, and, continue on. So, thank you all for watching, and I hope that you're all having a good weekend. Today is a fun day for me because I break up the content, meaning, usually all week long, I'm doing gameplay. And then to have a day where I don't have to do gameplay and I can just kind of relax with you guys is fun. I really don't have to go crazy worrying about games in the middle of my work week, so that's excellent. I like having the ability to just sit back and say, gee, what do people want me to watch today? Let's see these clips that people submitted, or hey, let's watch an old playthrough. And I'll give you an update on that stuff as well, because I want you to obviously know how far we are in each playthrough as we are approaching the end of Heavy Rain. We're very close, and then we have to figure out, you guys want to continue with the retro react stuff every week or not. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But before we get to that, I think what we should do is just briefly recap yesterday, for those who weren't around and didn't see the streams. Saturday was the first full day of me pushing RPG Madness to try to finish what I have termed, and what is now being described as, RPG overload. Having way too many RPGs in a short period of time, having most of the other games out being complete disappointments, and so me playing so many RPGs that people have gotten burnt out, including me. And so that's why we're making this full push
to finish both Baldur's Gate 3 and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in the next couple of weeks. And once they're done, then we can fully focus on new games coming out. Okay? So, yesterday was basically day one of the push to finish RPGs. How did it go? Well, on the first stream of Baldur's Gate 3, we finished the House of Hope plotline. And it definitely was funny, and let me explain. So, at the end of the House of Hope plotline, after doing all this stuff in the House of Hope, stealing items you need for the plot and rescuing a person who's in a prison, you have a big epic boss fight. And for a lot of people, they say, oh, this is one of the boss fights. That's one of the big epic ones of the game that's built up and everyone hypes and everyone wants to see this boss fight in everyone's playthrough to see how they handle it. Okay? So, without tons of spoiling, okay? Basically, there's a big showdown at the end of House of Hope, and this epic song starts playing. One of the characters actually is singing lyrics in the song. So you're like, you know, the game devs intended for this to be one of the big fights of the game. Now, the thing is, you don't have to do it. You can actually completely ignore this fight.
I don't care.
And never do it. You don't ever have to go to the House of Hope. So you could just continue on with the main plot line and never have seen this. But I feel like, hey, if you're going to be doing this game, and you're going to be doing it justice, you want to do the more important, interesting fights, and this is one of them, right? So, we went through it, and how did it go? Well, it took almost an hour, okay? And the reason being, this fight is not just a boss fight. There's a boss, there's a mechanic where the boss is protected by 4 columns in the room. You have to destroy the 4 columns before you can truly hurt the boss. By the way, the columns are resistant to most damage. So essentially, it's very frustrating because you're kind of limited. It's not a straightforward fight. And then on top of that, there's a bunch of what they call adds, which basically means additional units that are there. They're not really the boss, but they're there to cause some annoyance in the fight, and you got to handle those as well. So basically, it's a very complex fight. And I would say, when you think about all the boss fights in the game, probably one of the top 5 most complex. I don't know if it's the most complex because I haven't beaten the game yet, but it's pretty complex. So, I take my time. I'm taking some feedback from the chat, meticulously trying to figure out what to do in each situation, each turn of each character. There's a mechanic where normally I would be using what they say is radiant damage, which is supposed to be like holy magic. But in this fight, you don't want to do that because the enemies reflect it back. So if you study each enemy's description, you'll figure that out right away and not make the mistake. So I'm like, okay, so now this character shouldn't use radiant damage. They should use necrotic damage. So you see what I mean? This game, even, entirety of the game, I'm 120 hours in. There's no real way to just barrel through it. You have to kind of meticulously be paying attention to all the little details going on in each situation if you really want to succeed. But it just makes the game take a lot longer. That's why the game's 120 hours instead of, say, 60 hours, So in this fight, I'm actually doing really well, and I have this build on a certain character where they throw a spear, and this spear has a chance to knock down the enemy. Well, recently I hit max level in the game, and one of the final perks that I got makes this a super high chance to knock down. So I just start throwing this spear around, and it's knocking down the boss every turn. Literally every turn. And when you get knocked down, you lose your turn. You have to get back up, and that's your turn. So the boss basically keeps getting tripped and slipped like a comedy pratfall situation, like you're watching the Three Stooges or Abbott and Costello or something. And I proceed to just destroy it. Now, it took a while because, again, you have to meticulously play this game. You can't just push through it and barrel through it. You have to make sure you're doing everything in the right order and you're not making mistakes like don't use any radiant damage. It'll reflect back at you and stuff like that. But it took about an hour, but I beat it. But I'm going to be honest, during the fight, I did complain. I'm like, this takes forever. And I understand people who like this, but for me, this is taking too long. My stream is a 3-hour gameplay stream. In that 3 hours, I want to do more than one fight. You understand? I don't want the whole stream to be, okay, I beat one boss. That's ridiculous. I want to be able to make good progress every time I play the game. And this game is so meticulously and drawn out, it's very hard to ever say I made progress. It's like a slow trickle game. And so, I'm an hour into this boss fight. I'm like, is this ever going to end? You can see I'm whooping his ass, right? He's never going to have a chance to beat me. So why do I have to take so long to beat him? Why does the game make it so tedious? Anyway, so I do beat him. And then there's like epic loot, and I'm looking at the loot, and of course you got to figure out, are you going to use the loot or not? And I do all that. And then finally, for the last hour of the stream, I was able to go in another direction. We got ambushed, and then we went to a new dungeon, and that's what the next stream will be, a new dungeon against a vampire kind of deal, almost like Castlevania. Okay, in fact, we already fought werewolves and stuff, which was kind of neat. I'll be honest. So anyway, stream went well. Okay, I basically handed one of the epic bosses of the game his own ass in a paper bag. He had no chance of doing anything to me. It was pretty embarrassing. And so, what's the reaction of the internet? Well, it's a mixed reaction. The people who were there live seem to enjoy it. All right. The people who watched on demand, some are liking it, and some are literally, I'm not kidding you, complaining. Oh, you make this game so boring with the way you play it. What? I make the game boring with the way I play it. One person actually complained. Here's what they said. You kept looking at your abilities to see what they do. Why don't you play the game faster? I'm not kidding. That was a comment on the video. I was like, I'm in a turn-based strategy RPG. You're complaining that I'm looking at my abilities to see what they do. Yeah. And then, someone's like, oh, well, basically, when I played it, I took half as long as you. No, I died on the first try, but on my second retry, I was able to do it. It's like, wait a minute. So did you read what you just fucking posted? You lost on the first try because you rushed into the fight unprepared. You weren't looking at the descriptions. You weren't figuring it out. And then you had to play it a second time to beat it. So what's your complaint? I said, what the fuck? I thought that's how these games were designed, right? It drives me nuts. But that's what I mean. Like, it seems like no matter how I play a game or what I do, I'm always in the wrong. If I had rushed into that fight and I wasn't meticulous and I was just dying, losing like nonstop, people would be like, wow, he's like the worst player ever. He doesn't pay any attention. He's in an RPG. He played for 120 hours. He still doesn't pay attention to anything. And that's why he sucks. So then it's the opposite. I completely destroyed the boss because I actually played well. And then I get told, oh, you still did it wrong. This was terrible, Anyway, just expect a lot more of that moving forward because that's how people are on the internet towards me. No matter what I do, I'm always bad, right? Anyway, so we did make good progress yesterday, but again, it's funny because they're like, okay, you've beat one of the major quest lines to end the game. What's next? Okay, we're going to do the Vampire Castle. What's after that? Well, then you got to do the Shadowheart quest line. What's after that? Oh, then there's the dungeon underground for Will's quest line with the dragon. Okay, what's after that? Oh, you have to go fight the Ball followers and free Lae'zel. Okay, what's after that? Then you have to do the quest line for the Githyanki to free the Githyanki prince. Okay, what's after that? It's like, wait, what? I thought we're at the end of the game. I thought this is the end of the game. And if each one of those quests takes a stream, how fucking long is it going to take for me to beat this game? This is insane at this part. Like, it's like, why did they backload the game with so much content? I just don't understand it. You saved all these quests for the end of the game when you should be in the home stretch and feeling like you're barreling towards progress and your end. Instead, it's like you're meandering around. And I'm going to be honest, I think this kills the pacing of the game. Most people by this point would want to be seeing the resolution of everything and get ready for an ending. And instead, it's just kind of like staying and just fucking bouncing around. And to be honest, with all of that, it makes me want to skip content. I'm just being honest. Like, it does. It makes me want to skip content that people are telling me I can skip. Like, for example, I guess for the resolution of the Baldur's Gate City plotline, where the city is taken over by Gortash, okay? There's different ways to go about it. And if I just, like, straightforward go for him, it saves time, but it's much harder because those robots are still active, and so you have to fight the robots and him, or you could just disable the robots, but that takes a lot of extra work. So I might just fucking seriously just say fuck it and just go for him because I don't want to be playing this for another 20 extra hours to do it in that way. I want this game to be over. I'm not saying I don't like the game and I just want it to be over because I hate it. I just want I'm exhausted. I think that's the best way to explain it. I'm feeling exhausted. I've been playing this game since fucking December. We're 120 hours in, and how the hell is the end not in sight yet? It drives me nuts. I want to play other games, and I can't fucking play other games until I finish this insano long game. What is going on with this game? Okay? So, yeah, we'll see what happens. We're going to continue with this, but yeah, I mean, it's people are, oh, when are you going to finish that game? I seriously don't fucking know. Like, if we finish the Vampire Castle on Monday, and then let's say on Tuesday we do the Shadowheart quest, and maybe we do the Will quest, and then on Wednesday maybe we do the Ball Followers quest, right? Great. We're like not even halfway into the end game stuff yet. Like, there's still 10 more missions to do. It's like, you know, like, Green Mega Man says current pacing, you're 10 daytime streams away, then fuck that. I'm seriously gonna skip stuff. Really, I mean it. Like, I'm just gonna skip stuff. This is driving me insanely nuts. I just want to see the end so I can play other games. On Friday, there's a new fucking game. That game is gonna have to wait.
What a stupid
because
society,
I'm still playing
huh?
Baldur's Gate 3. It's stupid.
What a dumb
at
way to
this
live.
point. Really, like, that's the best way to describe it. This is just stupid. All right? So, yeah, no, I'm not doing 15 to 20 more streams. We're beating this game within a couple of weeks, one way or another. You know, really. And the thing is, I at least want to see kind of the resolution for your followers, because that's kind of important. You know, they've been along the journey. They all had their own private missions or whatever. You want to see those end. But I'm probably just going to skip any other side shit that I come across at this point. I don't see the point of doing it, right? So, anyway, yeah, let's keep going. And again, thanks to those who are still with me for that playthrough. You know, apologies for my frustration, but you know, this is just me as a honest person being honest with you. It's frustrating, you know, as an outsider to that style of game. It's just too much of a commitment. It is. Like, this is why I was so apprehensive about playing the game to begin with, because everyone warned me that it was going to be this much of an investment and commitment. And it's like, yeah, but I'm a variety streamer. This is going to kill the channel. And it has. Like, take a look at the last 2 months where all views and engagement are down because people don't come around for Baldur's Gate. It's the same few people, which is fine. You know, I enjoy having 200, 250 people here for it, but that's not going to support my whole channel forever. You know what I'm saying? We've got to get through this. All right. So anyway, then last night we played Like a Dragon Infinite Well, and the good news is, unlike Baldur's Gate 3, I feel like we are making major progress in that game. We basically barreled through the story last night. We finished chapter 10, we got into chapter 11. Big major plot reveals, big plot twists, although I'm going to be honest, again, which a lot of people don't like, but I'm going to be honest, I do feel now that we are in chapter 11 of 14 and the game's almost over, I actually feel like, sadly, the story of this game is way worse than the one of the last one. Like, the story of Like a Dragon, or Yakuza Like a Dragon, was hugely involved with heavy Yakuza plot lines and influence, interesting, notable characters, and it just felt more in line with what you would expect from the Yakuza franchise. With this game having a heavy focus on this religious group cult, and, you know, it's just not as good. And in fact, it's kind of nonsensical. Like, the main plot line of the game is that, oh, you know, there's a religious cult or whatever, and they have all this influence in Hawaii, but then there's a successor that is coming out of nowhere that is challenging the leader of the cult. It doesn't even make sense. Like, when you logically sit down and think about it, the plot makes zero sense at all. And that's what the plot they went with for the whole game. So it's very annoying because we're nearing the end, and I'm like, oh, is it gonna get better? Is it gonna have like more explanation or something? And it's like, no, this is just a plot, and you just gotta accept it. And I'm like, oh, plot kind of sucks. And also, definitely, they have several things going on in the game that just don't make any sense. Like, for example, all right, in the plot right now, someone got kidnapped, and your job is to rescue them. So what happened? You find out the people who kidnapped the person are at a nightclub having drinks. When you kidnap someone, okay, do you immediately take them to where you kidnapped them to go, right? Or do you hide them like in a side room and have drinks at a nightclub, leaving the door open for someone to come after you and rescue them? The plot doesn't even make sense anymore. And that's what I mean. Like, I feel like it got derailed at some point where the writers kind of ran out of ideas. So the thing is, with Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the gameplay, the combat is much better than the last game. the actual open world roaming of 2 different areas, you know, Hawaii and Japan, much better than the last game. The graphics are much improved. You know, like there's so many things that have been massively improved. The one thing that I feel is failing is the story, and that's sad because it's an epic RPG. It should have a great story, and I don't think the story is actually that good now. And by the way, we're 50 hours in to Like a Dragon Infinite Well, and I feel like we're gonna basically barrel through this. Like, I do feel like if we just keep focusing on the story, which is what I'm gonna do, you know, if there's a few conversations or quick reminiscing scenes between story stages, I'll do those, like if we run into them in the street. But for the most part, I'm just gonna keep focusing on the story. So maybe we'll finish that sooner rather than later. We're going to be playing that again Tuesday and Wednesday night, and then several night streams next week. We may actually beat the game, which is fine if we do. It's just a shame that if this were another situation, and if this were a time when basically I was not playing so many RPGs or in a hurry to finish these RPGs to play more games, I would take more time. I would actually do more side content, because I think the side content of Yakuza games is one of its strongest suits. Some of the funny missions in that game are some of the most entertaining parts. But it's like, dude, I'm 50 hours in, and we're ready for the end, and we're ready for new games. We can't have this game linger another 2 months. It's ridiculous how long these games take to beat now. So, we'll see what happens. It's funny because it almost looks like now we are going to finish Like a Dragon before Baldur's Gate 3. It literally looks like that. While Baldur's Gate 3, every stream is a daytime stream of 3+ hours, and we're playing it more frequently than Like a Dragon, it actually looks like we can beat Infinite Well first because of the way that these games are paced. So, I guess we shall find out, shall we? But anyway, RPG Overload continues, but the good news is we have major progress in it, and I'm happy that we do have major progress in it, and I hope that we can wrap up these games, like I said, within a couple of weeks. I really want these done by the end of March so that we can focus on new games moving forward, okay? Now, let's go over the schedule very quickly. Today, React Day. After the show ends, we head over to the React channel, DSP Reacts, and we're going to do DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clip show, where the channel members there submit clips and we watch them back. We actually have way more Ultra member submissions this week, and some good ones. Like, someone submitted the trailer for Alone in the Dark, and I didn't even know what Alone in the Dark was, and we're going to watch the trailer today and judge and see if it's something we want to play together. I think we might, judging on what the trailer looks like. Excuse me. Then, tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, it is Retro Reactive Heavy Rain. We are now in the home stretch. The Heavy Rain playthrough is 60 parts, and we are 40 parts in. We've been basically, on average, watching 10 parts a stream. So I think tonight we'll probably get through another 10 parts, setting us up for the finale next weekend. And it should be great. Like, now we're heading into some of the more dramatic parts. There's some stuff coming up here that's actually kind of funny. There's a huge game bug coming up. That this is one of the moments where I raged like really hard during the original playthrough because the game would crash. And it's like, Heavy Rain had bugs at launch. There was already some awful audio bugs and problems that I've had in the playthrough, but this one is like game breaking, and it happens and I freak out. Remember, this is one of my early controller slams that happens in any of my content. So I'm actually looking forward to that. I think that's tonight. So that should be fun. Okay, that's over on the DSP Throwback channel for those who are interested. Tomorrow we get back into gameplay. It's going to be the podcast followed by Baldur's Gate 3. As I said, we're taking on this vampire castle to see if we can wrap it up. We cannot do a late stream tomorrow night because this is the final week in a row where, number one, I've got private Patreon videos to film and upload. And number two, I have to finish my own personal stuff going on with the business behind the scenes. You know, this time of year, always got to work on that kind of shit. But we're going to wrap that up Monday night, so I don't have to do it after that. And then I'll be back to double streams every day after the fact. So finally we'll be through that, okay? Then Tuesday, more Baldur's Gate 3 and more Like a Dragon. Wednesday, more Baldur's Gate 3 and more Like a Dragon. Thursday is my day off. Friday is a brand new game. And we have to decide at this point, is it the brand new game going to be Dragon's Dogma 2, or is it going to be Rise of the Ronin? I feel like there's various different reasons why each game would do, you know, better or worse, okay? Here's the thing about Dragon's Dogma 2. It's a very different kind of RPG than the ones I'm playing. It's an action-based, which almost is like a hybrid of Monster Hunter with fantasy elements. There hasn't been a Dragon's Dogma game in over a decade, so it's one that's, you know, long expected. Hype for it is high right now. A lot of people are talking about it and feeling like it might be a Game of the Year contender. So there you go. However, on the flip side of that, it's another RPG, and we're coming out of RPG overload into another RPG if I play it, right? In addition, it's very slow paced. It's probably going to be a long-term playthrough. Again, another game I'm wrapping myself into a giant playthrough. And so, you know, yeah, those two factors alone, it's another RPG. It's going to be a super lengthy playthrough. Is it going to fit the content right now? Are people going to like it, or are they going to complain after 2 streams it's too boring, too drawn out, and not 10? I don't know. Rise of the Ronin, definitely a more action-based game, all right, than most other options now. It is a hybrid between, say, Sekiro and Assassin's Creed, from what people who did early previews have stated. And people are saying that basically it's a mix. Some people say it's an open world full of content. It's really fun. You'll really like it. And others are like, nah, I played it for 3-4 hours. I got really bored because it's the same thing over and over. And it basically follows all the tropes of Team Ninja games and doesn't really innovate that much. So it's not that good of a game. So it's weird because the early previews were kind of split and people didn't really wholeheartedly agree if it was great or not. I guess it's really subjective. So the way I see it is, with Rise of the Ronin, could be a game where, again, maybe the first couple streams people will show up just for curiosity's sake. But after that, depending on how the game is, people might either love or hate it. And then after a couple of streams, it might just fizzle and die and be super boring, right? So I'm not sure, out of the 2 games coming out on Friday, I don't know how what we're gonna choose. All right. Now, whatever we choose, I'm playing all day on Friday, literally all day long, double stream day. But then after that, we are going back to Baldur's Gate 3 and Like a Dragon to continue the push to finish them. So we will take 1 day break to see the new game, get that good first day taste of it. And then we're going to put it on hiatus and shelve it for a bit to beat the other games. And then we're going to go back to it right away once we beat the other games. Okay? That's how I'm handling it. I can't play that and the other games. It's never going to work. It's going to be too much at once. So we will get that premiere day content, which is excellent, right? But excuse me. But then we got to go back and finish the other games, you know, if possible. So that's how I'm handling it. All right. So after that, expect more Baldur's Gate 3, more Like a Dragon constantly until we wrap them up. So I still have another 9 hours of Baldur's Gate 3 this week, another 4 hours of Like a Dragon, taking that hiatus from it on Friday, but then going right back into the mix of it next week. Okay. So, outside of that, like I said, Alone in the Dark, I believe, comes out at the end of this month. We're going to watch the trailer of that today and figure if that's something we want to play or not. Final Fantasy VII's in the lurch, right? And the question is, will I play it? Yeah, probably in the future, but there's no way I can play it right now. I have to finish these 2 other RPGs. We have to get a new game launched and then determine if and when Final Fantasy VII comes back into the mix. Okay, so I hope you understand that. And then outside of that, the next thing that we actually need to start planning for, because if you can believe it, in less than 3 weeks, it's my birthday, and we're going to do my annual birthday event, which I can't believe we're less than 3 weeks away from my birthday. We're not even talking about it yet, right? We got so much other stuff that I'm trying to get through and go and get to that we haven't even taken a look at this yet, right? We haven't. So what do you guys want to do for my birthday event? All right. What are we going to do? My birthday event will be on Saturday, April 6th, for the record. I'm going to be 42 years old. Isn't 42 the number to life, the universe, and everything? Or the answer to the question about life, the universe, and everything in the Hitchhiker's Guidebooks? I think it is, right? The problem is no one knows the question. Everyone knows the answer, but no one knows what the actual question is. That's the running joke. So I'm going to be 42. I'm going to be the age of the answer to the life, the universe, and everything, but no one knows the question. It's interesting. So the question is, what do you guys want to do for my birthday? Here's what we 100% will be doing. Number 1, we're going to do a schedule update, meaning I'm going to go through this gaming schedule for the rest of the year. I'm going to mark off the games that I'm interested in. I'm sure you guys are going to bring up games, and we're going to try to at least populate a calendar to determine exactly what we're all going to be doing or what games I'm going to be playing between now and the end of the year. That way we have that outline. And then what we could do is we can begin to fill in the blanks. Okay, this time of year is going to be light on game releases. So what would we like to do? Should we bring back a game like Sea of Stars? Should we play a new playthrough? You know, we'll figure that out. I would tell you right now, in May, likely we're bringing back Elden Ring to finish up my second run. And then in June, we're doing the DLC, right? So that's like a given of stuff that we already know we're doing, right? Yes, Douglas Adams. I know Douglas Adams was a very fun, witty, sarcastic writer. I liked all those Hitchhiker's books. I read them all when I was younger, and I really enjoyed them. So anyway, so we got to figure that out. That we're definitely doing during the marathon, a schedule update. Another thing we're definitely doing is I'll order some food, and we'll actually do a feasting with Phil, which we haven't done, you know, in a good amount of time. Put like an ordered food, like a taste test, and then we're also going to be doing birthday cake. My wife's going to make me a birthday cake, and I'll have a slice of that and celebrate my birthday with all of you. But that does not a marathon make. You know, that's arguably, the schedule will probably take about an hour to an hour and a half, right? And the food will probably take a half an hour. So that's like 2 hours. But we got the rest of the day. So what do we want to do that day? You know, one thing we could do is if we are in the midst of all these games, we could just do a segment of each game. Like if you wanted to do a segment of, I don't know, either Dragon's Dogma or Rise of the Ronin, depending on what I'm playing, we could do like a 2-hour gameplay segment. Or we could maybe do a segment where Kat comes on the stream and does stuff. Like, for example, we are planning to hopefully in the next, you know, few weeks, start a new co-op playthrough of Beyond Two Souls. Maybe a segment of the marathon could be us doing the co-op of Beyond Two Souls. But then again, I don't know, because if she has to make a cake that day, well, I guess it depends. She's not going to be cooking dinner because we're going to order. I guess we'll have to figure it out, all right? But that's what I'm saying. Maybe we can do that, right? Or maybe I can just, you know, we got to figure it out. What would you guys want for my marathon this year? Usually, we have a clear-cut idea of what I'm doing. This year, because we've been so rapidly, you know, behind because of all this RPG overload and everything, we haven't really had time to plan anything yet. And here we are, you know, less than 3 weeks away from the event. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even realize it's less than 3 weeks to my birthday. We got to figure out what to do that day, right? So think about it. I would love your feedback on this. Please let me know exactly what you would like on that day. Give me your feedback, whether it's a comment on this video or, you know, chatting, you know, in the chat, and let me know what you think, and we'll go from there. And let's plan it, right? Yes, last year's cake was carrot cake, and it tasted absolutely amazing, but the recipe had too much oil in it, so we both got sick to our stomachs after we ate it. So we're definitely not doing carrot cake this year. We'll probably go back to like a more traditional cake that I like a chocolate cake or something like that. We'll have to see. Okay, so the 2 pieces of feedback that I need from all of you. Number 1, what game do you want to see me play this Friday? Is it either going to be Rise of the Ronin or Dragon's Dogma 2? Number 2, what do you want to see me do on my birthday marathon on April 6th, right? What we need to start planning this out. So what would you like to do or see? Okay, and we'll go from there. Hopefully that sounds like a plan. All right, and RPG overload continues as we continue to push to finish these 2 games in the next 2 weeks, and I'm hoping maybe we can wrap up these games. You know what? I hate to say it, but how crazy would it be if my finale stream of Baldur's Gate 3 is the birthday marathon? I mean, I really don't want that to be the case. I want to finish the game before then. But imagine if the final stream is during the birthday marathon when I'm basically, you know... Oh, by the way, since it is the birthday marathon, I'll probably have a few drinks and stuff too. Like, I'll probably have some liquor and stuff over the course of the day. So imagine that, if like the final stream, I'm boozed up to finish Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, man. I don't know. Some people are saying that would be great, and others are like, no. I don't know. We'll have to figure this out. All right, guys. Well, we have a little bit of time. I think what we should do is we should go to the suggestion box for a little bit and pull a couple suggestions and consider them, and then we'll do shout-outs and the like. Sound good? Let's see. Okay. Oh my God, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. Whew. I didn't mean to explode like that. Sorry about that. Oh, let's see.
The Ziggy Piggy's back.
All right, I'm trying to skip ahead because basically this one person posted like 7,000 suggestions, and it's the same person who's demanding about the co-op and all this shit. And it's like, you get to the point where you realize some people are just never going to be satisfied, and they're just going to nitpick and demand things. It's like, there's a difference between like a suggestion for improvement, or you're just not satisfied until someone completely molds their content to exactly what you want. And the fun part is that there's tons of people out there like what you want. So why are you coming to someone else's content to demand that they change to be what you want? It just doesn't make sense. But let's continue on. Let's jump back into some of these suggestions. Okay. All right. Let's jump in. Right. Reduce asking for support. These segments put you in a bad light and are the exact kind of clips the trolls want. It really comes off as desperate. Regulars already know how to support, and if newcomers don't know, they'll ask. People are smarter than you give them credit for. They'll figure out how to support. If anything, you should add a support command to your chat. When someone asks you, you can simply say, type the support command and you'll know how to support me. It doesn't turn into a long, drawn-out 10 to 30-minute segment about how giving you money
that money.
that is going to be clipped out of context and makes you look bad. We don't want another scoring debacle on our hands. Well, first of all, the scoring debacle is a whole separate thing. We all know what happened with the scoring debacle 2 years ago, where I was playing a game that really started good and became a piece of dog shit. And I was suffering with it, but people were like demanding that I keep playing it because it's a short game. And then we had an awful night where basically I was feeling awful because the game really pissed me off. And then I looked and literally I made like nothing that night. And I'm like, dude, I just killed myself playing this shitty ass game and essentially, you know, made nothing for it. Imagine if you went to work one day and you busted your ass at work and you were just exhausted with that day of work. And then your boss walked up to you and said, oh, by the way, I'm not paying you for today. Right? So what happened is I exploded on the audience, which I shouldn't have done. But I mean, that's 2 years ago. We've talked about that. I don't do that anymore because that's awful, right? Or at least I try not to do stuff like that anymore because we know how awful that was. But in general, I don't like asking for support at all. If I had to never, ever talk about support, I never would. Really. Like, I wouldn't even bother. Do you think I like saying, oh, by the way, please, you know, support the stream with this, and this? No, I don't like doing that. That's the opposite of what a streamer wants to do. A streamer wants to stream fun content. It's not fun to have to bring up ways to contribute and to say, by the way, guys, today is a slow stream. But the bottom line is that's my livelihood. All right. Unlike most other content creators out there who have opportunities outside of just their live streams to make funds, I don't. I cannot get sponsorship opportunities. I cannot get partnership opportunities for multiple reasons, mostly because everyone on the internet has dumped on me for 10 years, unfairly slandering, defaming me, and treating me like the internet whipping boy. No company is going to want me to be a spokesperson for their product, because if I ever did, my trolls would immediately go to their website, to their socials, and bombard them with fucking nasty shit, which would immediately make them say, why the hell did we do this? The whole point is to make our product look good and have more people buy it or experience it. And instead, all we have is a bunch of trolls harassing us online. So what happened here? You know, I don't get that. So because I don't have those supplementary levels of income, I don't have any other income sources outside of these streams and the revenue I make on YouTube behind the scenes, right? That's it. Okay, the one other thing is Patreon, right? Which is very small. It's maybe $200 to $300 a month I'll make on Patreon, if that. Okay, so that's a very different situation. In fact, I would say I'm in one of the most unique situations there are, because most people who are of the stature that I am, meaning not very big, I'm a very small time guy when it comes to my streams, when it comes to the content I put out. I still have a ton of support because I've been around for over 15 years, because there's people who absolutely love the content I put out, despite the fact that so many people crap on me. They like me and want to see me persevere and continue through. So I have way more support than most people of my stature on the internet, right? Another person who gets like 300 viewers on a stream and a few hundred views on a video isn't likely to make a living doing it. I can, because I'm lucky, because I've been around so long and I've persevered through so much adversity, that there's people who actually appreciate and understand that. They like my content for being such a long time person doing it. And that's why. I mean, I'm just different. I'm a different animal than most other people who do this for a living. They all have to follow the algorithm. They all have to push and shill and do all that stuff. And you know, I don't do that. But because I don't do all that other shit that they do, because essentially I don't have opportunity to do it, I have to focus on basically making a living on streams. So it very, very much stands to reason that on a day when I'm streaming and I have a slow day where I make almost nothing on my streams, that's a day when it's a bust for me. Like, I didn't make any money to pay my bills, to support my family, to do the things I need to do to make a living and keep this business running. That's a scary thought to think about that. You mean like one day could make or break you? Yeah, I'm not far ahead enough where I can just say, oh, I could have a whole slow week and everything's good. I can't. If I had a slow week, I can't pay bills, you know? And that sucks. I don't like living like that, but that's the situation that life has tossed me into. And we could sit here and argue all day about what's a better thing, to have a 9-to-5 job with a salary, or to be a YouTuber who's like my stature and fluctuating income and it's not stay. You know, that's neither here nor there. And truth be told, with all the hardships that I go through here financially, it's still better than any other job I've ever had. Every other job that I've had, it's this semblance of safety and stability that doesn't exist. In corporate America specifically, you can be cut at any moment for any reason, and there's nothing you can do about it. I've experienced it firsthand. I'm being complimented one day for going above and beyond. I'm receiving awards for the amount of work that I did, and then 2 months later, I'm laid off, you know? So it doesn't matter what you're doing. There's never stability. And with YouTube, at least I've been doing this now since 2011. And again, through your support, it's allowed me to say, hey, the best job I've ever had. I have control of my destiny, right? As opposed to having to answer to some boss that at any moment could shift around and kick me out. That's never going to happen if I'm an independent internet content creator. Yeah, the venue might change. Yeah, the format might change, but I'm still able to have an opportunity to make content for an audience that wants that content. They want it, they want to watch it, they want to digest it, and they want to support it. So that's awesome to know. But a symptom of that is asking for support, especially particularly on a day when it's not forthcoming. You know, for every day where people are ultra supportive, there's probably going to be a day where things are very slow. And the thing is, do they tend to even out? Yeah, but some days nothing's happening. And if I say, hey, guys, just a reminder, please support the stream. You can do a super chat. You can do a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip. Yeah, you might not like being advertised to. I don't either. I hate being advertised to. Annoying ads make me not want to buy the product. When I'm watching TV and it's like a most obnoxious fucking ad possible, it's like, there's no chance in hell I'm ever buying this product. I don't know how they thought that ad was going to get me to sway me to buy their shit. They're a bunch of idiots, right? I think these marketing people today are really dumb. But it is a necessary evil of what kind of, living I make, what kind of content I make. And the truth is, there are people who come by every day who are curious about the content, who don't know what it is. They've heard a bunch of negative things about me, and they're here curious to hear about it for themselves. And, they don't know how to contribute. And so if I just casually mention it every once in a while, then maybe they will. Or maybe there's people who are watching and don't realize, oh man, Phil's having a slow day. Oh, well, now that I know that, I'll chip in. And then they do. Now I'll be honest. Yes, I think that it's obnoxious if I keep mentioning it over and over. Or if I have a day where I'm really frustrated, probably because I'm either exhausted or stressed out about stuff, and then I come on this stream and I say things like, oh, what a slow day, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's obnoxious. I agree with you. That's something that I've tried to get better at over the years. The difference here is this. I don't do it constantly. It doesn't matter what people say. I actually don't do it constantly, and I know for a fact because I've actually been tracking myself. I have. I've actually started tracking how often do I actually ask for support and how bad is it and things like that. And I can tell you this, today is way less than what it used to be. Basically, this all started around that time because you brought up Scorn. It started around that time of that playthrough when I kind of had a reality check, when I had YouTubers who were watching that clip and calling me out and saying, wow, Phil's a scumbag. And I was like, you know what? They're right. I completely agree with them. When I watch back myself during that stream, I cringe and say, that was awful. Why did I do that? It's emotions. It's being afraid. Because again, a day when I have a bad streaming day literally could mean that within a week or two, I have a day where I'm worried, how am I going to pay all my bills because things went badly, But that's something that I have to get better at as a human, and I make mistakes. And I realize there are times when things are going bad. For example, when the whole debacle happened 2 months ago with all the fake memberships, and all of a sudden the channel is exploding with memberships and everyone thinks everything's going great. It's literally the opposite. Like, I'm getting thousands of these memberships and getting paid like $1 per 1,000. So normally I would be making all this income and I'm actually losing tons of income and it hasn't come back. You know, this is just a matter of fact right now, is that this channel is way down on revenue because those memberships screwed everything up. They threw a big monkey wrench into the way that stuff works. And now so many people got the free memberships. No one paid for one for like 2 months. That is starting to come back now. And I'm grateful for that, that those of you who are coming back and becoming members legit and gifting legit memberships, thank you for that. But it's taking a couple months now to kind of bounce back from it. And that's awful because now I'm affected by it, you know? And so I tell you that because people wonder, gee, how are you doing with memberships? And, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I answered, it's like, oh, so you're asking for support? What? No, I'm just telling you what happened because people noticed there was an insane amount of gifted memberships being given out every day on this stream. People had questions, I'm giving you answers, but somehow that just becomes the next, oh, you know, you're begging for support kind of a deal. You know what I'm saying? So it drives me nuts because it's like, once again, it's another situation. It doesn't matter what I do, it's still wrong, correct? So if I never mention support ever and I literally go out of business because people don't support because I don't say anything about it, well, obviously I did something wrong there because I was dumb. I went out of business. If I mention it too much, well, now it's obnoxious. I'm a beggar. It's like, so where's the happy medium? And that's what we got to find. Where in the middle is it acceptable? And I agree. The scorn situation is the polar opposite of who I want to be on the internet. I don't want to sit here and become Mr. Shill, Mr. Ask, Mr. Beg. I just want to have fun with you guys. Chill, hang out, enjoy games, and then, hey, the support will come. And that's always been my philosophy. If I'm enjoying what I'm doing on a stream and you're enjoying what I'm doing on the stream and the content is that kind of reciprocal relationship and we're all enjoying each other's company, then the support will just naturally come. And in general, it does. It's just those times when it doesn't that maybe you need a little nudge in the right direction and say, hey, remember you can support because if I have a bad day, this is going to set me back. And a lot of people just don't like that. The real problem here, let's be actually transparent and honest now, is that everyone out there just misrepresents me. Like you just said in your suggestion, and by the way, thank you for this. This is actually a really good suggestion box topic. I'm glad we talked about it today. And thank you for tackling it with a nice, rational mindset because a lot of other people would have come at this in a very negative way and you didn't. So thank you so much. His name is Goki, I think. Thank you for this. This is a good one. The way I see it is because so many assholes out there always misrepresent me, people have, sadly, a very unfair notion of the fact that they think that all I do is sit here all day talking about income. Did I literally mention it once on today's stream until I started reading the suggestion box? Nope. Would I have mentioned it? Maybe. I probably would have mentioned it when we started with the React show because during the React show, that's how that channel makes profit is just memberships. That's it. There's no ad revenue to be had on the React channel because everything gets claimed, but the memberships are the reason why that channel is profitable for me. So yeah, during that show, I'll say, hey, just so you know, become a member today. You can suggest clips for next week's show. Maybe if you support the streams today with a super chat or a tip, that would be great because that's how I make my living on this channel. That's what makes it profitable, right? And I'll do it a few times during the show, but I try not to make it so intrusive. Once we're reacting to stuff, I don't try to interact or interrupt my reactions with that shilling and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I think what it is I'm misrepresenting. People will take the few times in a giant stream, you know, I turn on the stream 10:45 a.m. I start talking around 11:15. That talk segment, which is the level 1 podcast, goes on to like 12:45. And then we have 3+ hours of gameplay or 3+ hours of reacting or whatever it is I do. They'll take 5-6 hours of a stream and they'll take the 3 to 4 times that maybe I plugged and they'll say, here's Phil's stream. And they'll just edit it together. They'll act like that was the whole stream. Like, what? This is the same thing they used to do with This Is How You Don't Play. Take the awful clips out of the playthrough. That's like a 20-hour playthrough, but make a 1-hour montage of the times when I failed. Oh, that was Phil's playthrough. Well, it wasn't. That was 1/20th of the playthrough. You've ignored 90% of the playthrough to push a narrative. And that's how people represent me on the internet. And it makes me look far worse than what reality really is. Are there times when, yes, absolutely, I go too far with it? Yes, absolutely there are. And you guys absolutely have the right to call me out on that and say, stop. You're being overbearing. You're being annoying. You know, we get it. We want to support you. We will if we can. Stop fucking asking. And that's fine if you do that. I appreciate those who are honest with me about that kind of stuff. But the truth is, when someone says something to me here, let's just listen to this. It doesn't turn into this long, drawn-out 10 to 30-minute segment about how giving you money. What are you talking about? No, really, what are you talking about? a 10 to 30 minute segment about giving me money. You really think that happens? You actually think that I will stop my content? Like I'll stop playing a game. Oh man, this is a great game, but by the way, guys, we have to stop playing for 30 minutes to talk about income. What? It's never happened. Like literally in my entire streaming history, that's never happened. Even that scorn moment you're talking about, that didn't happen. Right? So that's what drives me nuts. You literally have cited an example that doesn't happen, but you probably do think it happens. Why? Because you watch the fucking detractor content. All right? Here's the honest response that I will give to anyone who has a suggestion that's like, man, there's this one thing about you that I really don't like. I like that you beg too much, right?
Miserable.
Stop watching detractor content. Because if you were actually here watching the real content, you would understand that what they say is false. It is a false narrative to push an agenda where they will get clickbait and views. It has nothing to do with reality. Most people who are on my streams on a daily basis never complain that I'm asking too much for anything. It's just not reality. It's not in any realm of matter of fact stuff. But that's the thing. You watch it out of context. You watch it on a channel that only highlights that toxic shit. And that's what you're going to see. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, that's the thing. Like, what I'm saying now, right? They absolutely, positively will not ever take what I'm saying right now verbatim. Because it's true. Instead, they'll take a few clips about my response to this. Phil butthurt about people saying he's an e-beggar. And then they'll take 3 clips and here it is. I'm butthurt about it. That's what I mean. That's what they do. I don't know how you can't figure that out yet. I mean, that's their shtick for the last 10 years. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I appreciate the feedback. I agree with you. I don't want to be someone who's just about income. I think that's terrible, okay? I try not to harp on it. Every once in a while, if there's a reason to bring it up. Like, yes, when the fake gifted memberships were happening, I needed to let you know because thousands were coming out and people were like, what the hell's going on to the channel? You know, I had to explain it. I had to explain why there's no more pop-ups for it, why I'm not doing shout-outs for the fake ones, why I'm trying to ban these people as it happens so it doesn't affect the streams in a big negative way. I mean, people were even saying, this sucks, we can't even chat. When they give these fake memberships, the whole chat's flooded for like 10 minutes. This is terrible, right? So, that being said, I understand what you're saying, but please get the fact that what you're saying, 10 to 30 minute segments about income don't happen unless I get a question like this and we're just addressing the suggestion box. That's it. We don't have giant segments where, well, I'm just going to stop making content today until people contribute. Here, I'm going to turn the webcam off until someone sends me a nice, fresh 20. All right? When the 20 bucks rolls in, I'll turn the camera back on and we'll continue making content. I don't do that. I swear you people act like I do sometimes. I don't do anything like that. You know, I'm about making the content and enjoying it with you. I don't have this fucking demands. Like I have my content on ransom, right? You better listen. If you don't contribute in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to punch through this piece of artwork. I'm going to smash this on my knee, and the whole setup will be fucked up forever because you didn't contribute. Do I do that stuff? I don't, you know. Anyway, it's a misconception. It is. It's a misconception. Don't watch detractor content. I mean, literally, the most of this, the responses I can say to people in these, just don't watch detractor content. Just be here for the streams and ignore the white noise, and you'll like it. If you would just watch my stuff, you'd like it, but you don't. You watch the detractor content as a supplement, and then you come here and complain when it doesn't happen. You know, that stuff's not happening. Okay. Oh, my stupid nose is bothering me now because now this room is incredibly stuffy because of the heat, and it kills my sinuses. Okay. Shorten the podcast. Your past recent podcasts are nothing but scheduled talk about support and Q&A. Here we go again. There is no 30-minute segment about support. You're wrong. Stop saying that. If you don't have any topics for the podcast, why try to artificially extend it? Get right to gameplay. You complain games are too long and you don't have any time to play them. I think shortening the podcast will help alleviate this issue. Never said I don't have time to play them. I have said that they're too long. I never said I don't have time to play games. I don't know what you're talking about there. I know you'll say, we'll just come back to when the podcast, we'll come back when the podcast is over. Ask yourself, why should someone do that? Because there's a podcast scheduled for the morning, and if you don't want to watch the podcast, you come to the stream after it's over. That's like saying, man, I really want to watch the nightly news that starts at 9 p.m., but god damn it, there's an hour of sitcoms that happen from 8 to 9. Why can't they just cancel all the sitcoms and start the news at 8? Because that's the fucking broadcast schedule, stupid. You come to, when you want to see something live, you attend when it starts. My gameplay starts traditionally around 12:45 p.m. Pacific time. You know there's 3 hours of gameplay around 1 p.m.-ish. Why would you come for the scheduled podcast at 11:15 and complain that there's a podcast? Don't attend the podcast. Like, oh my God. Yikes. Like, what is going on with people? There you go. Dentronic says, like ordering breakfast after the kitchen moved on to lunch. No, you know, it's the opposite of that. You show up at breakfast and you're yelling at the kitchen, why aren't you putting out dinner? It's breakfast, stupid. You're early. You can come back when dinner is served. Don't demand that the business completely change the way it operates because you can't adhere to a schedule. Like, what are you talking about? Good Lord. All right. Engage with chat more. You don't really talk with chat during gameplay unless it's to moderate, tell chat to stop going off topic, or to read a super chat. You say it's a chill environment, but you yell at people when they don't talk about your gameplay. Maybe if you chat with people who go off topic, it can lead to interesting and meaningful conversations. Before I continue with that, I do try to engage with my chat. The problem is what you're addressing. Again, you can tell this person just watches detractor content and doesn't watch my content, because the detractors will highlight the moments when I get upset if someone derailed the chat and say, oh, see, this is all filled in on stream today. When in reality, that was 1/40th of what happened on the stream. It was one moment. No, what I find is if I'm playing a game and the chat disengages from it, right? Like this has happened with a couple Final Fantasy streams. I'm doing the open world content and then people just start talking about other topics, right? I don't care if you talk about other topics, but understand if you're talking about shit that I don't know about, why are you doing that in my chat when you know the streamer is not interested? Like, let's talk about sports and baseball. I don't fucking know anything about sports and baseball, so why are you talking about it in my chat? This has not ever been a sports discussion stream, so why are you derailing the chat with that? You know that's not a topic I'm interested in. There's probably 7,000 other streams going on right now of someone who loved to talk about sports. This is not one of them, so why are you derailing the chat? You see? Those are the things that go crazy. If you're talking about something I understand or whatever, you want to ask my opinion and you tag me in the chat, I always talk about that. Hell, I mean, half the time I'm playing the Yakuza games, the discussions we're having is completely off topic from what's going on in the game. So again, stop watching detractor content, okay? All right, ready? Reduce the wait period to chat. A 24 hours wait to chat is absurd. There's streamers that have as many trolls as you do and maybe more, and they don't do this because even they know this is an insane wait period. This is single-handedly ruining any chance you have in retaining newcomers. If the trolling is as bad as you say it is, get more moderators. You've had trust issues about giving people wrenches since the rogue mod incident. I don't know what that means because there's been more than one mod who's basically been like a catfish situation. Rogue mods happen. It shouldn't make you distrusting of people. If someone wants to help in moderation, make them a mod. Okay, so literally, here we go again. So what other streamers do is different from what you do. That automatically makes it better. Okay, what streamers are you talking about? Because you're saying people with more trolls than me. Well, who has more trolls than me? Wings of Redemption? I don't know. Who else has more trolls than me? Not many. You know, take that from the mouth of Mike Klum himself. When he was doing the research for this documentary, he said to me, my God, at first I thought that you were exaggerating, but now that I've actually done the research, you absolutely have probably the biggest troll community I've ever seen. And he's been involved with Boogie. He's been involved with other people you guys don't even know, other documentaries he's working on and failed and he didn't do them. People who are like massive lolcow shit on the internet. And he outright admitted mine's the worst. So I don't know who you're talking about, who you think has more trolls than me. You're probably wrong. All right. But the fact is, they probably thrive on that shit. The reason they even have anyone showing up to their streams is because they don't moderate. So because of that, they don't have any content to offer. All they do is lolcow shit. So when the drama starts, that's when they profit. So let the trolls come into my chat and insult me and send super chats that are insulting me and do all this shit. You know, so I don't do that. I don't play that game. I don't. My content is valid. My content is positive. My content has meaning and merit to an audience that wants to see it. It's not the time that Phil turns on his stream, everyone just rip him a new asshole as a lol cow, and that's how he profits. So if you want to see the lol cow marathon shit, you can go watch other content creators who even are on a fucking podcast called that, and you can leave me the fuck alone. But it's hilarious. So reduce asking for support. Okay, valid suggestion. When you actually get into the meat of it, claiming that I do 10 to 30 minute segments just asking for support, as if I just stop making content to talk about it and refuse to make content until someone supports my stream. False, you watch too much detractor content. Shorten the podcast. Just show up after the podcast is done. There's a schedule for a reason. Engage with chat more. I do. Stop watching detractor content. Reduce the wait period to chat. Stop watching lol cows and detractor content. So stop watching detractors. Stop watching detractors. Stop watching detractors. Oh, by the way, learn how to read a schedule. Thanks for the suggestions. That was a good one, huh? If you haven't noticed yet, okay, most of the problems that people seem to have with me actually aren't problems that they have with me. It's problems that they have based on watching detractor content. Like you watched out of context, negative, defamatory content about me that's seriously molded to do that, to insult me and make me look bad. And then you come and complain without actually having watched the real me to know that it's not valid stuff. That's a you problem, not a me problem. And I hate to say it, more and more over these years, I'm seeing really this is the problem. It's people just don't want to take 5 seconds to fucking see who the real person is or what the real content is. Instead, they just want to laugh along with the meme, and it makes you fucking stupid. I'm sorry, it does. There's just so many really frustrating people on the internet who just don't take 5 seconds to think for themselves. They just follow that sheep mentality of everyone hates this guy, so it must all be true. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I'm certainly not saying that I'm flawless, and I'm certainly not saying that I haven't done stupid shit over the years. I have. And it's right for you to call me out on it when it happens. But when this is supposed to be the suggestion box, and literally all the stuff you just suggested is stuff that doesn't happen, I don't know what else to say. You know? Stop watching the shit that makes you feel that way. I have to blow my nose. We're going to do another suggestion, and then we'll do shout-outs. Here we go. Hold on. My nose is bothering me. Coffee. Okay. Well, this one's from OP Boone. He's had some really good suggestions. Let's see what he has in this one. In regards to recent discussion about stepping back from gaming content and expanding to more podcast-style content, expanding more into gaming news is a better move for you than politics. There's a significant overlap in audience interest between gaming playthroughs and gaming news, making it likely that your existing viewers would be interested in the content. With your team of editors, you could create 10 to 15-minute videos focusing on one major news story per video, separate from the podcast. This makes insights on gaming events more accessible to a wider audience rather than being buried with lengthy podcasts. Your DSP throwback editors could shift their focus to this project after completing the Red Dead and Final Fantasy XIII remaster projects. Considering the success of your retro reacts compared to the remaster projects, their efforts would be more beneficial in highlighting DSP news clips, which have the potential to garner thousands of views, rather than remastering decade-old footage that receives only a few hundred views. For example, you can highlight the recent Xbox announcements discussed in the Level 1 podcast, episode 254, perhaps incorporating snippets from previous episodes, where speculation about the announcement was rampant on social media. This additional content would find a natural home here on DSP Gaming, though it's possible those videos might get buried under the high volume of daily Let's Plays. You consider establishing DSP News as its own separate channel. Alongside DSP Reacts and DSP Throwback, it's worth discussing this with your viewers of the podcast to see what's best if you end up going this route. As I mentioned in an earlier suggestion, if the gaming news segment gains traction, then you can consider branching out to cover related topics like movies and TV shows in separate news videos, broadening your content appeal even further. I previously suggested using YouTube's live stream clipping feature for DSP news segments. Now with your team of editors, the idea seems more viable than ever. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Because here's the thing, like, technically, like, the news that I cover, all right, is the news that I'm interested in. Don't get me wrong, there's usually almost always gaming news going on. The problem is that a lot of it is just unrelated to anything that I have an interest in doing. You know, if there's a bunch of stuff that's PC centric, I probably don't care about it. If there's a bunch of stuff that's covering drama topics that I'm not involved in, like this whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing, I think is the dumbest fucking thing possible. I think it's people on both sides being stupid. And it's like, do I really want to even cover that as news? Because I really don't feel like it is. I just think it's stupid political shit, honestly. But, you know, I don't know. Like, I always tend to, like, hone in on the topics that I like, right? The thing is, what I want you guys to understand is, when I say I have editors working on stuff for me, that's very much true. But when I say that, these are not, how can I say? It's not like I have a crack team of full-time employed people who are editing content. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I have very much is a grassroots group of people who like me and like the content that I make, and they want to help. So they make some thumbnails, right? Or in the case of the DSP Throwback channel, that's an idea that has been kicked around for a couple of years, and the offer was already made to me for a couple of years. Hey, if you ever would want to do something with a channel like that, we'd be willing to work on this for you, to edit the videos together, to upscale them, to make those lost playthroughs available for posterity purposes. And so I kind of said, not yet, not yet, not yet. And then I decided this year would be the year. Let's start it off fresh in January. Let's get a new project going and stuff. And then, of course, thanks to your feedback, I had the idea for Retro React, and that's working well on the channel. So now we have that good variety of content on that channel. But what you have to understand, it's not like these people are essentially doing it for the love of doing it. Like, they love this work. For me to say, so I like the fact that you helped me out so much over here. Thanks so much. But by the way, just stop doing that. Now I want you to redirect your efforts to do something completely and utterly different. I feel like they'd be a little bit ungrateful, no? Like, the reason that the people are doing it is because they like it. You know? I like making thumbnails. I like doing this editing work. The editing work is appealing to me. It's fun. I'm gaining experience, learning how to do it. You know, I'm getting better at it. I'm learning about all these things. Like, for example, if you actually look at the videos on DSP Throwback, just the fact that the videos have gone through several levels of editing. Now, you know, first it was just put the videos together. Then it was, oh, now we're going to upscale them. Oh, now we're going to do audio cleansing, you know, and it keeps improving. Like, the video quality actually keeps improving, getting better over time. Not that many people are noticing, because the videos get, 100 views each. Over time, I'm sure that's going to grow. But, you know, for the initial uploads, they're not getting that much. But this is a thing. It's like, oh, you know, it's a project that people are working on. They're enjoying doing it. It's like a hobby. It's not something that you're expecting to sink endless hours into and take ultra seriously. It's something that you're getting experience out of it while you're also helping me out, which is nice, right? I feel like I said, if you're going to ask someone, hey, what I'd like you to do is every day on the podcast, just sit on that podcast that was a 2-hour podcast and sift through and edit out 15-minute clips and topics and title them and make them separate videos and do this and do that. That's a job, right? Like, that's a job. That's literally a job. And when you say people do it, you're right. They do it because they're giant YouTubers. You know, Asmongold probably has people he pays to do that. I'm sure Moist Critical has people he pays to do that because they're huge. If I was huge, I would also have employees to do that. In fact, back in the day when I was at the height of my popularity, I shit you not, that was my plan. I was actually going to hire like 3 people, and they were going to handle the day-to-day bullshit that I hated doing, like uploading, babysitting videos, putting them into playlists, making thumbnails. I was actually going to employ people. When I made tons of money back in the day, that was my idea. And then the priority for me became to move first, because I didn't want to be stuck in Connecticut forever. Because imagine if I employed 3 people in Connecticut to do this, but I want to move. And then I eventually decide to move, and now 3 people are out of a job because they can't do it from across the country, right? So my idea was to move first, and then basically expand upon that. If I was staying at the level of popularity I was at, hire editors, hire people to do that. And then what happened was I moved, and immediately the internet turned against me. Like, as soon as I came out here, it was like day 1 that I moved to Washington, was when all those negativity feelings came towards me. Everyone just turned me into a joke. Everyone just kind of crapped on me. Within a year, my channel had been hit with so many copyright strikes that's when my channel law had to be removed from the YouTube algorithm and shit like that. And we're not going to sit here and talk about that endlessly, but that's just what happened. And it was like, well, that's it. That's the income is gone. The income that I was once making when I was at my big YouTube popularity was gone, and the possibility of me hiring people as employees disappeared because I was up to my eyeballs in debt from the move. My income was halved. It's like, well, now I'm screwed. All those ideas are gone, you know? So I understand where OP Boon's coming from. I totally feel like, yeah, that could have happened, right? Like, this is something that definitely I could have had editors who I employ as full-time employees, and they come in and they do this work for me every day. And it definitely would have been awesome to do that because that's what the top people are doing. We know that, right? The problem is that's not reality for me. The reality is I'm a one-man crew who works all day long, and I get exhausted with the amount of work I'm already putting in. I can't do that extra work. Do I have people who are volunteers who have stepped up and said, yes, we'd like to make content for you and help you with this stuff? Yes. But they're basically doing the stuff that they're interested in doing. For me to now say, oh, by the way, that throwback channel thing didn't work, so fuck all that work. Just throw that away. Instead, let's edit some 15-minute clips out of my podcast every day and hope that that takes off. Like, it's kind of the same thing. Didn't you notice? For like a year, okay, we did YouTube Shorts. Did you notice that? It was from late 2022 all the way through about late 2023. Why did I do YouTube Shorts? Because people asked for them. I said, oh, why don't you do Shorts? Shorts are so popular, and they really help channels, and they boost them and all of that. And there were a lot of Shorts. You know, we did them for all the fall games of 2022. My Oblivion playthrough in 2023. We tried to highlight epic moments of each of the big games that I was playing and stuff like that. You want to know what impact it had on the channel? 0. Because number one, none of those views end up being monetized, even though they claim they are. No exaggeration. If you get like 100,000 views on a short, you get like a penny. So out of all the shorts I put together, I probably made 25 cents. Okay? Now, I didn't make all those shorts. I made a few of them, but most of those were made by fans who wanted to help the channel. And that was a lot of work and effort that went into making those shorts. And they didn't do shit. You know, they got a few thousand views each. No one really watched. That's the thing with YouTube Shorts that people don't understand. Just like TikTok. People who watch TikTok clips and people who watch YouTube Shorts don't say, oh, look, that's a good clip. Let me go check out the channel. They just sit there in the feed. Clip, 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 clip. It doesn't bring attention to your content. People just enjoy the one clip and then they move on. That's why they're so short. They're supposed to be quick, digestible clips. You're not seeking out extended engagement with that content. You just want the 20 seconds and you're on to the next variety clip. They don't serve a purpose to a YouTube channel. So all the work for the whole year that was put in shorts did nothing. Like literally did absolutely nothing, right? So I understand the suggestion. Make the clips of the show, 15-minute segment that just talks about game news. And maybe that video will get traction. But do I expect that anyone is going to watch a 15-minute news clip and then immediately come to my channel of DSP Gaming to watch more content? No. You know what they're going to look for? The next news clip. That's it. So unless we have an ongoing series of news clips that people will watch in succession, it's never going to do anything. So maybe in this regard, this suggestion is better than the whole shorts thing. Because I do think the shorts was a waste of time. I think YouTube shorts are fucking terrible. And they're just trying to copy TikTok and they serve no purpose. And YouTube is so off base with them, they're idiotic. But, you know, the whole clipping thing, having a segment about a certain topic that's edited out of a podcast probably would work. But again, for that to work, you'd have to have someone who's dedicated to do it. You know, I would think more of like, you know, you have to have someone you're going to pay to do it. I can't pay anyone to do it. If I'm in a situation where if I have a slow streaming day, okay, and I don't make, you know, a good amount of revenue on a certain day, and now I'm behind, and if I have a few of those in a week, and now I'm worried, how am I going to pay bills? How exactly am I supposed to pay an employee to sit here and clip stuff out of my streams? You know, it's just not going to happen. And I think that's the thing. When you look at other YouTubers who are successful, correct? And look at the situations they're in, none of them are the stature of me. These are not people who have 300 viewers on a stream, 300 viewers on a video. These are people who already are bringing in thousands and thousands and thousands of views and hours of engagement and interactions on any piece of content. They have the attention. Then that warrants them sinking in the money and the time to do the kind of projects that they work on. I'm not them. I feel like, again, that's what Aspen Gold does. Aspen fucking Gold is like 1,000 times bigger than me. The dude brings in like 30,000 viewers on a stream. I bring in 300. That's literally 1,000 less, isn't it? No, that's 100 less. Okay, he's 100 times bigger than me. He's not 1,000 times bigger. He's 100 times bigger than me. That's why he does that. You know, like, these comparisons are wild because people are comparing, you know, a grape to a watermelon. Really? Like, I'm the grape. You get that? I'm this little guy down here. I'm doing the best I can with what I've got. But, you know, then you say, well, I don't understand why you don't do the same thing as this person who's insanely successful and huge and bigger than you. You just answered the question. Right? Anyway. All right. So, OP Boone, I appreciate this suggestion. I don't think, sadly, I don't think that would work. Only because, again, that's something that maybe if I could pay an employee to do it, it would work. I'm not going to have people stepping up to volunteer to do that kind of work because it's a lot of work. They have to watch every podcast in full. They have to figure out what the segments are, edit them out, make them separate videos, put them up, promote them. You know, it's a lot of work for someone who's basically a volunteer. You know, the volunteer work on the DSP Throwback channel is already a huge, tremendous undertaking. We still have a lot of content there we have to make visible. For example, the whole LA Noire playthrough, right? The online gameplay of Red Dead 1 that became Suicide Kings. The Undead Nightmare playthrough. And there's all these forgotten vlogs and playthroughs that are still all for posterity purposes. We want to get those on the channel. That's the whole idea of the project to begin with. The idea of DSP Throwback is not, oh, let's make profit. The idea is we want lost videos to hit the internet for posterity. Now, the cool thing is we found a way with Retro React to have content that's appealing to the audience and make some profit. But that's not the whole purpose of the channel. I'm not going to tell people who are working on that channel, just drop that channel now because it didn't catch on and go do other work. That's not the point. You see? Okay, I hope all that makes sense. Now we got to get to shout-outs because now it's already 12:30. Guys, again, you understand when we do suggestion box, this is kind of why I'm apprehensive about doing it. Because you say the show's too long, but then every time we do suggestion box, it's fucking 12:30 already, and I haven't even done a shout-out yet. Do you see my point? Okay. Shout-outs, let's do them. So, Babingo Mong, nice name, did a super chat and says, why would you skip for the most supported stream? Why would you skip for the most supported stream? Eh? I'm sorry, Babinga, I have no idea what you just said. Why would you skip for the most supported stream? That's not a sentence. I don't know what you mean by that, but thank you for the super chat. Sweets. 17 months as a member. Happy birthday, No Sleep Real Vibes. Oh, is it? Happy birthday, No Sleep Real Vibes. It's your birthday. I did not know that. Cheetah Man, 15 months as a member. Happy birthday to No Sleep Real Vibes. I guess it is it. Okay. And Pizza Box Gaming, 2 months as a member. Dragon's Dogma 2. So you're casting your vote for Dragon's Dogma 2 for the game I play Friday. Cygor did a super chat, says, I had no idea you were an Overwatch pro. Absolutely. You may not realize this, but in a former life, all I did was play Overwatch all day, every day. I was in several different leagues. And after I won my 3rd straight tournament circuit, I decided it was time to finally hang it up because I was just bored. I felt like I had done everything there was to do with the game. And I moved on from there. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, but thanks for the super chat. Okay. On the tip side of things, let's see here. Anso Kamaru tipped $1.50. He says, I'm 30 hours into Rebirth. I've decided to start Unicorn Overlord. The game is incredibly complex. I'm in a good way and very well done. I'm not telling you to play it. I can tell this would be a game you'd love, but your audience would fall asleep from it. It's a shame. You can't always enjoy games you want. I know you seem to think that there's an overload of RPGs, but the actual RPG community is over the moon and eating so good these past few years. Is Unicorn Overlord like Final Fantasy Tactics? Because if so, I would absolutely love it. I love Final Fantasy Tactics, both the original PlayStation game and then the other one that they did, what was it, Advance? I love both games. It's a shame that if that is the case, that sadly I'm probably never going to play it because I would probably really, really enjoy it. It's like Ogre Battle. Oh, I don't know what that is. I've never played Ogre Battle. But that one I can't attest to. I don't know what that is. Ogre Battle, huh? Okay. Hold on one second here. It's like Tactics plus Suikoden combined. Oh, that's an interesting premise. I love Suikoden as well. Let's see. So I received a $23 tip from 1 Minute Man. Thank you very much, 1 minute, man. Let's see what he has to say. I'm sure it's going to be about Baldur's Gate. It can't possibly be about anything else, I'm sure. We know what he's going to talk about. Many players make an effort to save Corilla in the
That's what it's about. It's that gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Inflammation's on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Inflammation's on my feet. Gout. Oh yeah, it's hurting me. Take that bitch out for the clout. If you know what that shit's about, shut your mouth. Yeah, that bitch is so fucking fat. I'm just stating facts. Might just hit it from the back. Yeah, kinda shit to make my hardware into Microsoft. Eating so much red meat, I don't wanna stop. Might need to pop a blue pill. If I don't hit that ass, I don't know who will. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Inflammation's on my feet. Oh yeah, it's hurting me. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout. Got that gout cloud going. Gout.
have different situations, and in this situation, this is one, right, where I basically never encountered her before, so I'm not going to give a crap. But there very well could be people who have run into her and be like, oh, I recognize who that is now, right? So now I want to save her and do my best to save her, and I didn't care because I don't know who the hell she is. But I mean, that's cool, right? That's a cool part of the game, I think, that people can play the same game and have completely different experiences with it based on what they encounter and the choices they make and things like that, right? So there you have it. Okay. Oh, by the way, the Lucky Gremlin has gifted 5 memberships to the community. So congratulations to Blackie Cat, Sogo Osaka, Dome Tweets, what a name, Des Head, and did the 5th one not go out? I only see the 4. I think only 4 went out for some reason. And that's really weird. The reason I say it's really weird is because most of the gifted memberships have finally expired. The fake ones, that is. So we're way, way down to almost the original number of members that we've had on this channel. So definitely there's enough valid people to gift those to. I think YouTube is having some issues. Here, I'm going to take a quick look. I'm just curious where we're at now with members because it's been so long since I even checked because, you know, the bullshit really killed this channel for a while. Oh, yeah. So the highest the channel had was over 3,000 members. We were like 3,074 or something like that. That's the peak that YouTube recorded. No, 3,075 is the peak that YouTube recorded, but that was when at the peak of them gifting out the fake ones. As of now, we apparently have around 800, but there's still like 200 to 300 fake members from what I can see, at least. We won't be able to tell until they all expire, and we're getting there. But yeah, like basically most of the fake gifted memberships are gone. And the fact that we had 3,075 members at one point, it basically means that there's enough to gift out. Like there's no way that someone shouldn't get a membership. No, see, I don't hide anyone. Someone said, maybe you hid the person, the 5th person who got to get the membership. I don't hide anyone. I see Blackie Cat, Sogo Osaka, Dome Tweets, and Deshead. That's all I see. Who's the 5th one? I don't see the 5th one going to anybody. Can anyone see who the fifth one went to? It went to Nerve, N-E-R-V. No Sleep Real Lives is right here. It's No Sleep? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I can't see it. And he's here and I can see him chat. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe I should give up on trying to make YouTube work at this point. Anyway, thank you to the Lucky Gremlin for the 5 gifted memberships. And now 672 just gifted a membership. Let's see who that one goes to. That one went to Casualties of Gaming. Congrats to Casualties of Gaming on the membership. I hope you enjoy it. And thank you, 672, for supporting the channel. Okay. I received a $2.36 tip from Oakley. I'm currently playing God of War Valhalla DLC. It's a fun, challenging DLC. Do you feel you'll ever get around to playing it during downtime, or are you just not interested in it? I'm not interested in it. You know, those games, Odyssey, Valhalla, were already such insanely lengthy experiences when they released that I had no desire to do DLC for them at all. They were already feeling like they overstayed their welcome with how long they were. And keep in mind, with Valhalla, I did the entire Norse God side quest line as well, which a lot of people didn't, but I did the whole thing. So my playthrough was even longer. So yeah, that's why I never went back and played them. Okay, guys, I think we got to adjourn because remember, I got to set up for the React show. And I hope that you guys will join me over there on DSP Reacts for DSP versus the Internet. It should be a good show. Okay? And that's that. So if you're still here hanging out, stick around. In a few seconds here or minutes, you'll see a pop-up on your screen that says, hey, head over to the React show, give a click, and it'll just send you over there. If you're watching on demand, hey, I hope you enjoyed the show today. Remember the feedback I need. What game do you want to see Friday? And what kind of stuff should we be doing for my birthday marathon? That's the 2 questions that I definitely need your feedback to. But outside of that, thanks for watching the Level 1 podcast. I enjoy having you here every single day. Thanks for a chill weekend. I hope I have a chill weekend because it's very hot right now. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Oh yeah, it's hurting me.
Now, I do have a favor to ask, okay? I mentioned this on tonight's late stream. I'm going to probably be mentioning it on every stream this week. Here's the deal. This week, I have 2 very large bills due. But then, I also have my day off on Wednesday. I'm bringing this up because I need you to refocus your support if you were already planning on supporting me this weekend.
This one's for all my baby girls. Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown.
Fucking loser.
Phil's this, Phil's that.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar. Phil's a beggar. Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown. Phil's this, Phil's that.
Always going broke.
Phil's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
If you think that someone who has to live day to day on tips and shit is funny, oh, so hilarious that this guy has stuff financially tight. Ha 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 ha. No, it's not fucking funny. Now shut up.
Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown. Phil's this, Phil's that.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
Begging.
Phil's a beggar. Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown.
Always going broke.
Phil's this, Phil's that.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar. That's not begging.
Okay, I'll be honest, it makes me nervous because I've noticed recently there's actually been an uptick in super chats, which is great. It helps the channel long term, and certainly I'm not being ungrateful. And if that's the only way that you can contribute or support the channel, great. If you can help me and tip me, please do. That's what I need help with right now, okay? Again, I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. You know idiots will come out in prayers. Phil's saying he wants you to pay directly.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
Sup, Phil, I just say hi. I not love this, see you buy. Eat chicken nuggets and hamburger. Watching you six, I feeling oozy. At ultrasonic gasquake, feeling oozy. Hello, Phil, son, can play Cammy. I got my shirt today at Chun-Li. And a time go bed for me. P.S. Kazuga feeling oozy. Feeling oozy.
Look what I can do online.
I big fan Yakuza, no like BG3. IDK, I love this, I ready go sleep. So what new Uton, how do Jasper and Cat 2? Phil, I love you, I feel oozy.
Now, I do have a favor to ask, okay? I mentioned this on tonight's late stream. I'm going to probably be mentioning it on every stream this week. Here's the deal. This week, I have 2 very large bills due. But then, I also have my day off on Wednesday. I'm bringing this up because I need you to refocus your support if you were already planning on supporting me this weekend.
This one's for all my baby girls. Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown.
Fucking loser.
Phil's this, Phil's that.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar. Phil's a beggar. Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown. Phil's this, Phil's that.
Always going broke.
Phil's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
If you think that someone who has to live day to day on tips and shit is funny, so hilarious that this guy has stuff financially tight. Ha 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 ha. No, it's not fucking funny. Now shut up.
Phil's a joke, Phil's a clown. Phil's this, Phil's that.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole. Because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, we're always still having problems, we're always still dead, and nothing's getting better. I agree with you.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar.
He's a loco.
Phil's a beggar. That's not begging.
Okay, I'll be honest, it makes me nervous because I've noticed recently there's actually been an uptick in super chats, which is great. It helps the channel long term, and certainly I'm not being ungrateful. And if that's the only way that you can contribute or support the channel, great. If you can help me and tip me, please do. That's what I need help with right now, okay? Again, I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. You know idiots will come out in prayers. Phil's saying he wants you to pay directly.
This dude is a piece of fucking garbage.
I'm not here to tip. I'm not here to get shoutouts. It's just me and my gang. AEG. Almighty Egg Gang, what up? Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. Yo, you was leaving on site if I turn on the stream right now. On a string. Me and Egg Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob band me, I got a sock right now. On a sock. Yo, you was leaving on site if I turn on the stream right now. Me and Egg Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. I'll talk tips. I don't know what y'all cheering about. Matter of fact, as we stream, I'm counting tips right now. If a nigga play with my channel, he can get banned right now. Team no trolling, so you know I got my motherfucking mods right now. Mods. Yo, viewers all on my dick like they tryna sub right now. Said they go give some subs, but said I couldn't go and clock out. You need to get out. They sent me tips on it all cause you was checking on their account. While you was getting no subs, I was checking on my mouth. Just count the egg gang, bitch. You know we got clout. I go crazy with the trolling till they learn ban all my niggas. Pulling up on streams to see what they about. What? It's follower only mode, so I had to change my route. I got 17 socks with accounts right now. On accounts right now. And 500 bits from ads right now. All bits from ads. I got whispers all on my main account. How you doing? Tech people know I'm safe, even when I'm not around. Let's get it. Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob ban me, I got a sock right now. Yo, viewers leaving on site if I turn on the stream right now. On a stream. Me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now. Yeah, I got my bits on me. I ain't trying to tip right now. And if a mob ban me, I got a sock right now. Yo, viewers leaving on site if I turn on the stream right now. Me and Ed Gang, we ballin'. Y'all free throwing right now.
Hey guys, come on the stream and dump a ginormous contribution. Hey, come to the fighting game streams, please. Watch, please support. Please consider supporting in some way besides ad revenue. Ad revenue on YouTube is so tiny, but hopefully you'll consider maybe a tip or a super thanks. That would be very, very nice of you.
Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah. Showing up to the stream late. I got a pull for the beefcake. I don't give a fuck what the stream say. Burp in the mic, more gas in the V8. Co-op stream, you can call it Dundoko. Gorilla mouth, you can catch it on socials. Can't touch it though, cause she say that's a no-go. I'm the biggest bum all through the intercoast. Couldn't block, there was nothing I could do. Fucking lag, my controller's not picking up my moves. I'ma blame the reason that I suck on all these other dudes. Still fourth place, so 5 Street Fighter 2. We just gotta tip in. More pulls, baby, you know I'ma dip in. $20 from a pedal while I sip gin. Please, thank you. Better take a sip then. More cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah. Bitch, I need more cash. Wanna feel it in my snort sack. Snort deep, pay big for the DoorDash. Riding down my street on a horseback. Yeah.
Gentlemen, now it is time. It's a segment that everyone looks forward to. One of the highest rated segments of all time that I've ever done. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Phil's Day Off.
What's up, Piggy? Let's get it started.
Big ups here, Cat.
It's my day off. Might leave the camera on and jerk off. It's my day off. Spend money on pulls and dumb shit. It's my day off. Might go out with my bitch wife. Can't give me money today. Give me money today.
This is where my fucking money goes to every month. Garbage dump, grocery shopping, pay my taxes, pet store, pay my bills. Blowing his money on mobile games, blowing his money on this and that. I'm spending all this money buying DoorDash for my business. I need to put disgusting food in the mouths of my family members. Obviously, I need tips. Yes, I spend money on mobile games. Okay? These are my life priorities. Pay my taxes.
It's my day off. Might leave the camera on and jerk off. It's my day off. Spend money on pulls and dumb shit. It's my day off. might go out with my bitch wife. Can't give me money today.
Obviously, I need tips.
Give me money today.
This is where my fucking money goes to every month.
Shout out to the trolls.
For those who contributed, thank you. It would be great if we get a few more tips. To make up, earlier today, we did not hit the hat goal either. It's been a very slow day. It would be great if we could pick it up a little bit with maybe some contributions tonight with tips. If you can. Just saying. You know, I know some people are super chatting or whatever. That helps long term. But right now, I really can help. Tomorrow's my day off. The tips I'll have for my day off, you see?
Give me money today.
Justice, because back then I was pointing a camera at my television, which was terrible. I had just adopted direct capture.
2008 and my content's fine. The way I do things is strange but uniquely mine. I point a handycam at my TV, record the footage and upload to DSP.
Space gaming.
Here's another thing they say that I can do. There's other streamers out, a way to improve the view. Drugs that come is meaningful, but don't be late. So 5 years later, it was time to innovate. The frames are silky smooth, 1080p. Anything less is a hat trick. Make another gin DoorDash at the door. Now I'm tripping over cables strewn around my floor. The colors pop, I can't believe the inky blacks. I'm so impressed, I think you fixed my fucked up back. The chat mesmerizing, so in rapture. I got a little box that gives me direct capture. Direct capture. Direct capture. My USB card's working on to give me direct capture.
Certainly 11 years ago, I was a completely different person now. I need to find Hulk Hogan for my WWE Champion collection.
I'm not gonna act toxic this season. Twitch kicks me out of the partner program for no fucking reason. There were no hateful slurs ever on my Twitch shit. You're banned permanently, go fuck yourself. He brained bitchly. I masturbated in front of children. I'm a porn star. My sweaty man JPEG, 5 stars. And I only play the games to no one whale. It's a feature. What is it, a money creature? Yeah, look, it's a money creature.
Contributions are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night through. Don't bring any champions, say when I slide. I really need contributions are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night through. Don't bring any champions, say when I slide.
T-shirt rip? No. I'm rich every day. I go on Twitter and cry like a bitch calling yourself a whale. You're going on my docs list. Somebody gonna get their ass kicked. I'm like Santa Claus, right? And I can tell if you've been naughty or nice. So tip me tonight. I'll be a prostitute. I'll wear a vest. Till next time. Very nice.
Contributions are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night through. Don't bring any champions, say when I slide. I really need contributions are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night through. Don't bring any champions, say when I slide.
Gacha game addiction. WWE. The solution to that would be bankruptcy. I'm a cuck. It had to be LTG. By the way, my wife agrees with me. One man, one tips jar. Money today. If you want to see my pussy, watch it on 2K. I unlocked the new 20 man JPEG. Hooray! Fucking gay. It's so bad.
Contributions are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night through. Don't bring any champions, say when I slide. I really need contributions are very, very slow tonight.
And I can do this all night tonight. Don't bring any champions to the side. I really need contributions.
It's been pretty slow.
And I can do this all night tonight. Don't bring any champions to the side. I really need contributions. Are very, very slow tonight. And I can do this all night tonight. Don't bring any champions to the side.
How could I ever let myself believe this would be easy? Every day's the same to me. Life inside my screen. In Skyrim I can catch my breath again. We all make compromises and I drew the shorter end. I miss my old friend. The ceiling is so gray. If only I could say I think I'm better without you. I'd eat buddies if you buy food. I want you now. I think I'm better without you. Crying alone in my bed. I want you now. I want
Seriously, greed is massively strong. I need subs. Send me donations and subs. Give me the money. Okay. I have a 10-year plan in a business degree. No budget can contain the money flowing from me because I'm a bender, fam. I be dropping these G's. They got nothing on me. They got nothing on me. Buying statues, leasing beamers. I'm the most prolific of the streamers. Engaging a young bitch. Then I leave her. Shout out to Derek Loves Lemurs. I did nothing wrong. Maxed out 13 credit cards. Wasn't even trying hard. Credit. The pandemic buried it with fun in the backyard. $500,000 fill time for an emergency. I got 2 big bills ready for scope lead. What is the greatest donation? I'm crowdfunding. Wrote off my Xbox and PlayStation. What is the greatest donation? Like 100,000 hustling so hard. I can't take a vacation. I will make piece of receipts with my paper. Receipts, add your bot to a spreadsheet. Piece of shit. If LTG pays me 5 G's, then I'll show him my that goes and a private react contribute my tribute. No fucking chargebacks. Okay. Seriously. What is the greatest donation dash wanted intervention for tax evasion? What is the greatest donation evil winner? You owe me that bounty based on my calculation. And I paid for a very, very extravagantly expensive steak meal. The most expensive meal I've ever had in my life. I got the chair, the most expensive possible. This TV is pretty pricey, top of the line. I got paid for your stupidity. For your failed troll attempt, I made money. The most expensive vodka I've ever had was Grey Goose. Business class internet, the most expensive possible. I don't even want to tell you how much that was. That was the most expensive thing I bought. And that was exclusively supposed to be for this series. What am I gonna do, play with a fucking gun?
Bang, 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 bang.
It's WWE Champions time.
Hey, bunch of tips, hey, nasal drip, hey, got some glasses and they full of gin.
Gin is great.
Penalty, ha, she was a shit, hey.
This one for WWE Champions. Pay to win like every day, yeah.
I don't play mobile games.
Funny how they still think I'm a broke man.
Then I'm broke.
Even though I be pulling Hogan's. I spent like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty man. Oh no,
I'm broke again, better go.
Today was submitted by a viewer, and I'm excited for that to see what variety you guys have come up with this week, because usually we do have a wide variety of stuff that gets covered, and it makes it enjoyable the more variety there is, honestly, because you never know what you're going to see here on the show. So thanks for that, and thanks to everyone who is an ongoing member of this channel. Remember, if you're an ultra member of the channel, you get a guaranteed watch. Meaning these first, I think it's like a dozen or more videos this week that are ultra member videos, are all from people who are the highest level of contributor, and I really appreciate those who are. It helps this channel stay viable. You know, really, this is the only show I do for the channel. Later this year, that'll be different. Just so you guys know, coming up, I am going to do some reviews. For example, the Fallout television series is coming out soon, and I'm going to review that for this channel. But right now, this is pretty much... This is pretty much the big content of the channel. And so for those who are ongoing members and supporters of this channel, thank you so very, very much for that. If you become a member today, you can actually contribute to next week's show. If you become a ultra level member, we're guaranteed to watch your clip. If you become a standard level member, excuse me, I should say a submissions level member, then you can submit clips that are put into a randomized playlist, and you have an equal chance with all other submissions level members to get your clips watched. All right. So I kind of want to get started because we have a lot of ultra level members this week, and I'd rather get through those, you know, so we can get to the submissions level. By the way, no super level member questions this week. So we're just going to all reacting this week. No actual Q&A or anything this week. This is the second week in a row. So I guess some of the people who used to ask questions haven't been around to it, you know, recently. And the way the show works, I record 30-minute segments, and I split it up because that's how the clips upload to the channel. If you are a member, you can actually watch this archive stream right away, meaning you don't have to wait all week for the video clips to upload. Otherwise, I upload like one a day, so they go all the way through Thursday, one a day. And please, if you do like this content, if you could support it, I would really appreciate it. This is the only income I get on this channel. All these clips we're going to watch today, they get demonetized on YouTube because you're watching other people's content. Even though it's legal to react, they feel like you have no rights to the videos. So it is what it is, and I apologize for that. That I have to say, hey, please support the channel. But that's the truth, is that that's how I actually get any kind of
that money.
revenue from this work. So if you could support the channel via super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, or tips today, I would appreciate that. And I will shout out any contributions between the parts. So every 20 to 30 minutes or so, I split the part, I do shout outs, and then we go to the next part. Okay?
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
Derek, it's good to have you here. And thank you for the compliments about my shirt. Okay, we ready to start? All right, here we go. Ready? All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show here on DSP Reacts. It is Sunday, the 17th of March, 2024, and this is episode 56. We have quite a few Ultra member submissions to get through this week. Remember, the Ultra members are the biggest supporters of this channel, and they are guaranteed to have their video clips watched once a week. So we're going to go through those right now and then get to the randomized playlist of submissions level members who all have an equal chance to be watched because we basically just hit shuffle. All right. So this is an interesting one to start with. This is going to be a modern take on the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 selection screen theme song. I want to take you for a ride. For those who don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 to this day is still regarded as one of the best fighting games of all time. Came out in the late 90s and was ported to consoles in the early 2000s. Basically, it is a versus fighting game that pits tons of Marvel Comics characters against all kinds of Capcom properties. I loved this game. I played it competitively back in the day. I traveled all over the country to play it. But one of the weirdest things about this game is the soundtrack. It's got almost like a weird jazz lounge ensemble soundtrack. A lot of the music is made with real instruments and singing. And it's like, it's so out of place for a fighting game. It really is. And it was this, and also Capcom vs. SNK 2 had a unique soundtrack that was kind of weird. And at that time, everyone was wondering what Capcom was thinking about the soundtracks of their games. It's just funny because, you know, you've got a Sentinel shooting missiles and lasers and blasting someone with a giant combo to like this weird music that just doesn't fit. So I'm actually pretty interested to see what they do with this. It's called the 8-Bit Big Band. Let's see. All right, here we go. A song that I've probably heard thousands of times in my life due to playing this game so much, both, you know, casually and in tournaments. Let's see what they do with Take You for a Ride.
For the glory of sports, be ready with high protein from Vector.
It's none of anyone's business. Very bluesy soul singing.
I've got a choice to make, it's easy as can be. I see a lot of faces, but only one from me. I want to impress you, baby, from across the street. Put on my Sunday best, call me the war machine.
Wow.
It's your way I'm looking. I'm like, what are you Hadouken? Yeah, you've caught my eye. Now I've got to try to get you.
This is amazing.
On my side. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
So this part right now is what you heard in the game when you're picking your character. Oh, see, they made it. They made the rest up.
Take you for a ride.
This is cool because they took the spirit of the music of the game, because there's other stages that sound like this, and they took that big band mentality and turned it into a real song with lyrics. The game has songs like this, but this is original based on the music of the game, which is really neat.
I work you harder than the button match. It's evil moment number 37. Give you the touch of death until you're up in heaven.
This ain't a game to me, baby. No, it's only you that can save me. Yeah, you caught my eye. Now I've got to try to get you, baby. On my side.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
Plain to see, this ain't a game to me.
But baby, you're my destiny.
I wanna take you. I wanna take you for a ride.
What's cool is I think this is this is allowable because this is their own interpretation of the song. This isn't the real song, so it's not like Capcom could come after them and be like, "Oh, you know, you stole our music, it's copyright." Nah, they basically elaborated on what they had done in the soundtrack to make their own song. It's actually really well done. I love it. Again, reminiscent of like almost Cowboy Bebop, right? The Cowboy Bebop intro. It's the same style of music. All these cool musicians working on this is just wild. Wow. Crazy on the keyboard. Well done. Talent. Actual amazing amounts of talent put into this. You know what the real question is? Do you think that any of these people have actually played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 at any competitive level or even know anything about the game's gameplay? Probably not, right? They're just in it for the music, which is fine. Yeah, like Persona, exactly. Persona has had similar kinds of music too, right? Oh my god, I'm still making these lyrics. They're so hilarious. Oh my god. Of course, now this makes me want to play Marvel 2. You know, the thing is, I haven't played it in so many years. You know, I would suck. Like, I know some basic stuff I know I would still be able to pull off, but I know I would probably be terrible at it because I haven't played it in so long. But now I got craving to play Marvel 2. It's like, how do you play it? You can't. Like, there's no console version available. And I think you could play it on Fightcade. So maybe that's something we'll try to do later in the year. We'll try to get Fightcade up and running on the mini PC. But I'm like, damn, now I want to play Marvel 2. You know, hear the real song. Okay, let's just hear the end. It's awesome. The only sad part is the game, I'm not kidding, competitively, the game has like 10 characters. Like, seriously, there's like 10 playable characters that are good, and the rest of the cast, because it's one of the biggest fighting game casts of all time, they're terrible. So it's funny, even the characters they picked there to show aren't even good in the game, like very few. Like Magneto was and Cable are the two that they showed that are actually like tournament characters, and maybe Storm, and the rest are like terrible. No one uses them. Anyway, all right, that was cool. That was really neat. That was a good way to start.
Hello, nice full mall. This is new. I saw a KFC sign earlier. You know where it is?
Oh, yeah, right there to the left.
Fantastic. I go check it.
OFC? What?
Is that Obama fried? That's one on so many levels. You know, I look for KFC. You know the one who
Oh, that one. Yeah, right next door.
You said that one. Like, there's many, but never mind. I go check it out.
KFC? Who's that?
Since when did Colonel Sanders become Asian?
It's pretty popular.
Okay, I mean the one that sells fried chicken. Okay, the crispy one.
Oh, I know the one. Yeah, that's right down this way.
Yeah, yes, it's exactly the one you're thinking of. Thank you. Okay, finally, I go look at the...
What the?
Since when he becomes so fit, I said Colonel Sanders, not curling dumbbell. What they sell gym memberships. Okay, you have to know the world's most famous fried chicken.
We got Fried Chicken Kitchen.
KFC.
Yeah, KFC.
No, only
K
one word.
apostrophe FC.
KFC.
How everybody know the slogan? It's finger licking good.
That's right. We got I'm good here.
I'm
That's
good
either
here.
A 2-star review or a cry for help. Okay, forget about fried chicken. You got Domino's.
We got Dominick's.
You got no.
We got 5 lads.
You got
5
McDonald's.
lads.
Yeah, we got McDonald's.
You don't have McDonald's. The one with ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I love it.
I need it.
That's definitely a cry for help. Okay, you got Burger King.
We got King Burger.
King Burger.
We got Subway.
You got Pizza Hut.
Yeah, they're always pretty busy.
Pizza Hat.
Pizza Hut! I let you know if I shopping for hats. I won't even have lunch anymore. You got a coffee from Starbucks something.
Yeah, we got both of those.
Both?
Star and Bucks. So I guess that's how they get away with it, right? It's a variation, and it's not exactly the same, and they're like, no one could totally understand that's not Starbucks, that's Star and Bucks. And then people might go there and get Starbucks, right? This guy does stuff like this all the time. I've actually seen videos that he did where it's knockoff products as well. And the names are very similar, but the products are like awful. All right. That was pretty funny. I like that. We're not watching the whole thing, but that was pretty good.
So there's 2 bits of information today.
So here's the thing, guys. People really, for some reason, want to get into a discussion about rollback netcode with me, even though I know what it is. They act like I don't. And someone says, oh, look, here's a 45-minute clip from Sajam, or however you say his name, Sajam? I don't know how to say his name. The YouTuber who covers fighting games. And it totally explains it. I'm like, that's great, but this is not a show where we watch 45-minute clips. So all I'll do, we'll watch like a couple minutes, and if it doesn't get to the point right away, we're just going to go to the next video. Like, I'm sorry, but this is a clips show. You understand? This is not a long-form react show. If you want to see me do a long-form react to rollback netcode, that's totally different. We could do that at some point, but that's not the point of this show. So submitting a 45-minute clip about rollback netcode is never going to be productive. Let's just watch the beginning of it and see. And by the way, I want to compliment this guy. He's a good creator in the FGC. He's a good player. He's a good creator. And his videos are great. I recommend him. If you're interested in FGC stuff, fighting game stuff, you should check out his stuff.
First bit of information was the Riot fighting game getting announced and everything. The second news and information is this lovely article came out by Infilament. Now, you guys might be familiar with Infilament. He made this guide, the ki.infil.net, which is the greatest resource for a fighting game ever created. Ever. So today, Infilament wrote another blog post. The first one was about bugs in fighting games and how they work. Stuff like the Guile handcuff glitch, stuff like this flying bug in Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and then this bug, the Quicksilver glitch. Then the second guide was written, netcode. Now this is an explanation of how delay-based and rollback netcode works for fighting games. A lot of people have asked in the chat room how netcode works, why one is better than the other, etc., etc., etc. There's been lots of discussions about both, and a lot of people in my chat room have asked questions about rollback, have asked questions about delay. There's been a lot of people assuming or saying things about rollback that's maybe not correct. And before,
just to give you, because I know what people want again is they probably want me to go on a rant here in my perspective. Okay, the two kinds of netcode that have historically been used for fighting games is delay based and rollback. In delay based netcode, all right, there's lag, and the lag is represented by the game actually running slower, meaning delayed. It's like slow-mo. All right. With rollback netcode, when there's lag, the game skips a lot. Like you'll see frames skipping and things actually being like happening on the screen and then getting taken back. Okay. Hence rollback. So it's two different ways to handle latency in a fighting game. Now, as I've explained many times over the years, for those watching someone play a fighting game, you would say rollback is much better because you would very much not notice issues with rollback netcode if there's lag, unless it's so bad that it's skipping all over the place. Then it's apparent that it's laggy. But when you're watching someone play a fighting game with rollback netcode, 9 times out of 10, even if there is lag, you, the viewer, would not notice it, but the player would. Okay? They would notice, okay, I'm doing something, it didn't come out. What happened there? Right? With delay-based netcode, everyone has the same experience, meaning when you're watching or playing, everyone sees the game running in slow-mo, you realize the game is laggy. Okay? I'm being told to skip to 1327. All right, we'll skip to 1327. But anyway, my take is this. Neither version is a great solution. One makes it look better, but not play better. The other, it just looks and plays bad, but in either case, you're not getting proper inputs of what you're actually doing. What I've discovered in my experience with rollback netcode over the years is that even though in most cases it looks better, you're going to notice a lot more issues in regards to your performance. Case in point, Street Fighter 6. A lot of times when I play that game online, I know I've done the inputs, and the game just eats it. Literally just eats your input. Oh, you didn't press anything. Your character just stands there. Or you do a full motion with the button, and it acts like you just pressed the button, and there's no motion with the joystick at all. That's because of the rollback netcode. What rollback netcode does is it eats the input in order to quickly justify what's going on and make it have like an equivalent solution in the game. But it's not a solution. Like, it's just a band-aid for an ongoing problem with latency in these fighting games. And people have accepted in the fighting game community that this rollback netcode is like the end-all, be-all, best netcode of all time, and every game should have it, and it never needs to improve because that's just it. And like, no, it's not. Okay? Like, take a look. Explanation, how the prediction works, delay and rollback and prediction, what it takes to implement. So I'll just play a little bit of it. But yeah, what happens with rollback is it has to try to predict what's happening and then rectify that with the actual inputs once they're received over the internet. And then it comes to like a determination, and then it gives you the outcome. But what happens is it will drop your inputs a lot of the time. You'll do something that you know you did. I did a Shoryuken, and the game instead guesses that you did a forward medium punch. So you get the forward medium punch instead. And like, wait, what? But no, that's not what I did. But people, oh, that's great. That's great netcode. If you say so. If you were in a baseball game and you swung at a baseball and you know that you swung in time to hit the ball, and the game says, oh, you only half swung, you didn't full swing, so you're out, right? Would you be okay with that in a competitive game of baseball? But that's how it is playing these games online. But the FGC just has collectively accepted that this is okay and this is the best netcode. It's, in my opinion, it has light years to go to be actually competitively viable. But let's see the basic explanation here.
Since a game's choice of netcode can never magically change the distance between a player and their opponent
Correct.
or prevent networks from dropping or delaying information,
Correct.
you may wonder how one netcode strategy could be drastically better than the other. The key lies in how the netcode handles uncertainty. Rollback's main strength is that it never waits for missing inputs from the opponent. Instead, rollback netcode continues to run the game normally, and all inputs from the local player are processed immediately like it was offline. Right? Rollback netcode feels like it's offline. All your timing, anti-airing stuff, doing your setups, all of it works correctly, right? Then when the input...
No. Because when you're playing, your inputs get dropped. You'll think you're doing it right. You will be inputting it right. And then the game says you didn't. So wrong. Wrong assumption right there. Completely wrong.
Input from the remote player comes in a few frames later. Rollback fixes its mistake by correcting the past. It does this in such a clever way that the local player may not even notice a large percentage of network instability. If at any time you're missing inputs, right, any amount of frames,
there you go.
The game will continue to move forward on your screen and everything you push will feel like it's offline. It'll continue going. When they catch up and they receive inputs from your opponents, it will say, okay, well, now that we've received those inputs from this dead zone, these 3 frames we missed, what happens in those 3 frames? Well, it turned out in those 3 frames that our opponent did nothing, right? So it'll simulate the game and say, well, nothing else changed. All right, we'll caught back up. So in one frame, it will receive all the inputs that happened before, run those inputs versus the inputs you sent, and determine what actually happened, and then play out from there. Sometimes that results in a small teleport. Sometimes that results in nothing. You don't even notice it. In the example below, both the local player and the remote player press medium punch on frame 1. But let's say the opponent's input is delayed over the network and reaches us 3 frames later on frame 4. Like offline play, the local player's move immediately begins animating on their screen. On frame 4, input from the opponent marked as being pressed on frame 1 finally arrives. This means what we've shown the player in the last 3 frames is not really what happened, and the game must fix the past by performing some calculations in the background. The game logic reruns that.
Yeah, this is everything that we already know. It uses predictable logic to figure out what's going on, and then it tries to rectify it after the fact. But it erases your inputs. All I have to say, because we could watch this whole video, and it's not going to change the fact of what we really know about rollback netcode. It's not accurate. It guesses, and then it tries to fix mistakes after the fact, and it doesn't result in a viable outcome as if you were sitting there playing with the person offline. It's guesswork. And a lot of the times you'll be doing inputs and it won't give you what you did because it didn't read it properly. It dropped your input. All I will say is this. In the mid-2000s, when rollback netcode was first introduced by one of the Cannon brothers, and I keep forgetting if it's Tony or Tom, and I apologize because my brain is not wired to recognize the name properly, and I don't know why. It's embarrassing. I should have learned by now who actually wrote rollback netcode, and I don't. I'm stupid like that. Okay, that's a me problem. But whoever created it, all right, presented it online to test on SureYouCan.com. It was presented for free. Everyone was able to play fighting games with it, and they wanted testing of it. So I tested it along with everyone else. And when I tested it, I noticed that for some odd reason, a lot of the moves that I performed never came out. They were dropped. Sometimes I would press a button. Nothing would happen in the game. And even though the match looked better, it didn't play better. And I approached the Cannon brother. Was it Tony Cannon? Okay, so it was Tony Cannon. I approached Tony Cannon in an IRC chat room about this. And I said, so what you've created is a netcode that looks good, but actually plays bad. And he disagreed, of course. He's like, no, I think this is better than delay-based. I said, but with delay-based, you know there's lag because you see it. With this, you can't tell there's lag. You literally can't rectify what's going on in the game. You don't know who input what properly, who did what, because your code is erasing stuff. It predicts and then tries to catch up and doesn't always represent properly what was input. Because I can tell you right now, I'm standing there pressing a punch, and it says punch, 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 drops the punch on the 4th punch. That's unacceptable from a competitive standpoint. That's the same as having a broken button. Okay? And when I confronted Tony Cannon about it, I said, right now, will you admit to me that the net-based or delay-based netcode, that the rollback netcode drops frames in order to rectify and make it look better. And he outright said, yes, that's exactly what it does. I said, so it's not competitive. It's not competitive. You are literally sacrificing the quality of the match to make it look better. That is called pulling the wool over the eyes of people. They don't understand that that's bullshit. You've destroyed the sanctity of the competitiveness of a match when you're purposefully dropping people's inputs to make it look better. I don't care if it looks better. I want it to play better, and it does. Like I said, at least when you're watching the delay-based netcode, you can tell when there's lag because it lags up. It runs slow-mo, so you know it's laggy. When you're doing rollback netcode, you have no fucking clue if there's lag. Did you not input correctly, or did the game drop your input? You'll never fucking know. There's no way to tell. It's bullshit. And people love this fucking netcode because it looks better, not because it plays better. It's nonsense. And I'm sorry. Yes, you might say, oh, every game should have it. Fine, but that's not the best option. The option is to get something better. Why is there no better netcode in how many years now? We're all still demanding the games have rollback netcode instead of something better. This is the mid-2000s. This is almost 20 years ago. In 20 years, someone didn't come up with something better? Then erase my fucking input? It doesn't make any sense. And that's the issue I have with it. That everyone in the collective FGC has just thrown their hands up and said, it's the best. Well, great, but you want better. Why just accept something that's inferior and will literally drop your inputs to make the match look better? The creator of the fucking netcode admitted it to me. All right? And by the way, when I criticized rollback netcode on SRK.com, they banned me. Later it got lifted, but they literally banned me. I said, why would you ban me from the website? To speak the truth about this netcode, because we're trying to sell it. That's what I was told. How are we supposed to make a buck and sell this product we created if you're talking negatively about it? Well, then what you don't want criticism, you don't want facts and reviews, you want someone to push your product for free. You want a spokesperson to kiss your butt, and that's not who I am. It's never who I've been. And that's what they were looking for. They wanted people who were going to kiss their butt and say, this is the best netcode, so then they could sell it. And guess what's happened? Guess what every fighting game has now? Because people just kiss butt, man. I'm sorry. You're never going to change my opinion on this netcode. Really. You're never going to change my opinion on it. I don't like it. I don't like rollback netcode. Don't drop my fucking input in a competitive match, period. If you're going to have delay in my input and you see slow-mo, that's different. I'm sorry. You can't change my opinion. I've been there, done it. I was there day one when that netcode released, and the answers I got were so unsatisfactory. No, it doesn't make the match better. It makes it look better. But don't say anything about it because we're trying to sell it to make money, make profit. And we're going to ban you from SRK because you're criticizing our netcode. Okay, well, fuck this, you know. Sorry that I'll be the one person that will forever tell you that this netcode is not good. I guess you'll just have to listen to the me only, and everyone else in the FGC will continue to pull wool over their own eyes and kiss their own butts. I don't know what else to say. On to the next video.
Fallout New Vegas, super well liked. Yeah. Very beloved over the years. Was there ever any thought to doing another Fallout game with Obsidian? Obviously, they're owned by Microsoft now, but did that ever go anywhere?
I wouldn't say there were conversations. You know, look, love those guys. Fergus is one of I think one of the great people in the industry, and we've always had a great relationship with them. We like to keep it internal because we know what we want to do. So it is, if we can keep it internal, we would. And now that they've been bought, you know, you never say never, but it makes it highly unlikely. I'll say that. And there were obviously very few people when the New Vegas thing came up because we were going to be moving on to Skyrim. You know, hey, we want more Fallout. Another thing, this is a hit. What are you going to do next? We're like, Skyrim. And it was, hey, look, there's only one group that we really trust to do this, and it was awesome. It was only ever Obsidian. Correct. Yeah. That paid off. We got other very well. We get lots of people saying that they would do it, even back then. Like, hey, you should let us do this, and that was for me. It was the only. It's either this group or nobody. Who's the most famous developer that you've rebuffed? That would be unfair. Tell me off here later.
There aren't many New Vegas posters lining the halls of BGS, and in talking to the team here, it sounds like they weren't overly involved in the production at all.
We were very hands-off with that.
we had, I think, you know, it was a corporate level decided that, like, we should do this, and we wanted to support them as best we could. But we knew that, you know, they were capable folks and they were doing their own thing. I think we had like 1 or 2 meetings with them just to like go over some high level stuff and like what are the ground rules.
It's fascinating to me, the story of New Vegas, because a lot of people to this day, all right, believe that New Vegas is better than Fallout 3, right? A lot of people believe that. And it's crazy to think that it was a different dev team. All they were given the assets of Fallout 3. So they had the same engine to work with, right? But really, a lot of those ideas and things that they did, you know, I would argue improvements, like making melee class much better, a lot of the narrative choices being different and interesting, that was all on Obsidian. And then Obsidian went on to make other games that were very similar to that. And now, Fallout 4 came out and everyone's like, we wish that actually Obsidian had made Fallout 4 because, man, Fallout 4 was kind of a disappointment compared to what Fallout New Vegas had been, right?
What should we be doing? But we were busy working on our own stuff here.
Right.
So we knew, that was one of the things, we knew that, like, listen, if they're going to do this, we're not going to really have the time to work on it with them because we're doing our own stuff.
How much support did you give Obsidian when it came to New Vegas? Was that very much just their own thing that was going on?
It pretty much was their own. We were pretty knee deep in Skyrim at that point, and there really wasn't a lot of help that we could give them. Interesting enough, of all the people, I was probably the one who were on the team that worked on New Vegas the most, actually. But they, you know, they did a heck of a job where we literally gave them like this. Here is the engine and the tech. Godspeed.
Just do whatever you want.
We gave them all the source. Like it was basically, you know, we gave them all the raw assets, you know, from Fallout 3. Like here's everything. You know, they gave us a great pitch, a great story, and it was pretty exciting actually to see someone else do their take on it, and it was obviously well received as well. But you know, I thought they did a great job with that game.
Fan of those earlier games?
Oh my God, loved them. I think it's genius stuff. You know, all the credit to Tim Kaine and Jason Anderson, all those guys who did that game. That's the other thing. Why don't you make your own post-apocalyptic thing? It's like, well, we could do all this gameplay. But there's a shtick with it, with Vault-Tec and the world of the 50s. That's the sauce. That's the sauce. Even though not every, you know, I know there was a lot of like fan angst, understandably so. I would have been the same way.
If you ever get a chance to work on a video game, work on a Fallout game. You can do practically anything in a Fallout game. And just the breadth of the storytelling, the breadth of the art direction, the tone, and
the thing. I mean, again, the thing that I'm finding very interesting is now it's actually come out now that. After the success of New Vegas, it was a huge success, sales success for Bethesda, and they were shocked. They didn't know it was going to do that well. They were busy working on Skyrim. Obsidian then said, we would love to do an Elder Scrolls similar game. Just give us the Elder Scrolls engine and everything, and we'd like to do a spin-off Elder Scrolls game, because now that you finished Skyrim, we know you're on to the next, like they're working on Fallout 4. And they turned them down. Why would you turn them down? That just kills me. That we didn't get another Elder Scrolls, or we didn't get another game in that universe, right? Why? I would have loved, I mean, yeah, it would have been a spin-off game like New Vegas, but what did they not like about New Vegas that made them say, nah, we'll pass on a spin-off, you know, Elder Scrolls game? I think it would have been huge. It would have sold. It would have been great for Bethesda. It would have been great for everyone, gamers. You know, I just don't understand that at all. Why pass on that opportunity when it's kind of a big what-if scenario that we'll always wonder about? Because now, how long has it been since we had an Elder Scrolls game? And how long till the next one comes out? I mean, we're talking 20 years between iterations at this point. Who's going to wait that long? So, oh, and by the way, let's be honest. With Starfield releasing and being such an underwhelming, you know, paint-by-numbers, very, very blasé, zero innovation game, now you got to wonder, is the next Elder Scrolls going to be like that? And if it is, anyone going to care about Bethesda ever again? You know how they say the mighty have fallen? And if they had Obsidian filling in the gaps between these ginormous games, maybe then the pressure wouldn't have been as bad to perform and come out with these insane masterpieces, because you still have good games in between. Now you're just sitting around waiting, when's the fucking next Bethesda game? How old am I going to be? Right? Another generation of people have been born and gone, and you still haven't made another game yet? Right? It's pretty wild to think about it. Anyway, all right. Well, good start to DSP versus the Internet for this week. I hope that you guys are enjoying. Thanks for watching. Remember, if you become a member today of the submission or higher level, you can submit clips for the next show. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, So I have a couple of shout outs to do, and my nose is itching as well. I received a few tips here. Let's take a look at them. I got a $1 tip. This is the two singers are a brother and sister named Clyde and Gracie Lawrence from their own band called Lawrence. They make their own music in this style. You should check them out. I saw them in concert last year. They put on the best show. They were amazing. That was a great musical ensemble. I really enjoyed watching that. So thank you for that submission. Thank you for the $1 tip. That was really good stuff. Because then it also gives me nostalgia about wanting to play Marvel 2 as well. I received another $1 tip from Better Call Darth Maul. Can you sing Take You for a Ride? I mean, it's literally, I'm going to take you for a ride. That's it. It's just the same thing over and over. There's nothing to it. It's the same lyric over and over. And then I received a $3.33 tip. Your take on GGPO is really bad. Everyone who gives you a video on it is troll baiting you. There you go. Listen. Like I said, I would watch that whole video, but this is not a 45-minute video react show. It's a clips react show. So I'm going to watch a little bit of it. I'm going to give you my take on the subject, and we're going to move on. I mean, you have to understand that this is not meant to be a long-form react show, right? You can disagree on my take. You can say it's a bad take or disagree on it, but it's never going to change. I don't like rollback netcode. It's shitty. That's my opinion on it. It's shitty netcode. I don't want my inputs dropped. The second the input drops, I don't want to fucking play the game anymore. And that's what everyone has just accepted as netcode for fighting games. I think it's terrible. Okay? Okay. Let's continue. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 56. We're now in part 2 and continuing on with the Ultra Member submissions. I think the next video is very pertinent because, sadly, recently we lost Akira Toriyama, the legendary creator of, Dragon Ball and many, many, many other franchises. And I think this video is kind of almost a tribute. The 10 best Akira Toriyama video games. I don't know if we'll watch the whole 10 minutes. Maybe we'll skip around, but let's see. There's no timestamps on this video? That sucks.
Across the world, Akira Toriyama was hired as a character designer for a new role-playing game Enix wanted to develop with the staff of Shonen Jump. This partnership was born to show Shonen Jump's audience how video games were made, and it would birth the beginning of the most influential JRPG and one of the most impactful video games ever made. Dragon Quest is responsible for everything you may know about JRPGs, from the extensive storylines and combat systems to the focuses on party management and requirement for XP farming. But most notably, it is widely known for Toriyama's visual style and for giving us one of the best enemy designs in gaming history, the slime. Since then, so many other games have paid tribute to the slime, as well as Dragon Quest and Toriyama in general. Super Dragon Ball Z.
I never played this one. Super Dragon Ball Z, 2006.
For the majority of Dragon Ball games, Akira Toriyama was only ever credited as being the original author. Just about all of the games were only ever adapted from previously written works. But Super Dragon Ball Z was the first time Toriyama was put in a higher position as supervisor. This was most likely to help keep the game true to the source material and make sure the visuals replicated the look and feel of the anime and manga. Regardless, this was one of many PlayStation 2 Dragon Ball games that had us itching to play it every night after school, or better yet, every weekend.
Arise, Shenron, and grant me my wish!
Tobal number 1.
Oh, I forgot all about this game. Oh yeah, I forgot this was Toriyama.
While Akira Toriyama will forever be known for Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest, he did work on a few unique IPs as well. Tobal number 1 is a revered one. While the PS1 sea of fighting games was largely dominated by Tekken, Bushido Blade, and just about anything made by Capcom.
For some reason, it's playing a Chrono Trigger theme while he does this. So this game, it had a Toriyama art style, but it was a hybrid between Virtua Fighter and Tekken, but it was really weird because everything was like massive combinations of buttons. It'd be like, tap these buttons to grab, then tap these buttons for a variation on the grab, then tap these buttons to strike, and then tap these buttons. It was really complex and maybe almost ahead of its time, and it didn't get a lot of play. Honestly, like, it just didn't get a lot of attention at the time when it came out, but it was cool because it was Toriyama designs.
Mainline Dragon Quest games that Akira Toriyama contributed his character designs to.
I never played Builders 1, I played Builders 2, and Builders 2 had a really good story. This is a pretty good game. If you like crafting and games with a lot of building and survival aspects, it's pretty good. And especially if you like the Toriyama art style, of course. There we go.
Fortune Street.
I
Another
never saw this
oddball
one.
in Akira Toriyama's portfolio is this board game video game that only ever had a presence in Japan prior to this installment.
Yeah, look, it's Dragon Quest characters with Mario characters combined. That's interesting. That's actually...
Characters played alongside Cloud, Tifa, Sephiroth, and many other Final Fantasy characters. Dragon Quest VIII: Journey of the Cursed King.
Ah! I never played it. I always wanted to, and I didn't get to. I owned it, and I never got to play it. Sucks, because I think it's probably a great game, right? The PS2 one. I played all the ones before
Dragon Quest
this.
VIII is arguably the best RPG to ever grace the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo 3DS. In addition to featuring the same beautiful music from the late Koichi Sugiyama, he passed away in 2021, this title featured some of Akira Toriyama's best work in character
Wait, maybe I did play this. It was on 3DS? Maybe I did play this one. I think I might have played this one.
The design of the hero, the hefty appearance of Yangus, the attractive and tomboyish Jessica, and the reckless but handsome Angelo will forever be known as some of Dragon Quest's most iconic characters in the franchise. And that all goes without mentioning King Trode, Munchie, Dual Magus, and Princess...
I think I did play this one on 3DS.
Sort. No, it was
yes,
his technology.
Blue Dragon!
Apparently, Toriyama was doing his work on a significantly older version of Adobe Photoshop. This made it a bit tougher for certain ideas to fully flesh out, but in the end, he and the rest of the team managed to create one of the most memorable and often forgotten Xbox 360 classics.
Yeah, most people don't even remember this game exists, but it's super good. It's fun turn-based combat. It's got a unique story, a unique, just idea that they have these, like, spirits attached to them. And each has, like, a different... It's almost like a stand from, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure when you really think about it. So it's not a super original idea, but it has the Toriyama art style. The music in this game is outstanding. I did, I did do a playthrough of it many, many years ago. When I first did direct capture stuff, I played this game for you guys. It's a great game. I would love to go back and play it again someday.
If you haven't already, you should go grab Blue Dragon right now.
Yeah.
It's even backwards compatible with Xbox Series XS.
I see the selection in this case has improved.
Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
Well, we all know what this game is, obviously. It's their most recent fighting game, and it's still played to this day, although not as prominent as it used to be when it first came out.
Despite seeing very
Chrono
few
Trigger,
releases
so
compared to other SNES
So good.
classics, there is a whole generation of people who still swear by Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
While continuing to work for Enix on the Dragon Quest games, Akira Toriyama worked with their then competitor Square to design the characters for Chrono Trigger. Once again, Toriyama's
Yeah, how
work
funny is it there was Enix and Square, and then they fused to become Square Enix, so they were competitors, and then they became the same company.
Shines here.
That'd be like if Sega and Nintendo fused to become Nintendo. Or Segendo.
It's impossible to mistake Chrono, Marley, and Luca for any other franchise he's been a part of. Of course, with great character art comes an excellent writing team consisting of Takashi Tokita, Yoshinori Kitase, Yuji Horii, and Masato Kato. With their story and
like Bandai Namco too, right? Just fusing the names, right?
Toriyama's beautiful and aggressive style, it's no wonder why Chrono Trigger resonates with folks decades since its inception.
Such a great game. I cried playing it last year. It was so good. You must play. If you don't, you're missing out.
Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age.
And obviously, we did a full playthrough of this game. And super amazing game. One of the best RPGs I've ever played. It basically has two different plots in one game. It's a masterpiece. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. No one's ever going to replace you, man. You're amazing talent. And the world is a worse place for not having him in it. All right. A well-stocked kitchen will get you women laughing out loud.
Know it's your boy Shots to the man. Yeah, now a lot of y'all, you know what I'm saying? You know I put you onto the whip game, put you onto a lot of things about the card game. You got any questions, holla at me. Right now, you know what I'm saying? You in a nigga's kitchen. Hold on, just for the moment of silence for the brand new Italian tile. Yeah, they just put this.
What the hell kind of camera does this guy have? You see how choppy this is?
Down last night.
That's a bad
Isn't this
camera.
shit cool as hell, man. Pure Italian. All right, fuck that shit. Anyway, okay, all right. So I was at my nigga's crib, okay, and I was trying to tell the nigga if he could just do small things to his shit, like his kitchen and his bathroom, he'll have women everywhere, dropping vagina panties all over the place. You know what I'm saying? He thought I was bullshitting. So I said, look, I'm going to do a video of just something small like my refrigerator. You know what I mean? And I'm going to show you that I'm real with the shit. All right, hold on, one more thing. Y'all see this shit? It's a chrome garbage can. I ain't never seen no chrome garbage can. The shit's from Egypt, and it flips over like this. Ain't that some cool shit? All right, fuck that shit. Okay, all right. So, if you have an assortment of drinks in your fridge, it's going to open up the world. Women are going to come over here. They're going to be comfortable. I know it sounds silly, but I want y'all to feel me on this right now. Oh, yeah, nigga made a pizza. Well, I was hungry. Okay, fuck that shit. Okay, bang. Nah, I know like
his entire fridge is drinks. He's got no food. He's got no food at all in the fridge. He's got 700 different drinks and no food.
y'all like, come on, man. Why you got nothing but drinks in your shit? Why you ain't got no food? I'm gonna tell you why. See, when different women come over,
is that in the bottom drawer there? Is that like those squeeze drinks? I used to have those in the 90s. Like the Kool-Aid, they had the twist top plastic. You twist it off the top and you squeeze it into your mouth. Is that what that is down there in the bottom left?
different women like different things, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So like, for the mature, this real talk, for the mature chick, you know, over 30, who still drinks juice, you hit her with the Mystic. They always get Mystics. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even know Mystic still existed. I haven't seen one in the last decade. Do they still exist? I mean, this is a 16-year-old video. I wonder if they even still make them.
And the Snapples, that's for like the suburban chicks. You know, they come over here, they be like, oh my God, Chai City, like, do you have anything to drink? And then I'm like, yeah.
All right, the best part about the video is that you can tell no one drinks it. It just sat that he stocked it. There ain't no women coming over his place. It's full. No one came over his place to drink his drinks. It's completely stocked. So no one arrived to drink. He's... I mean, obviously, this is supposed to be like a comedy video, right? Like he's joking, Italian tile floor, Egyptian chrome trash can, and this is just common stuff. That's from, you know, I get it. It's comedy. People like it, but that's just hilarious. All right, next video.
Say nice things about me? Because I will tase her if necessary.
Uh-oh.
I have the taser. We haven't had to use it in a long time. But
I said lots of nice things.
In the early 90s, Nickelodeon was kid everything. And you better hope that your house had cable.
Wasn't there to educate you. We were there to have fun,
Mark
to
Summers.
get slime, to be entertained.
And this is when Dan Schneider arrives. Nickelodeon's
Yeah, I
golden
know
boy.
about this story. I don't know the full story, but I definitely know about the story, like what's going on, is that there's a huge scandal right now with Nickelodeon that they're discovering that all those kids shows that they produced in the 2000s, that there was like massive abuse of the kids. Like the producers and the people involved were actually, some of them they're saying they're being accused of things like pedophilia, and that they would make the kids do fucked up stuff behind the scenes of these shows and everything, and no one knew that was going on. And now it's finally being exposed. Like this whole big thing is being exposed. And, you know, much like a lot of things, Hollywood in general, these things probably have gone on for the longest time and no one ever knew about them. And of course the kids, you know, they shut up. They're, you know, they're not going to say anything, or maybe they just don't know any better. And then years later when they're adults, they realize, oh my God, all this effed up stuff happened. Right?
These shows that were hugely successful for them.
No one had ever really done sketch comedy starring kids for kids.
This is the
He
guy,
launched
yeah.
The careers of child actors who became major stars.
For 20 years, he shaped children's entertainment and culture.
Thank you for being here.
But that marked one of the darkest chapters.
So I guess, yeah, so this is the documentary. I don't want to watch too much of this because likely it's going to get, since this is obviously a trailer, it's going to get claimed. But if you're interested, I think this is a Netflix documentary that's coming up about this, or it's on some channel. Is this at the True Crime Channel or something? I don't know what it's on, but this is supposed to be coming out, or it is out now, where it follows this whole deal. So, and apparently, I don't know if this guy was like convicted of it or if he's just accused of it and he's going through it right now. But, you know, pretty messed up. This, again, this kind of stuff happens in Hollywood all the time, and people just don't know it. You know, you get all these accusations that get thrown around. How many people get away with it, right? All right, that's as much as we're going to watch about that because I know this thing's going to end up getting blocked or claimed. Just like this next video, too. Like, I'm interested in it. But we've watched videos before from... Isn't this supposed to be from Barstool? But now it's One Bite Pizza Reviews, so maybe they changed the channel that they do it on because it used to be on, like, Barstool. This... Last time I watched one of these, it got blocked and claimed. So let's see if we can watch this or not. Where's this? St. Petersburg, Florida. The Violet Stone. Davey Page views. This guy is a character, right? Because this is the guy who actually owns Barstool, I think. Dave Portnoy, is that his real name?
All right, One Bite Ever Knows rules. The Violet Stone wood-fired pizza. That generally means it's going to be super thin and a little floppy. This I love. That sign, caution, well done pizza. I like it well done. They're from Philly, been here about a year.
My name's Brittany, me and my husband are.
You guys, how long have you had it for?
Just a year.
Oh, new.
Started out as a pizza truck. And
How long do you have the truck for?
6 months.
So you went 6 months truck to here. He just said, let me throw you a cheesesteak because we make great cheesesteaks. So here we go. Oh! Damn, I wasn't expecting it to look like that. He said it's the best.
Look at that char.
Now they knew it was me, he overdid it.
Nah, dude, that looks amazing. So he lifts it up, zero flop, but it's not hard. It means that it's going to be a doughy, chewy bite where you're going to have a crunchiness on the bottom with a char flavor. You've got your, notice around the edge of the crust, you've got a line of sauce. That's how traditional Italian pizza is. It always has the line of sauce right near the crust. The bubbly cheese that's cooked well is going to have flavor to it. Like, that's pretty close to really authentic, good stuff right there.
He overdid that slice. That slice is too burnt. Is it always as burned?
It's, yeah.
He did say well done.
Though.
I love it. Well done. Let's give it a shot. Okay. I think he fucked this pizza up. That can't be, that's too much. I have this in my head, easy 8. Like, this is what I want pizza to look for. They overdid the crust. That's too burned on the crust. Did they know this was me, is the question.
Probably. I mean, at this point, a lot of people know this guy. He's very noticeable, his face. So I guarantee that pizza places are kind of, a lot of them are probably told, hey, if this guy ever comes in, this is a guy who does an internet series that's very popular. If he says your pizza is good, you're going to get a lot of extra business. So be ready for this guy to come by, right? And when he comes by, do this thing, overcook the pizza, do this, do that, right? Like, I'm sure they probably don't usually put the basil on the pizza like that either. They just did it for him, like a little extra, right?
Was yours like that?
I got it 2 days ago. It wasn't. No.
Well, what are you doing? You didn't have pizza just now?
No, I just ordered it. I'm just waiting for it.
I gotta see what yours almost looks like.
I will wait for this pizza all day, though. So far.
That's too much, though, on the under. I gotta see what the next one looks like. Because that's too charred.
He wants to see another pizza.
That can't always be that char. That has to be an overchar, no?
Can I see it?
Yes. I think that has to be an overchar. Where'd he go? I'm thinking it has to be an overchar.
Oh, yeah. That one, definitely.
And they're all.
Okay, I got you. I actually have one in right now.
Because I'm right? That's not how it normally is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna redo this. Did you know it was
We're
me?
working with a new one.
Did you know it was me?
What's that?
Did you know it was me?
No. We had 2 guys.
Because I love it, Charlie. Like, that's how I thought it was, but that's too.
He burned all the
I'm gonna redo
pizzas.
it.
Oh my god. It's not getting claimed, so maybe this new channel doesn't get claimed. He's going to do a second try. Oh, he's eating the cheesesteak. They gave him a Philly cheesesteak because they're from Philly.
On days I'm doing 15 pizza reviews because I only have so much in the tank, you know? Just burn my hand a little. One bite cheesesteak review. You want to see how this compared to the best in Philly. It was a great cheesesteak.
He said, I'm going to do one bite, and then he took 2.
Yeah, I mean... Without knowing anything about Tampa, St. Pete, I gotta assume by far this is the best cheesesteak that you can get here. Like, by far. Like, this is,
You can't stop eating. You know it's good, but you just can't stop eating.
9-2 cheesesteak. Have you had the cheesesteak? Spectacular. This is a real deal Philly cheesesteak. Spectacular.
Nice. So did he get his second pizza?
That's the undercarriage that way, way better. Let me cool it off. Still looks great. People are gonna be like, Dave, you have a black heart. That's what they say. Like, I'm a mean guy. I have never done what I just did, which is a total, I got the pizza, ate it. I'm like, I need a new one. I'm not gonna score the first one because it's a mom and pop, husband-wife combo. Been here for a year. The pizza looks great, and I got a bad pie. It was just too burned on the, you couldn't eat it. It was inedible.
Too much char. All you could taste was the char. I get that.
Wait, redo it. Let's give this a new score. And that is what the undercarriage is supposed to look like. So
some char, not totally char.
Back to the violet song. Also, I consider myself a marketing guy. I asked, and they're like, because their cheesesteak is as good as you can get in Philly. I gave it a 9.2. Like, the bread reminded me of Angelo's. We're in St. Pete, like Tampa area. For me, there's a lot of East Coast people, a lot of Philly people, Boston, New York. They should make it very well known that they're authentic Philly people, which they are, and they're like doling out authentic cheesesteaks. I feel like
I guarantee you, within 2 days, their business has quadrupled. They probably have people lining up out the door to get food now because this guy gets this many views in a day or two, and everyone in that area is going to want to go eat there. People are probably driving to get the food now.
they have a line around the corner. They said no. They're like, we don't think that's good. It sounds corny. Have you ever thought of like incorporating Philly into, like, you guys have a super Philly spot?
I think it, like, I don't know, like the tagline Philly style, I think that's corny.
I think it would be a big selling point. What do you know? One bite, everybody knows the rules. Here's the take 2. So this is my kind of pizza. Can you give an 8-1 on a take 2? It's a question. It's a metaphorical question. Or do I have to go 7-9?
All right, I think we've seen enough, but the pizza looks amazing. Sadly, I would have eaten the charred one too. Like, I like char on my pizza as well, so I probably would have eaten the charred piece, no problem.
All right, so let's dumb this down for just 1 second, because I want to ask a question.
Darn, I was supposed to fast forward to a certain part in this video, and I can't remember the part. I think it's supposed to be like a minute or 2 in. Let's just go like a minute in.
Question, and so I'll try to address it this way. So there's a line in the New Testament where Christ says that no one comes to the Father except through him, which is a hell of a thing for anyone to say. I mean, there's a lot of statements in the New Testament that are strikingly strange in that manner. I am the way and the truth and the life. That's another one. It's associated with the same idea.
Yeah, and we'll get to some of the New Testament,
Old Testament stuff. So here's the idea, and it bears on your question, although I don't exactly know how. It's as if there's a spirit at the bottom of things that is involved in the bringing to being of everything. So for example, people talk about evolution as a random process, but that's not true. It's not true. The mutations are random, but there's also a lot of other sources of genetic variation. But the selection mechanisms are not random. So now then the question is, what are the selection mechanisms? So
I thought the question was, what's the definition of God? He's talking about selection mechanisms of evolution. Okay.
I'm going to have to go a bunch of places to answer this
Survival
question.
mostly,
Here's one selection mechanism.
Yeah.
It's like, so human females are very sexually selective. That's why you have twice as many female ancestors as male ancestors. So the male failure rate for reproduction is twice that of the females. Okay, so the question is, well, how is it that males succeed differentially? And the first answer is, well, females reject. Human females reject. But then the question might be, well, they reject on the basis of what? And the answer is...
He still hasn't answered the question. I'm waiting for... Can I fast forward, I guess? Is he ever going to answer the question?
And so men will organize themselves into groups and privilege certain men. And that
All right, you're still not answering the question. Let's fast forward a little further.
has to do with the nature of consciousness itself. And I would say that I think that's true. Is I believe the biological case, and I believe the biologically reductive case, but I don't think that exhausts it. I think that there's a metaphysical layer underneath that the biology is a genuine reflection of. And that's the sort of the macrocosm above and the microcosm below. That we are really reflective, including in our consciousness, of something about the structure of reality itself. And that might involve whatever it is that God is.
Well, so that's why I think this is so interesting, because what you're doing there, especially at the end, is you're giving it a little room to say, I don't know, right?
Well, you have to.
Yeah, but I think that's what people don't want to grant you.
Well, this is why I don't like the question. Do you believe in God? Right. It's like, well, that's like, to me that question is always like, well, what makes you so sure that you know that God exists? Right. It's like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not willing to claim that certainty, you know, but I laid out the argument. I don't know what you think.
So what do you think about when he takes it all the way to that end, and then there's that little space at the end?
I mean, again, I don't think that that's severely problematic in terms of just general religious thought. I mean, the general religious thought going back thousands of years, and this is why when you look at Aquinas' proofs of God, what he comes to is he says basically what you say, which is if you go down deep enough, then you get to something. And that something is what we call God. So he doesn't say God, the Bible starts from the premise God exists and he created the universe. Aquinas starts from, we have a universe, what says God is there? And he says, well, when you go all the way down deep enough, there has to be a force that lies behind the combined logic of the universe, and that thing is what we call God, right? And so he's trying to reason his way back to first principles. And I think that the case for God...
this makes a lot more sense. The way he's saying it makes a lot more sense than when Peterson was just kind of like taking so long to get to the point that it didn't make sense. This is more concise.
Not in the way that we think of him as like a jolly bearded guy in the sky who like takes care of all of our problems or anything, but the idea that there is a logos, right? There's a structure, a fundamental structure to the way life is, and there is a reason and a fundamental purpose to why life is, and what lies below that you can call God. And that
consciousness has some association with it.
Well,
all right. So basically, what they're saying is, to them, they believe that there is some kind of a intangible thing behind life that's a commonality, the design of life, and they call that God. They're not saying God is a person, or God is an entity, or God is a embodiment of anything. That God could actually be something that is the design of life behind all of it, right? But even then, like Peterson said, I'm not sure. So he's not sure, but that's what he thinks, thinking from a scientific perspective. That's pretty open-minded. Like, I believe, isn't Peterson Christian? And I guess Ben Shapiro there, is he Jewish? Because he's wearing, I believe that's a yarmulke. That's interesting because in both of their religions, that's not the case. I can tell you right now, growing up a Roman Catholic, I was outright told, no, there is a God. There is only one God. Is an entity that is, or not even an entity, like he's not really a person, but, they exist 100%. And yes, it's based on faith, and that's the truth, and you got to believe it. There was no discussion of God as a disembodied design that evolution followed to create life. Never. And you'll never find that in any religious book. You'll never find that in a religious school. You'll never hear someone say that in a church. You know what I mean? Like, I've never heard that before. That's something that I heard much later on in my life as I got to like university, studies and things like that. It's interesting to hear these two guys literally say that, because it feels so different from what you would hear someone considered to be more religious say. That's interesting. All right. I get it. That was pretty interesting. All right. Well, guys, that is it for part 2. I hope you enjoyed it. I believe we have like 4 Ultra member videos left, and then we can get to the submission level tier. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you're enjoying, and I'll see you in part 3 of DSP versus the internet. Okay. I need to blow my nose because I'm about to sneeze. It's really bothering me. So let me do that fast, and then we have, I believe, 1 shout out to do, and then we can continue. Sorry, I gotta blow my nose. Okay. Oh. My apologies, because it's very hot today in Washington State, so this room is incredibly warm, and it's actually, my sinuses are bothering me because of it, so I might have to do that a few times during the show. Yes, I'm aware that today is St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to any of you who are enjoying and maybe celebrating the holiday. Okay. I received a $1 tip. Oh, here we go. The Nickelodeon docuseries starts streaming on Max tomorrow. I'm interested to see you watch it with Kat and do a review of it on your React channel. Interesting. I didn't know that. See, here's the thing. For me, I'll be honest, I'm not that interested. And the reason being, I stopped watching Nickelodeon in the early 90s. Like, I watched the first half of the 90s shows like Salute Your Shorts and Guts and Double Dare and The Adventures of Pete and Pete. By the time that era of the children's sitcoms hit Nickelodeon in the early 2000s, I aged out of it. I was in my 20s playing Street Fighter. So I don't know anything about any of those people, nor do I really care. I know it happens in Hollywood. It's sad that it did, and probably still does to this day. But I really, for me, I don't even know who those people are, so it's not interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? But, maybe you are interested. It's interesting to know that that's on Max. I didn't even know that was going to be on Max. What is going on with it? Why? Deanna Schneider is the guy's name. Who? The guy who's being accused in that documentary? Okay. All right. Okay, are we ready to continue? Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 56. We're now entering part 3, which may be the end of the Ultra member submissions, depending. I think we're near the end of them here. Let's just jump right into them. Rarest? What does that mean? So this is a body cam from January 11th, 2021, so 3 years ago.
All right, Mr. Williams. I'm gonna get you to sign for me right here on the X. It's just gonna be reckless driving. Nah, I gotta give you a ticket. You almost hit the back of my patrol car, man. You did. We got dash cams rolling. Wow. You guys are flying. You're going over 100 miles an hour down on Metro. Can I please get a warning? Please. You gotta get the ticket.
He's
man.
begging for a warning.
Come on now.
I don't think I can take the ticket.
Why can't you take a ticket? Bro, there's people that make $20,000 a year and take tickets.
I just got my license. It ain't about the money. You can have it. It ain't about nowhere near about the money.
Just take the ticket, man.
Body cam Young Thug goes back and forth with a cop over a ticket. So this is 3 years ago. So Young Thug, I'm assuming, is a rapper. Did you hear what he said? So he's already in trouble for his license. If he gets the ticket, he thinks he might lose his license. But wouldn't the cop know that? Wouldn't the cop have looked it up in the system and showed that if he gets another ticket or another infraction that he loses his license or whatever?
Well, how about if I do 100 push-ups?
100 push-ups? Nah, I can't do that.
How about if I do 100 push-ups? What are you talking about?
I got.
Let's race.
In the cars?
No. No.
Foot race?
Yeah. If I beat
I got this gear
you, no
on.
ticket. If
I
you
got
beat
this
me,
gear on. But hey, here's the thing, man.
2,000.
Is why should you be treated any different than anybody else?
Because
you know, my beats over on Lakewood, those people are struggling. I give them tickets too.
Right. But
so why should you be treated any different?
Because I'm a taxpaying citizen.
So am I.
So is everyone else.
GSP always ticks me.
I wouldn't ever give you a ticket.
But you're not in my position. How's it gonna look if I go out on my beat on Lakewood and I ticket someone who works 80 hours a week for $20,000 a year, but I'm not gonna ticket you? It doesn't make sense. So you gotta see where I'm coming from, man. I can't be sideways.
I understand where you're coming from.
So.
Well, I guess the question is, why does he want to get out of the ticket? If he really is like a popular rapper who has a lot of money, why does he care about the ticket? If what he says is true, and if he gets the ticket, he might like lose his license. The cop would know that, and the cop would be like, "Well, not only am I giving you this ticket, but now this means that you also lose your license, so you can't drive home." Right? So I'm a little confused about the situation. Obviously, it's real. This is a real dash cam, but I don't know. I don't understand the whole situation here. I'm confused. Right? I don't know. I just don't get why he's trying to get out of the ticket to begin with. Who cares? If you're a freaking rich rapper, who gives a shit? Get a ticket every day. And who cares, right? He probably could fart and make enough money to pay that ticket, right? So who cares? I'm being told he's actually currently in jail in Atlanta. He's in jail right now. Oh, maybe he took a few more tickets. I guess maybe that's what happened. All right, let's continue. Wait, did he actually get the ticket? Let's fast forward. I think he probably had to take the ticket, right?
$20 a night?
Yeah, but I paid.
What if you hit one of them? You would have ended their life for no reason.
Right.
He took it.
I'll give you a copy of this real quick, and then you guys can be on your way to get to the club.
You realize he ain't gonna get out of it.
From our point of view, man. All right, I hope you have a good night.
He's pissed. I don't get it. I can't get out of tickets because I'm a rapper. All right, so this is good because I haven't seen this yet. Alone in the Dark trailer. All right, this game comes out in a couple weeks, and it's a big question mark if I'm going to play it. Depending on this trailer, this may determine if I play it or not. So let's check this out.
What are you doing, child? You shouldn't be alone.
Who are you? Are you here for the Fay Dodo?
The what?
I love games where there are different endings. You know, I love games where you can really choose your own adventure.
Wow, and they certainly got his face scan down. David Harbour here, right? Looks exactly like the real guy.
Or affect the world, or the world affects you. That and the gameplay certainly are the power of games, apart from movies.
One of the most important parts of the game is...
I'm going to pause it every few seconds because I want to make sure we don't get like blocked or claimed because this is officially from the PlayStation channel. I don't know if it's a good sign that this only has 73,000 views in 2 weeks though, right? Wonder what's up with that.
Place. It's at its very core a haunted mansion story.
Okay.
That's why we need to make sure that we recreate Yoseto again.
I think
a haunted
what
mansion
I'm most
story.
drawn to is the different characters because they are all so fully fleshed out, so colourful. And
Keep in mind this game got delayed like 3 times. At first it was supposed to come out like earlier last year. Then it was I think the original delay pushed it to Halloween of last year, but then they said they didn't want to compete with Alan Wake 2. So then they pushed it to January, and then it got delayed from January to the end of this month. So I don't know if that's a good sign or not, right?
Vibrant and...
Oh, and I've never played an Alone in the Dark game, so I don't know if this ties into any previous games from the franchise or if it's its own standalone thing. I don't know anything about it.
I really do feel like when Emily meets a new character, the world is completely changed.
I relish the darkness. I think it suits me.
At the start of the game, you get to choose if you want to play as Edward or Emily.
Okay.
And the route you take will be slightly different depending on who you choose.
So basically it lends itself to 2 playthroughs to see both sides of the story. Okay.
The people
I agree, the graphics look a generation behind. They don't look like modern graphics. They look okay.
at Yoseto will react differently to you depending on who you play.
Detective Conby, good to see you again. Solved your case yet? Hey, little lady, how's your evening been going?
Drunk as
Ups
shit.
and downs, I suppose. You know, and I got to kind of see pictures of all the characters before we started, so to now be able to hear...
March 20th it comes out? Holy shit, really? It comes out in 3 days? I had no idea it comes out in 3 days. Oh my god. Oh boy. Anyway.
Kind of VO of all of them is really exciting.
I feel like so many of these AAA titles are, you know, just like very straightforward. There was something about this particular brand of games that was very unexpected. It just had a kind of life to it, and a kind of...
What's weird is it looks like a detective game like L.A. Noire, but apparently it's like a supernatural twist game. But what's the actual gameplay? They haven't shown any. You notice that? They're not showing anything.
Weirdness to it that I really liked.
Emily, don't worry. I think I'm close. I'm gonna set everything right.
Just be careful.
Yeah, March 20th. Oh my god. March 20th. I didn't know. I didn't know. I had no idea it was coming out this week. I mean, I'd definitely like to play it, but we have to get through the current RPGs we're pushing for. Maybe, okay, here's what we'll do. It's definitely a maybe for me because I like that style of game. I do. I think it would be an entertaining playthrough regardless if the game is great or not. I think we'd still have a good time with it. But we have to finish what I'm working on now. So we have to finish the RPGs. Once those are done, then we can determine if I play this along with the other new game I'm starting Friday and then whatever. All right? Because I am excited. That looks interesting. Like, that's the kind of game that I probably, even if it's not a great game, I probably still like it, you know? So, okay.
Hey, it's Dry Bear. And the Dragon's Dogma 2 character creator has been out for a couple of days, so today I wanted to go through all of the best and worst looks that we've seen.
If I play the game on Friday, I'm going to be doing this on Thursday on my day off. My wife and I'll make my character, and she's going to make a pawn for me. And then that's what we're going to go with. That way I don't have to do it when I play it on Friday.
From the online communities will range from some really awesome character designs, some public figures you might recognize already, and then some I don't even know. Horrors unleashed upon humanity that shouldn't see the light of day. I'm gonna do my best to mix it up so we keep a nice pace as we go through the video. The cool feature about Dragon's Dogma 2 is it's actually going to be released alongside Starfield. This is Todd Howard and it's surprisingly well made. It's even got his look down, that look of disapproval when you don't buy Skyrim. But someone has also managed to create a Lita Battle Angel, some attempts at Baldur's Gate 3 characters like Asterion, the beloved half-elf Shadowheart, 1, 2, which I can't really tell what she's looking at here, and there has been many attempts at Bay Zell. Some that I think pulled it off pretty nicely considering the availability for the squash and stretch on the face, some that got the jawline just about right, but the other proportions seem a little bit strange, and some that are just happy to be here. I think this Daenerys Targaryen looks awesome, and they did a great job capturing her aesthetic. And they've got some pretty cool Targaryen vibes across the board. I think Gandalf's a nice addition too, especially if you're gonna have a cast versus party. You may as well have the Greybeard. This one kind of
have Gandalf be your pawn. He's a freaking wizard and shit. That'd be actually pretty dope.
Reminds me of like a Gandalf / Dumbledore hybrid, but it's in the right vein. Someone snapped a
Dumbledore. Dumbledore.
Shot of Mike Tyson on his way to fight Jake Paul. The Beastren have some pretty cool customizations.
Beastren, that's what it's called. There's a cat race in the game called the Beastren.
Well, and there's actually not as many of these online as I thought there were going to be, but there are some cool presentations. You have 2 different fur options for them, and some of them definitely look like if they were to lick up some milk, it would get stuck in their beard. The fur overall looks great, and some of the treatments, like the scars and the tattoos and the actual markings, do make a pretty interesting impact on the way the fur is presented. Some of them have some very unique looks to them, and I sometimes feel like they're in a costume versus actually being a Beastren. I think that comes down to how far you can stretch the proportions. There's some pretty cool classes that you could make for the Beastren as well, and the presentations I think could match them nicely. And they have a pretty interesting range of lion.
I like that look of that one.
But I'm surprised I haven't seen any Elden Ring Malekiths. Maybe they're out there, but I just haven't run into any presentations for that yet. And some of them are just way too fluffy. You can see what I mean by how the presentation of the markings appear on the fur, depending on what kind of fur you choose.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, that doesn't look right at all. Like, how could that even be on the fur? Is that paint? Maybe like it's painted on the fur. It's definitely not tattoo. You know, it is kind of weird
where they line up, because you would think that a tattoo like this on top of fur wouldn't present as well as it does here, but I guess with the short fur version you have for the Beastren, it does show up quite nicely. And I can imagine they went through a lot of iteration to make markings.
All right, it's a lot of Beastren. Let's get past. Oh God, what's that?
Powerful character. If he ever gets a hold of you with his one tooth, you're done for. This reminds me of in the cartoons where the character swallows something whole and you can see the shape of the food going down their throat. And I think this is supposed to be
it is
the
him.
Emote of Keck W.
Yeah, it's him.
And suddenly I just don't feel safe anymore. I need assistance. The physical embodiment of never skipping leg day.
It's the Street Fighter 6 avatar creator all over again is what it is. The insane proportions you can make, right?
Street Fighter's Blanca, if he was actually a fruit that was left out to rot for too long. But that's not all that's possible. Some people are making some very interesting and attractive characters that I think show some really wide ranges of the human body. And they must have gone through so much work to try and represent different nationalities, bone structure.
Do they have like any, I want to see if there's any like Oh, that's an orc. For like Lord of the Rings. That's cool. I want to see if there's any like, oh, here we go. This is what I want to see. What actual like licensed characters have they ripped off? That's what I want to see.
Boy, just gloriously incandescent.
Oh my God.
There's a character for you if you just really hate the Saiyan monkeys and you don't like Kakarot. I think this is supposed to be Frieza. There's also some really good representations of more public figures. I think this one has a similar striking to Christian Bale. This one looks pretty darn close to Ian McShane, a young Jake Gyllenhaal, of course. Wake the fork up, samurai! Keanu Reeves, Nicolas Cage, if you feel like stealing the Declaration of Independence. And depending on where you live, you could actually be playing Putin's Dogma 3. This one's pretty close to Ryan Gosling as well.
That actually
Plus
does
some
look just like Ryan
striking
Gosling.
resemblances to Timothy from the Dune movies. Plenty of different takes that take a different presentation of the bone structure and expression, and some with their own spin on top of it all. By Starfield. There's an extensive collection of characters that are just kind of normal characters that are custom creations by people that I think have a cool look, and again represent the wider range of ethnicities and visual looks. But depending on the vocation that you choose and how you set up your character, I think you can really create some fun, unique.
All right, cool. Unless there's one cool at the end to see. Oh God, these are like the huge, hideous. Oh no, what? They made fucking handsome Squidward?
Take your pick on which one you like more. This
Handsome
is either
Squidward.
a take on Joker
Whoa,
or it's Kefka.
Kefka.
Some people even made the Kenjaku or Getu visual from JJK, complete with the scar across the forehead. You got young Kratos, sad Kratos, and Leon S. Kennedy in
looks
about
just
1,000
like Leon,
different
wow.
formats. You have to wonder if they put that hair in just for him. This guy kind of reminds me of Leroy from Tekken. And then the Sorcerer Supreme slash Mimic Tier slash Android that stares deep into your soul. Some very good representations of Devil May Cry's Nero. That hairstyle fits him so perfectly.
You know what? He kind of looks like a young Dolph Lundgren, right? Okay, let's go to the next video. This is the last one for Ultra members, I think, this week.
Come on, man, you do this all the time. What about dignity?
We'll give you bonus points for difficulty.
Freestyle dignity.
Wait, dignity nightmare, right?
Yes, of course.
Don't bother me. 18 years ago, this has to be one of the earliest YouTube videos. Don't bother me. As a kid is playing, I don't think this is Dance Dance. Is this one of the other ones? There's a lot of different Bamani dance games and things back in the day. So I don't think this is DDR. It might be another one. Or is it DDR? I can't tell. From the cabinet, I can't tell. It's really DDR.
Oh, yeah. Go, Smidgen. Go, Smidgen.
It sucks they didn't have good cameras back then. It looks like shit, you know? This is an HD. It'd be really good. He's a good dancer while he's also playing the game, which is crazy. What's funny, though, is that's not a hard difficulty. That's an easier difficulty of the game, but he's doing that so that he could do the freestyle dance he's doing while he does it. Jesus! That's cool. Oh, what song this is. He's a really good dancer. I think he's hitting everyone. I can't tell because I'm not familiar with this version of the game, so I'm not sure if this is like an endless combo he's getting or not, or if he made a few mistakes. But it doesn't really matter as long as he build the song. The crazy dancing he's doing, I mean. Yeah, whenever I play DDR, I'd usually put it on the hardest difficulty, and that shit is just like endless fucking. You gotta go crazy on the fucking thing to be able to do it. So it's not real dancing; it's more of an athletic challenge, and you burn a ton of calories. I mean, there were times I was playing DDR, I'd walk away soaked in sweat. It's like disgusting as shit, but it's like, dude, I got to work out playing that. Wow! A full frontal flip to finish the last hit. That was awesome. Yep, that's it. So that's it for the Ultra member submissions for this week. So, okay. Well, guys, good Ultra member submissions. This is actually a good place probably. Well, it's a little early to split the part. All right, hold on. Let me get the second playlist set up for you guys. These will be the standard member submissions for the week. Yeah, we got time for at least another one here. And no, I never did anything like that back in the day. I just played the base game, and like I said, I would play it at a high difficulty. It was it was like a workout for me when I played it. I didn't do real dance moves or anything when I played DDR, so. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to swap over to the standard member submissions for the week. Excuse me, I should say the submissions tier submissions. So everything we watched up to now was an Ultra member submission guaranteed to be watched. Now it's a randomized playlist of everyone else in the submissions tier. Thank you to those who are members of the channel who support it. Let's watch one or two of these videos before we split the part. Here we go. So crazy guy runs into the Outback tornado to take a selfie.
Alright, I've just passed Akira Station and I've just been watching this Willy Foreman. Check that out, that is one of the big horns I've seen in a few years. That is absolute daredevil status right there.
So that's... what's that considered? Is that a tornado? Is that a twister? Is that, like, I don't know the terminology because there's different things, right? Like, that doesn't look that big, but maybe it's just perspective-wise, it's much bigger than it looks. I can't tell. How far out is that? I can't tell.
What do I do?
A dust devil?
Jesus Christ! That is huge! That is absolutely huge!
So there, that right there, that's epic, right? Like, that's a freeze frame that's all over the internet as like a memeable image that's used everywhere, correct? I've seen that in many places. I just didn't know what it was from. It's from this video. All right, you might want to get out of here now. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Damn. Is this real? Is this real or is this fake? It looks kind of fake now. I can't tell if it's real or not. It looks like CGI to me now. Does it not? Yeah, it's fake. Look at the glass. That's totally fake. So this video was faked all along? It's totally fake. Because look at the cracks on the glass. That's not real. You could tell that's completely computer generated. So I had no idea that that video was fake. Because I've seen that meme a million times. But I had no idea it was fake. I thought it was real. Oh, man. Well, that's kind of disappointing knowing that that's fake now. Man. Why'd you have to ruin it for me? I like it. All right, well, there you go.
LEDs don't get their color from their plastic covers. And you can see that because here is a transparent LED that also glows the same red color. The color of the light comes from the electronics themselves. The casing just helps us tell different LEDs apart.
In 1962, General Electric engineer Nick Holonyak created the first visible LED. It glowed a faint red. A few years after that, engineers at Monsanto created a green LED. But for decades, all we had were those two colors. So LEDs could only be used in things like indicators, calculators, and watches. If only we could make blue. Then we could mix red, green, and blue to
get
make
all the
white,
colors.
and every other color, unlocking LEDs for every type of lighting in the world, from light bulbs to phones to computers to TVs to billboards.
But blue was almost impossible to make.
Why?
Throughout the 1960s, every big electronics company in the world...
Oh, man. Dude, it's 33 minutes long. You guys keep hitting me with good videos that there's no way we can watch on this show. I would totally like to watch this, but I can't watch a 33-minute video on a clip show. Like, damn it. So what was so hard about it? And by the way, it didn't do the timestamps, so this sucks.
And made 3 radical breakthroughs to create the world's first blue LED.
Okay. What are they?
Shuji Nakamura was a researcher at a small Japanese chemical company named Nishia. They had recently expanded into the production of semiconductors to be used in the manufacture of red and green LEDs. But by the late 1980s, the semiconductor division was on its last legs. They were competing against far more established companies in a crowded market, and they were losing. Tensions started to run high. Younger employees begged Nakamura to create new products, while senior workers called his research a waste of money. And at Nishia, money was in short supply. Nakamura's lab mainly consisted of machinery he had scavenged and welded together himself. Phosphorus leaks in his lab created so many explosions that his co-workers had stopped checking in on him. By 1988, Nakamura's supervisors were so disillusioned with his research that they told him to quit. So it was out of desperation that he brought a radical proposal to the company's founder and president, Nobuo Ogawa. The elusive blue LED that the likes of Sony, Toshiba, and Panasonic had all failed at. What if Nishia could be the one to create it? After suffering loss after loss...
And then he failed. Nah, he probably did it, but I mean, I'm not going to watch this whole video. Look how long this is, and how technical this shit probably is, right? Ugh. Is this the biggest spike?
Aluminum gallium nitride, a compound with a larger band gap that could block electrons from escaping the well once inside.
All right, I'm never going to understand this. Sorry, I tried. You got me at the aluminum bitride electron. No, I'm never going to understand the tech. All right. Guys, that's part 3 of the show for this week. I hope you were enjoying, and if you are, thank you so very much for watching. Consider becoming a member of this channel, and then you can submit clips for next week's show. That is the way that this channel basically is funded, is through membership. So thank you very much, and I will see you in the next part. Okay, this is a good opportunity. By the way, Derek is taking off. See you later, Derek. Number 1, let's split the part. Number 2, I need to pee. And number 3, I have a shout out to do. So we can do all 3 of those things, okay? So let me go pee quickly. I'll just mute the mic. I'll go pee. I'll be right back. And then we will do the shout out, and then we will continue with the show, the second half, okay? Cool, I'll be right back. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. Okay, everybody, I am back, and let's continue. I have 2 shout-outs to do, and then we get to the next part, okay? What's up, Blackjack? How are you? Okay, so, first of all, I received a $5 tip from Only Iced Infinite. Why don't you stream on Kick? You get 95% of the sub money, and you get a bigger audience. Number 1, because Kick is completely unmoddable. Like, you cannot moderate over there, correct? Am I right in saying that? That's what people have told me, is that when you're on Kick, basically the chat just does whatever it wants. And as you know, with the amount of trolls that I have, literally the entire Kick experience would be just trolling. And how is that fun? Like, my audience wouldn't even be able to interact with me because it would just be constant trolling and horrible things like doxing and racism. I wouldn't be able to stop it. That's number one. Number two, I don't believe that I would have any more of an audience on Kick than I have here or anywhere else. I think that's nonsense. And number three, the business model for Kick can't possibly last forever because they're paying so much out to their creators that likely the bubble will eventually burst and then it won't be tenable anymore. And if I move my whole audience over to Kick and then Kick goes under, that's not going to be very good, right? I don't know why you think that there's like a big opportunity on Kick. I don't think there is. Like, Kick would be for like younger streamers who are trying to get viral audiences. That is how Kick really would work better. I don't think that it would work for my kind of content. But maybe I'm wrong. All right? Let me know. If I'm completely wrong on this, let me know. Okay? All right. Darcy X says, my bad on the blue LED video. I found a shorter version. I forgot to change the link. All right. Well, it is what it is. I like the subject matter, but there's no way we can watch 33 minutes. Okay. And I received a $1 tip from Better Call Darth Maul. Speaking of which, what is your favorite color? Don't necessarily have a favorite, but I would say blue or red or black are my three favorites. Like, I don't particularly like green or purple or orange that much. There you go. Okay. I say that as I'm wearing a green shirt, by the way. All right. So at $38 in tips so far. Thank you, guys. Remember, if we hit that goal, I'll put on some Gunner glasses for you. Great ways to support the stream today would be super chats, which we have 0 right now, right? No one has super chatted yet, so I don't see that. Memberships, gifted memberships, or tips, all appreciated. And it would be great if we could hit that tier 1 goal of tips at least by the end of the stream. That would be amazing. And thanks to those, again, who are members of the channel, who are supporting this channel and allowing the show to be viable. Let's continue. How do you tip? Type exclamation point tip into the chat, and a link should generate that should explain how.
That money, I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 56. We are now into the submissions tier, meaning this is everyone at the submissions tier membership on this channel had an equal chance to submit a clip, and this is a randomized playlist. So we'll see what order we go, and we'll see what's up next. Here we go. What is next? I don't know. Let's find out.
Nobody cares about you. I remember growing up, just feeling different. I always feel like I'm left out of things. Growing up, I used to always care about
What a stupid society, huh?
And put others
What a dumb way to
first.
live.
When I used to go out and play with my friends at the park, or when there's
This
snack
is
time
ultra
and
depressing. What an ultra depressing video. Life rant. Keviso Litty 4 months ago. A guy who just sits in his car and talks, and it's like super depressing.
I used to always go to the corner store and buy a lot of snacks and drinks. And when I would get back to the park, I would share with everybody. And everybody would be happy. And I would make sure I give everybody a bag of chips. And if they didn't want something to eat, I would give them a drink. And you know, when we're all kids, we just eat chips and drink hugs. Back when chips used to be $0.25 and a small hug drink would be $0.25. Those were the good times. And I remember during class when
How old is he? Like 47 or something? Because even when I was a kid, I don't think that a bag of chips was $0.25. I'm serious. Like, maybe in the early days when I went to arcades, so like the late 80s, there would be vending machines where $0.25 you get a bag of chips. Well, I mean, that was so long ago. This guy looks like he's 20. But what place did he live that stuff was $0.25, right?
I would bring a snack, and when some of my classmates didn't have nothing to eat and they asked me if they could get some, I would give them some of my snack, whether it's chips, cookies, or whatever I had. But I remember there were a few days where I didn't have any money. I couldn't buy my own chips and drinks. And when they had snacks and we were all playing at the park, when they had something to drink, I would ask them, can I get some chips? And they would say no. And that really got to me.
They would say no, fuck you.
All this time, I got y'all backs. I would share with everybody. But then when I'm down, when I don't have any money, when I have nothing to eat, nobody cared about me. I just sat by myself, and I just felt stupid. I just felt like I didn't really have any true friends. I didn't really have anybody that cared about me. And the same thing would happen in class if I forget to bring a snack.
I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. Is this real? Or is this like a parody? Or is this a comedy bit? I can't tell. He's hard to read. He's actually pre-deadpan. So if this is a bit and he's like faking it, he's doing a really good job because it seems genuine, does it not? But I have no clue if this is legit or not.
I didn't have money and I had nothing to eat, and I asked the same people that I share with, like, hey, can I get a piece? And they would be like, no.
He's always gonna cry now.
That's when I realized nobody cares about you in this world.
Wow.
Everybody just wants to be around you. Everybody just wants to be around you when you have money, when you can feed them, when you can help them. But the moment you're down and you don't have any money or you don't have anything, nobody sees you anymore. Nobody cares about you anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know. So people in the chat are saying it's fake. Can you tell? Like, really? It seems heartfelt, but maybe it's fake. I don't know anything about this guy.
Nobody cares. And life just sucks. I remember when I was younger, just growing up being different and just feeling like I was ugly. And I used to think, like, if I could just be average, if I could just fit in with everybody else and just get along, how life would be so much better. And I remember one time I was at the playground with my friends, and there was this one girl that came up to me and she was like, I've never met somebody as ugly as you. Like, you're so ugly.
No! Oh!
Like, you're really ugly.
Oh!
I remember telling her, I remember saying, like, I know I'm ugly. And I wish I was better looking.
Damn.
But I'm not. Nobody cares about you. And life itself is just a constant struggle. I feel like I can never get a peace of mind. There's always the next challenge.
Let's fast forward a bit and see what's like later on in the video. He's just sitting here for like 10 minutes talking. What's at the end of the video? Like here.
I don't know. It's tough. I just constantly tell myself the best thing that I could do is...
What the hell are you talking about?
Just keep holding on and just keep pushing. I just gotta take it one day at a time.
How is it comedy though?
Focus on
like I can understand if this is like a dramatic acting scene or something. It's not comedy though. Like what's meant to be funny about it? It's like ultra depressing if it's fake, which it seems like you guys are saying it is. I would say he could probably be a good actor because that's pretty good. But I don't see what's funny about this. Like there's nothing funny about someone pretending like people just completely mistreated them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's supposed to be satire. I don't know what the hell it's satirical about. It seems like a real life situation. I don't know. And again, he says the chips were $0.25, and he looks like he's 18. So I don't know. Where was he buying chips for $0.25 like a few years ago? I don't know. Man, in the middle of the pandemic, when they were handing out toilet paper for free at the corner. What? Anyway, what's this?
This is the story of Team Strike, a card counting team from Europe formed with the goal of beating casinos at high stakes blackjack.
Huh.
In this 3-part video series, you'll come along with us for the ride.
Now, I'm curious. I know at least in the United States, card counting is not allowed, right? They say if you card count, that's cheating, and if they catch you doing it, you basically lose all your winnings and they throw you out of the casino. So I wonder, because they said they did it in Europe, I wonder if it's different in Europe. I have no idea how it works.
Happens when a group of counters come together with a lot of cash and a skill that, if all goes well, could be used to win hundreds of thousands of dollars from casinos before they catch us. There are two main types of team play in the blackjack world. The first is solo team play. This is where counters will play at separate casinos, but they'll share a bankroll. This is what we did in Project Lewis, a series that is available in full on my YouTube channel. The problem with solo counting is that casinos have got really good at catching card counters. No matter what the counter is doing to try and blend in and act natural, all card counting relies on one major tell. Betting big when the count is high and betting small when the count is low.
Okay.
You might be able to be sneaky, you might be able to be subtle. Given enough time, the casino will catch you. If you've seen my videos before, you'll be used to seeing me get caught and what can happen when you are.
This is private property. Sure. This is a privately owned property.
And then there's the other type, big player / spotter team play, where the team works together in the same casino and the team members are secretly passing information between each other. Card counters, known as spotters, will play at different tables in the casino, usually betting the minimum while keeping the count. When the count gets high, they'll do some form of secret signal to let the BP know it's their time to shine. The big player sees this signal and joins the table. They place a big bet and play out the hand. The spotter will secretly communicate with the BP, either telling them the count via a code word or coding instructions of how the BP should play out the hand. When the count goes negative, the BP is given the signal to leave, and then they just wander around the gaming floor until they get another signal from a spotter to go and play.
I wonder how many of you don't know what card counting is. So when you're playing any card game, you're using a deck of cards, and a deck of cards has a certain amount of cards in it. So if you're keeping track of what cards have been played and what cards are in the dead pile because they've been played already, or what's still in the playable pile, you can narrow down your chances of what cards will be played. So in blackjack, you're trying to hit 21. Well, if a lot of the cards are out, the face cards or whatever, now you know what cards are in the deck still, you can gamble more appropriately per the odds if the odds are either more or less in your favor. And if you're completely card counting and you're good enough to track every card in the deck, you can predict almost what's going to happen on certain hands and get an easy win. So that's how it works. Now, casinos have tried many ways to combat this, right? And I don't know if you do like more than one deck and mix the cards. I don't know. It's different how it works, but it's not allowed. Like in American casinos, if you're caught counting cards, they'll just say, we have no obligation to pay you, get out, and they throw you out. So I don't know. You know, again, he's going to do it in Europe. I wonder what will happen.
To this is that everyone's consistent. The spotters are always betting small money, the big player is always betting big money, which means that the biggest tell has been totally eliminated, making it so much harder for surveillance to catch on. When I got into counting, I was introduced to a man that goes by the name Ultimate. Ultimate introduced me to more counters, and we ended up forming a small team that we called Team Strike. Team Strike first tried BP / spotter play back in March 2020. We employed the classic technique of signaling in the BP and then
in the middle of the pandemic, what was open?
Passing the count through a code word. And although we didn't get caught, we did lose a staggering $24,800 in one shoe.
Oops.
That's about a 20-minute span of play. And it was me who signaled in the BP, so I felt extra bad. I remember my team manager saying that it was his worst career shoe, and that much worse wasn't possible. This is probably a good time to mention for the new viewers that although card counting does work, you only win just over half the time. We then flew to another state where our plan to play as a team was quickly shut down due to the start of COVID-19.
Yeah.
It becomes impossible to do team play when the casinos are limiting the amount of players at each table to 3, and there were literal queues to join the table.
Right.
Fast forward a year, and I got to know a card counter by the name of Irish AP. Irish was new to counting and didn't know many counters, so Colin Jones from blackjackapprenticeship.com/Stephen gave him my number for us to connect. One day, me and Irish were having a chat, and he mentioned a casino he played at in Europe. He was describing the casino.
So they're going to this European casino to do card counting. Let's fast forward and see what happened rather than the insane setup. Okay.
In the scheme of blackjack, but I was the only person playing at my table, so I managed to take a break. Still sitting at the table, but just not playing for a while. This would normally look very weird, but I've established myself as having a very casual manner, frequently taking breaks throughout the night. Irish did eventually catch my signal, and it's a good thing too, because he won a few hands at my table.
I had no idea how difficult it is to keep an eye on all the spotters, and also just try and mix into the environment and look like I wasn't looking for Colin signals. It's just so exhausting as well, like doing that for 4 or 5 hours, just wandering around looking for Collins. It's just feels so unnatural.
Counting, signaling, betting,
Right.
counting, signaling, betting.
I agree.
Hours
I
went
agree.
by. The whole time.
When you go to a casino, you're going to go to a table, sit down and play. Okay, I lost too much money. I'm going to get up, take a break. But imagine just someone walking in a circle for like 4 hours waiting for someone to call them over because they were counting cards. Oh, now's the big hand time. Come and bet. You just look like an idiot. You're walking in a circle for hours like no, someone's going to notice that, right?
Not knowing if we were winning. It was getting near to closing time, and we started to get heat. Our BP was experiencing that classic shift in friendliness. At one point, the managers were bending over backwards to keep Irish happy. Can we get you a drink, sir? Is there anything you need, sir? But there was a definite shift. No one was being rude to Irish, but they were being less warm. Not long after that, I spotted something pretty major. I saw on one of the pit boss computers a picture of someone's driver's license. I couldn't see whose it was, but I could see that it was a UK driver's license. Now, we weren't in England, so there were very, very few people from the UK in this casino, and I was one of them. I was pretty sure it was mine. A few minutes later, Irish messaged the group chat. Guys, the owner, old guy with white hair, is watching the BJ tapes back. He's onto us. This triggered some alarm in the chat. Cash out, then buy in. Why? Mitigate risk? Do you know or guess? Anon's fear is we won't get the money if they should find out. Let's stay cool. Pretty sure they know. No cash out, stay cool. They won't have the balls to refuse. The team was split. If they were onto us, nothing we did now would change anything. We'd eventually get caught and they had our IDs, so there wasn't any benefit to stopping. Why not just keep playing and maximize the opportunity? Unless they decided to withhold the cash and refuse to pay out Irish. And let me reiterate, there has been some shady stuff that has happened in European casinos, so it was a very realistic possibility. Ultimate and Irish had a quick meeting in the toilets to discuss, and it was decided. We'd play until just before the casino closed, around 4 AM. The pit boss said the name of Anonymous. It was time to go. We each cashed out, leaving a little bit of time between each of us. I cashed out first and went to the nearby McDonald's, our meeting point.
So I just got out of the casino, and now I'm at the meeting point, and the others are gonna slowly filter.
It's funny, it's like a real life, like Ocean's 11 caper or something, right? Because they're trying to pull this off.
It looks like they're onto us. Whether or not that's the end of it is up for debate. I reckon that's us done.
As I was leaving, I checked the group chat and saw the good news. Plus £36,000. We'd won £36,000.
Nice.
Plus £36,000, cashed out, no problems. I'd later learn that in this entire first session, we were never down. We'd also won just over double our EV, which basically means we got lucky on top of the counting. The next day, we went back. We were actually placing bets about whether or not we'd all be banned. We thought it was pretty unlikely we'd get time in, but there was a chance, and as we've come to learn, never underestimate the intelligence or stupidity of casinos. We stayed at the Airbnb while we sent in our first spotter.
There's only 4 minutes left. I kind of want to see what happened. It sounds like they're going to get caught this time. This is interesting. I mean, why would you go back? I guess they can't technically take the money back. They've already cashed out the night before. But it's pretty obvious they're going to be on to you, right? After the one win, just get the hell out of there, right? I don't know. Well, maybe they wanted to get caught.
He's banned.
Irish, my friend. No. He's banned. He wasn't the only one, as when I got to the front desk, I was told that my membership had been revoked. I asked why I'd been banned, and the guy looked at the screen and in total shock said, apparently you're part of a card counting team? Thanks to good old GDPR law, I asked him to print out my profile and give it to me. And sure enough, part of a 5-person card counting team. Wait a second. Me, Ultimate, Anonymous, Irish AP.
Who's the 5th?
There's only 4 of us, which means that one poor guy
got banned. It's not part of them.
Casual night playing blackjack got banned from the casino because they thought he was on our team.
That's fucked up.
I wish I could have seen the moment that he went back to that casino and found out that he was a card counter. I later found out, and I won't go into why I know this, but the reason we were caught is because when they got suspicious, they looked at the accounts of the players and they saw that a few people were brand new members to the casino. But they had no idea how we were communicating, and they were pretty confused as to how we'd managed to win so much money. We knew the spotters joining the casino on similar dates would be a risk, but we weighed it up versus sending people over to join months in advance, and we just thought it wasn't worth doing. Having won 36k.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Of course, that's one of the things they're going to cross-reference, and that's the thing you'll never be able to avoid unless you're so elaborate with your planning that you are doing it months in advance and separate it out, I guess. Interesting. That's so sad. They banned some innocent guy. Had nothing to do with it. That was an interesting video. I wonder how, again, this is a channel, right? So I wonder how often they do this and how often they get away with it, because I'm almost positive. I don't know. See, I don't know. Is it illegal to count cards, or is it just against casino policy and the casino has the right to ban you and not have you back? But it's not illegal, like you don't get in trouble for it. I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that. So sounds to me like they got, I mean, if it was illegal, how would they be talking about it in a video? They're giving all the legal evidence that they committed a crime. So I'm assuming it's not illegal. It's just against casino policy, I guess. Right? Okay. Warhammer. This sounds familiar.
With the return of the old world come the warriors of chaos, and among their endless hordes are the corrupted forms of the chaos dragons. Available as a...
I'm just gonna say this, like, it's been interesting watching Warhammer stuff over the last few weeks because you guys have really enjoyed watching me watch this stuff and react to it, I feel. But I'm gonna be honest, I think too much of a good thing just makes it not as interesting. I mean, this is now, what, week 3, week 4 of Warhammer? So I would say maybe give it a rest for a few weeks before we bring it back. Because if there's more Warhammer every week, people are going to get bored with it, including me. Okay? Well, let's see what this is.
A mount option for Chaos Lords and Sorcerer Lords. It's an...
It is legal, but they won't let you play when they realize that you're counting cards. So basically, they have the right to ban you and throw you out, but it's not illegal to do. Okay. Interesting.
Impressive centerpiece for your army. But that classic Chaos Dragon model is getting a little long in the tooth, and that's if you can still get your hands on one. So, let's bring this model up to date and kit bash a Chaos Dragon for the old world. Jonas Cryptborn formed the basis of this model. From the Age of Sigmar range, this plastic dragon is imposing, while still being compact enough to fit within the constraints of a 60 by 100mm base. After removing the required...
So basically, what he's saying is, in Warhammer, you use the same models over and over and over, and some of them can get outdated, and so someone tried to design a new version of this one. And here it is. It's plastic pieces you separate, and then I guess you snap them together. See here.
Sides of the neck,
yeah, look at that,
faced each other. While the split neck and 2 heads were a good start, there were other chaotic mutations that could be added, such as spikes. These were mostly sourced from the same Hydra kit that supplied the necks, as well as repurposing a few of the horns cut away from the dragon heads. These spikes were clipped, trimmed, and glued across the neck and tail. While some of these were quite precariously placed, they would be reinforced somewhat later on. Nothing says chaos more than multiple eyes, and these would be added across the head and upper neck. Eye sockets were created by drilling variously sized shallow holes,
oh my God,
which allowed ball bearings of matching sizes to be superglued into them, creating the eyes. To help build up the torn neck effect.
Kit bashing is the act of mixing parts of different sets that were not meant to go together. So they're basically combining things from different kits to make this as like a hybrid. Okay.
Fact, whilst also creating support for some sculpting later, some lengths of 1mm plastic rod were attached to the lower part of the neck. But first, more drilling was done. 1mm holes were drilled into opposite sides of the necks, before gluing a couple of lengths of 1mm plastic rod at an angle so that it spanned across the neck. With the heads, necks, and eyes prepped, sculpting could begin.
Sculpting.
The goal here was to create the appearance of the flesh mutating and knitting back together following the split. This was done by first mixing up a fresh batch of green stuff and rolling it out into thin strands. These were laid out and pressed across the insides of the neck and head. Using a combination of rubber-tipped and metal tools, lines and creases were scoured into the putty before additional strands of putty were laid adjacent and across them. These were steadily built up until it created a series of interlocking strands. During this process, I made sure to use a little Vaseline over my tools and fingers. This helps to stop the putty from sticking and generally leaves a smoother finish. Once one side was completed, the putty was allowed to cure. With one side fully cured, it allowed me to proceed with the other side without...
Okay. Wings. The rider. He actually has a little rider on there.
Top. This allowed me to ensure that the torso could fit properly against both the legs and saddle before it was glued into place. From here, I could continue to build the turnus as per the instructions. Which brought me back to adding the final touches to the dragon. With all the sculpting complete, I could attach the shoulder armor that came with the original kit, but not before removing the strips of parchment first. In addition to this, a leftover torso piece from the Demon Prince kit was glued to the dragon's chest. Finally, a Marauder Horseman shield and chains were added, along with a cluster of skulls. This just helped to further that chaotic appearance of the dragon. From here, all there's left to do was to create some...
drill up his ass! Come on!
But before we take a look at the finished model, if you are enjoying this video...
drill up his butthole. So here's it painted. Let's see what it looks like after.
And here we have the completed Chaos Lord mounted on a dragon. When it came to the paint scheme, I took inspiration from the colours of the original miniature, combined with a few colour ideas taken from the Total War's Chaos Dragon. You can find all the kits and tools used to make this model in the description below, and if you have any suggestions for other...
So I guess it's supposed to be a mutated dragon. A regular dragon wouldn't have 2 heads, but this one has 2 heads, so it's like a mutant dragon or something like that. That's interesting. That's cool. I mean, it's amazing. Look at the detail in the painting. How long that must have taken to painstakingly paint that, right? Wait. All right, let's see what the next video is. See if we can squeeze it into this part before we split the part. Oh, guys, it's more Warhammer. I'm going to say, if you guys are going to submit Warhammer videos, please don't submit 2, because there's no way I'm going to watch 2 in a row. All right? And that's too much Warhammer overload.
It has something to do with the send it to me sometime if you want, or if I can get over there. Yeah, I figure I probably end up.
Oh, God, that's awful.
Yeah.
He's simulating a fire alarm. Oh, he's fooling him into thinking it's the fire alarm.
Yeah, I had a... This one. Is it you? Are you kidding me, Aiden? You are so funny.
Oh, that was it. It was a prank. All right. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching so far, DSP versus the Internet. We're 2/3 through. We still got 2 more parts to go, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the show. Thanks for watching, and again, remember, if you become a member today, you can be someone. Submit the clips for next week's show. Ultra members are guaranteed to be watched. Submission members are in this playlist we're in right now, doing random order, and we may jump around a bit. I'm thinking we have an hour left, and we'll watch a few more and then hit random again and see what happens with the order. All right, but anyway, thank you guys so much. I'll see you in the next part. Okay, guys, I just want to get up and walk around for just a minute just to stretch my legs. It's incredibly hot and stuffy in here today due to the heat and the sun being out. In fact, right now, curious. Fucking stupid thing. God damn it. Hold on. It is currently 70 degrees outside, which means in here, it's probably about 85-ish. It's pretty bad, like super stuffy and hot in here, but what are you going to do? Oh, let me stretch here. You walk for a second. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Okay. I am having a good time with you guys. There's a good variety of clips today, but when it's this warm and stuffy in here, it just makes you tired. Like your body gets real tired and it wants to like yawn and try to get more oxygen because you're so hot, and it's like, ugh, it's frustrating. So anyway, I hope you guys are enjoying. 1 more hour left on the show. Okay. All right, you guys ready to continue? And again, thanks to those who have supported today. Nothing on the YouTube side, meaning no super chats and no memberships, but we did get 38 bucks in tips.
Piggy's back.
Thank you for that. Maybe we'll get a little more by the end. Like I said, if we hit the tier 1 goal, that would be nice. Okay. What happened? It looks like it turned off. Okay. All right, guys, ready? Let's continue. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 56 for March 17th, 2024. This is part 5-6. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Good variety of stuff today. Getting gas in in the hood versus the suburbs. I read that completely wrong. Getting gas in the hood versus the suburbs. Well, we'll see what this is. And we are in the submissions tier playlist, meaning everyone who is a submissions tier member of the channel submitted clips for this week. And we had over 30 of them, and we're just watching them in random order. So let's see what's next here on the show. I have no idea what this will be. Is it a comedy skit? Bucky's? What the hell's Bucky's? I've never heard of it. So it's the same guy playing 2 different characters, I guess. Texas Buckies? Oh, I've never heard of it. I don't get it. It's supposed to be funny or something? I'm very confused.
Damn. All this bullshit just to go inside, man.
Is anyone laughing yet? Like, I understand what he's saying. Oh, in one place, it's safer. So you could just sit there and relax. And the other one, you know, if you want to go inside the store, you have to, like, put security devices on your car so it doesn't get jacked. Is that funny? No, it's not funny. Next video.
Listen, I had a teacher. She was a mentor to me. Her name was Miss Fuller. I'll never forget her. After school, I always stayed with her. We cannot do this now. Even as basketball coaches, I do not have my kids' phone numbers. They are in Remind, which is the school-appointed app that we use to communicate with students. Because even though I'm your coach and we do have a relationship outside of school because of sports, because I have to take you as a team to different sports, we cannot be with kids outside of school. And my teacher, I remember I would clean her classroom at the end of the day, and then I would leave with her. We would either go get something to eat, or she would take me to get clothes or something, because my family, like, we were really poor and we needed help. And she knew that I had, like, other siblings. We would leave and we'd go get some stuff for me and my siblings, and then she would take me home. You cannot do that today. I understand the legality and the way that the world is today, that we just cannot do that. But when I was a kid, it meant so much to me that I had this person that I was able to connect to. She knew my situation at home, and it kind of buffered my hard times.
I mean, so I guess to talk about that, right? I mean, it's kind of sad that in today's world, because so much awful stuff, you know, has happened, that we can't have that kind of mentor relationship anymore, right? Kids and teachers. You know, I do feel like in the past, maybe teachers had more of a personal connection with the students, and now that just doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, when I was in high school, there was a teacher. He was our, like, all the high-end math. And I forget what exactly the classes were, but like I had AP math classes, advanced placement math classes. And he would take some of the students out of the class who were like some of the best students, and he would actually take us out to a restaurant. We went to a restaurant. It was the first time I ever ate like lobster. Because we went to this restaurant that had lobster, and he had ordered different kinds of things, and one of them was lobster, and it was the first time I ever tasted it, because my parents weren't going to buy lobster. We didn't have money to go to a seafood restaurant and buy lobster. We never would do that. So that was the first time I ever tasted lobster, ever. And I actually remember to this day, we go to the restaurant, and the restaurant, they have tea. And I ordered a tea, because my mom likes hot tea, so I always drank tea. So I got a tea, and I put both creamer and lemon into the tea, which you can't do. It curdles. You curdle your creamer if you put citrus in with creamer. You're not supposed to do both. You do one or the other. But I was ignorant. I didn't know that as a kid, because as a kid, we didn't even have lemon in the house. All we had was creamer. So I didn't know lemon and creamer would curdle. So I did it, and the teacher looked at it. He goes, "Oh, you didn't know that?" He's like, "What, don't you ever have tea out?" I was like, "No. I never even had an option for lemon in my tea." You know. So I embarrassed myself at this dinner, you know. But that's what I mean. Like, back then in the 90s, yeah, you could, like, I think certain teachers would, like, reward their top students with things like that, and have a more personal mentor relationship with the students, as opposed to, like, today, that's not allowed, because there's so many instances of misuse of that relationship, right? I mean, let's be honest. How many horror stories you hear about kids, you know, getting mistreated by adults, and it's like, well, geez, you're not going to trust that anymore. But it is kind of sad because take a look at that woman's situation. So she's a basketball coach today. And she probably is, you know, nice to her students, treats her students well, but she can't have that personal mentor relationship. Who's to say that if she didn't have that mentor as a kid to inspire her to be a leader for kids, that she would have become a basketball coach? Maybe she wouldn't have. Maybe if she didn't have that person in her life who was a nice person to be nice to her and show her kindness and show her, you know, here's a way to behave, to pay it forward, be nice to people who need help. Maybe she wouldn't have ever been a basketball coach, right? Maybe she would never even have been inspired. And that's sad that in today's world, we have to be so apprehensive about people and how they act and what they're going to do around your kids and shit. You've lost that whole thing, you know? I don't know. It's sad to think about that because for every, you know, so, well, maybe we should just have that trust. But then you're going to hear the horror story of the teacher that misused that trust and did awful things to the kids. It's like, oh God, right? So I don't know. Where's the happy medium there? I don't know. Huh. Yikes. Anyway, let's continue.
All right, we got the bank all to ourselves.
Speedrunners from the NPC's perspective. Okay.
Tonight. Boss said he'd be sending over some help.
We've seen this guy before. We've seen this channel before, right?
He was concerningly punctual, whatever the heck that means. Sweet mother, Jesus. Where the hell did you come from? Hey, wrong way, buddy. What's he doing? Where's he going? Hey, equipment's over there. Where you going? Where'd you get that box from? What are you gonna do with the box? Holy Jesus. What the heck? Jesus Christ. Where'd he go? What you
He T-poses through the wall.
I heard something.
Now that I know that I can trust you, I have a very important job for you. Vinny Two Squeaks has been siphoning money from me. I need you to track him down, find out where he is.
There he is.
You did well, but now the difficult part will be finding just where he put all that money that he stole. You've proven your loyalty both to me and to my family. You deserve the spot as my number 2 in the organization.
There's the number 1.
With you as my new number 1, nothing will stand in our way as we...
Hey, boss, you need something? What the hell?
What the f...
A lot of the games have those kind of glitches, right? Where you have to do some weird thing and then it'll like screw the model over and then all of a sudden it's passing through walls and cheating. That's how the speedrunners, they find some really interesting exploits in games.
Fluff,
That's pretty
remember
good.
yesterday how you were mad like when you couldn't get in the game?
Yeah.
You were mad at that screen that wouldn't let you in the game, right?
Yeah, they fixed that.
I could get in?
Well, no, now you can't get to that screen.
Flop, I made it to the second.
Actually?
I made it to the second queue.
You did?
Oh my god, I'm at the service at capacity queue.
That's still not it.
What do I do? But it's past the black screen.
Ben has been on that screen for like 2 hours.
I'm on the second queue.
Dang, these graphics is good.
I know, it looks crazy.
I just set all the ship's clocks back an hour for freedom savings time.
This guy looks weird as fuck, man. This
What do I
graphics
do?
isn't good as...
So I guess this is Video Game Donkey covering Helldivers 2. And he's going to showcase all different things about the game, including how that launch weekend no one could play it because they didn't anticipate that many players.
The cutscene?
The face, I said it was worse. They look like
Man,
Lego or like...
It look like a motherfucker.
Alright, where do you want to land? We can land anywhere.
Let's go Tilted Towers.
Try to dive into me.
Whoa, this game is good. If you ever get hurt, dive to heal.
Oh.
It hurts actually. When we get really good, we'll do like this. We'll swap sides and we'll cover each other's back.
Whoa.
We'll be like,
Terminator! Actually, let's go to this one. This one's closer.
He's flopping around.
Oh, Ben, come on.
Oh god,
That
it is like
wasn't
you're fighting
me.
Terminators. Look at
Don't
that.
stand there.
Why not?
Oh!
I'm dead. You gotta bring me back.
Alright, come back. I'm bringing you back. I'm gonna hit them first.
Wait, I'm still alive
Over
actually. Alright, I got 3 seconds to get out of here.
I think you still have time.
Alright, objective complete.
Oh,
We
ew,
did
it was
it.
like gory. His body's all chopped apart. Ew.
I'm bringing you back with more weapons.
This is the first time I'm seeing gameplay of this game. I've never seen it before, so.
I hit 4. And I threw a grenade at you.
I got killed by unknown. Who's unknown, Jason?
It was me.
It was
Look
Flip.
who it is.
Money! I'm out of money and I have no guns. I have no.
I'm going to the ocean. Okay, never
We're
mind.
leaving the combat zone. Flop, get on, help!
I'm not even in the game. Wait, there's vampires?
Oh.
Area secure.
Oh, you had grenades. Damn.
And I got a big machine gun too.
Watch me. It's interesting. I thought it was all bugs, and it's not. It's robots, right? Like killer robots. I didn't even know that.
We are all these guys. I'm taking them all out. You think I give a fuck about this game, Ben? You think I give a fuck about Helldivers? I beat the first game.
I gotta salute that.
Me and Fluffy are the only 2 people on this planet that played the first one. It fucking sucked. And I'll stand right here till the last second, and I don't give a fuck.
Oh, damn.
Now, how do you do the dive? How do you dive?
Alt.
You gotta go to hell. Hell dive.
Go!
Boom! Oh, that was too early.
Oh my god, Jason, you're dead.
No, watch. Watch.
You're dead.
Orbital strike kills them all.
It will. It really will.
Boom! It fucking missed.
It missed.
It
Totally missed.
Shit. Flop refund, quick.
You're gonna run into a mine. Watch out.
No, I'm not. I've never run into one before. I missed it.
That scared me.
Motherfucking.
Get in.
Why are you trying to play?
Yeah,
Don't
I think
get in.
the best thing about the game is the graphics. Like it's okay. It's a co-op shooter. It doesn't seem anything revolutionary. Let's fast forward a bit. It's like I'm not blown away by it or anything. The graphics are pretty good.
Oh.
Okay.
I waited 3 hours for this.
Look, if you die here, like you lose all of my respect. Oh, you already did.
You can pick up people's dead weapons as ammo, by the way. Something I just learned. Oh, you can pick up other people's guns that still have ammo in them.
Ben, you had that realization like fucking 10 minutes.
I know, but I thought it was.
Wait, you have to queue for the actual game?
Oh yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Okay, so Dane, it's looking like maybe July.
Oh, I kicked out again.
Oh, that happens a lot. Don't worry.
Not to me ever.
This is like all robots. Where's the bugs? Where the hell are the bugs? Looks like when they played, all they fought were robots.
Grenade.
Oh, here's some
Watch out.
bugs.
Where? I'm good with that.
Oh,
I don't think I did.
Died to something.
Oh wait, I'm coming back.
You're our last hope.
He died instantly.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Died instantly.
Oh my god. Oh, I get. Okay. We just have to turn all of them. I think we got. No. We literally do. Literally, we do.
No. My gun will kill them all.
Your gun.
What happened? Calling in an orbital nuke. It kills everyone.
There's no upside to it.
Why would you call it in then?
Oh, what the hell is this now? I have to play a video game.
Oh god! Oh no!
Do you see what I'm doing right now, Jason? You're making this so difficult for me.
He's surrounding him with shit.
Oh my god!
Oh my
You
god!
survived so many. I thought you would just never die.
It looks okay. Again, this looks like the kind of game that if you're gonna team up with a bunch of friends, okay, and you're gonna dick around like they're doing or whatever, then it's fun. I don't see this as a game that you're playing with random people you don't know on the internet, and you're teaming up, but you're somehow coherently playing the game. It seems like you need to like coordinate, right? Which means you need mics and everything. It just doesn't seem the kind of game that would be anything that would be enjoyable for me, because it's not the style of game that I play. I don't play co-op games. You guys don't like when I play co-op games because you prefer that I talk with you during the stream rather than focus on the co-op partners. So I don't think it would work, and it's okay. And not every major game is something that I'm going to play and enjoy, because not every game is for me, right? I barely play any puzzle games. If there was like a top game of the year puzzle game, I probably also wouldn't play it, and that's okay. So I don't know. Looks okay to me. Graphics are probably the best part, in my opinion. I think the graphics are nice and smooth, but outside of that, don't know. Maybe if you play with a game we play with friends, that's about it.
Somebody once told me that I could make some money by bullying some people online. So I grew a numb goatee and put on a stupid beanie and started making up some dead lies. So I'm making tap cuts and I'm calling people. I'm not cash for my channel's grown big and never you my bad. I was already banned from my racist homophobic hate speech friends. Found a loophole, now it's my go-to voice in the online punch bowl. You never know who I might touch, so y'all can suck on my cocks. Hey now, you're a Keemstar, get your hat on, MLG. Hey now, you're a Keemstar, get your sociopathy. All we cannot personal attacks and harassment is totally new.
I couldn't hear any of the chorus. The chorus was screwed up. I couldn't hear it. The music was too loud, but I mean, do I even have to say anything about that? I didn't make it. I didn't say it. On to the next. Oh god, I know who this is. So this used to be a huge thing, like over a decade ago. Yeah, when I was going to conventions with like Rambo and OJ and stuff like that, this was a meme at the time, and I remember one convention we just kept referencing it over and over because we'd all seen the video. This guy, Sexy Sax Man, he actually is a good saxophone player, but basically he acts like a star, and he jumps around and like plays the saxophone in weird places. He's very memeable. I'm curious which video this is. I don't know if I've seen this one before or not. But I mean, this is George Michael. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. He just like jumps on shit and starts playing the saxophone. His name of song is what? Careless Whisper, George Michael song. Just ignoring him. Fucking nut.
He doesn't like George Michael. He doesn't like George Michael. He doesn't like George Michael. Boo!
It's okay. He's with SexySaxmanSaxograms.com and Tina, our friend Tina over there. We're authorized, yeah.
Who ordered it? Who ordered the saxogram? Don't play it again. Play it again?
Okay, we're leaving. We're leaving. Hey, play that George Michael song real quick.
So basically the way it works, the laws in the United States is you're welcome in an open public shopping area like this, but basically if you annoy people enough, the owner of the property has the right to request that you leave, and if you don't, it's considered criminal trespassing, and then you can get arrested and then removed from the property forcefully. So, you know, first he's doing it, it's all right, but if he's been warned to stop doing it and he keeps doing it, then he can be arrested for it. He's not breaking the law at first, but if you're requested by the owner of private property to stop doing something and you keep doing it, then you can be arrested for it. So he's okay as long as now that he's been asked to leave if he leaves. Sir, you need to go outside. Oh, up here? Biology class. so stupid. And so there's tons of videos like this. You could go find, like, look, 44 million views. He got popular on YouTube at the time for doing this stuff. It's harmless. It's stupid. You know, at least it's not harmful pranks. It's just stupid pranks. Anyway, it's entertaining to watch him do stupid shit like that. Okay. Oh boy, a Joe Rogan podcast. We totally haven't seen anything Joe Rogan related yet, have we? Well, this is short. This is a minute 44 seconds. I guess we'll see what this is.
How Joey Diaz will get mad about ketchup, about
because everybody wants to
come
make
up with this fucking Heinz ketchup
or ranch. Have you ever heard him talk about ranch?
Oh, I fucking hate ranch. I don't know how the fuck people could eat that shit. I don't know how people could eat ranch. Like when I go to a place and I say, "Oh, you have wings," and they say it comes with ranch, I get up and leave, even if I don't get the wings, because if you're gonna serve wings with ranch, I don't want to do business with you. I don't want to do business with you. I'm very easy. I'm very fucking easy.
So
if you fuck up pork fried rice, what do we got to talk about?
Wings must be done with blue cheese?
Blue cheese, yeah, like the way they invented in Buffalo, New York. If you're going to do something original, do it original. You're going to show up with that ranch that smells like somebody.
Is that why they called it Buffalo Wings? Because they were invented in Buffalo, New York, and it's a special hot sauce that was invented in Buffalo, and then they just turned it into a worldwide thing, buffalo sauce. I never even thought about that. That makes it has nothing to do with the animal buffalo. It must be where it came from, Buffalo, New York. And then you take the buffalo wing and you put it in blue cheese. Yeah, okay.
His ass. You ever smell
They're saying
fucking
that
ranch?
ranch is starting to replace ketchup.
Yeah,
though,
that's
in a lot
good.
of
If you're a
ways.
fucking hillbilly and you want to taste the ass in your mouth all fucking day. I hate that fucking ranch shit. Don't put it close to me. Don't put it around me. It's either blue cheese with wings or
Oh,
go
guess
fuck your
what?
mother.
Detected and claimed. This video has been detected and claimed. The audio. It has to be the audio because this is a hand-drawn animation. And it still got claimed. Wow. Is that this might be the last in the playlist. Let me look. Oh, no, it's not. Master Chief teaches you how to beat your porn addiction. We'll probably watch this for like 10 seconds. Let's see what this is.
Listen up, soldier.
What's wrong with his
I
voice?
faced down countless threats. But the hardest battles are often the ones fought within ourselves. That's the kind of battle you're facing now. But remember,
The voice sounds way too gravelly to me. Like it's over gravelly to be the real Master Chief.
I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself too. Pornography addiction is a foe like any other.
True.
It's stealthy, manipulative, and it can feel.
It's stealthy? I don't think I've ever heard anyone's call pornography or pornography addiction as stealthy. That's the first time I've heard it described. It just sneaks up on you. You never know when it's going to happen. What? Okay, I think we've seen enough of this one. Dealing with stress. Okay. It's the pornography addiction, the silent killer. Exactly. You never know when it's going to just come out of nowhere and bite you. Right? Oh my God. Anyway. Is it healthy or dangerous? Oh, is this a priest? A priest is going to talk about stress? That's interesting. Okay.
And this is Essentia Presents. Imagine you're probably stressed at some point in your life, maybe even right now, because you should be doing your work, but you're watching a YouTube video. So busted. But a lot of us experience stress. In fact, when they ask across the country, country being the United States, although thanks for watching from other places than the United States, people report high levels of stress. And it's interesting because when you start diving into research about stress, something you find is that there is such a thing as eustress and such a thing as distress. So eustress is the good stress, right? It's the anxiety or the anxiousness we feel before we are going to perform. It's the eustress, the good stress we experience that actually gets our body prepared to act, right? So it's eustress is the kind of stress that prepares our bodies for action. But there's distress. And one of the things that distress does is distress can paralyze us. It does the opposite of eustress or good stress.
Yeah, the guy's a huge mouth. And so because of that, he's a very unique face. It's made in China. I should just make that clear. Or some people in China say like the
Everything else you would buy in the United States, it's made in China.
His mouth is like huge, right?
Distress makes us feel incapable of moving. It makes us feel paralyzed. It makes us feel afraid and anxious to the point where we don't move. Instead of, I'm anxious, so I need to move. Eustress. Distress is the kind that paralyzes us. And I imagine that the distress is the one that we complain about, because eustress is not so bad. That's why it's called good stress, because it's good. But I think a lot of times we approach all stress as the same. And our approach to stress is, I just need to get done with this project and get done with this thing, get past this moment, and then I won't be stressed so much. I think about that a lot, because oftentimes, just confession here, I'm often concerned about the next thing. I'm often concerned about what's the next project, what's the next task, what's the next thing that's really weighing on me, that when I look at it, I have the distress, right? So I find myself getting paralyzed in the face of it. And so once I get done with that, though, then I'll be fine. Once I get done with this thing, I'll be able to move on with life. And there's something about that I've been praying about a lot and thinking about a lot. And the conclusion I came to, the realization that I kind of came upon, was that life isn't about avoiding stress. Stress is just a part of life. The life isn't about avoiding stress. It's not about getting around stress. It's about like, no, this is life. To experience stress is to experience life. In fact, we need stress to continue to live. There was this research, was it Stanford, I think? Maybe one of those big schools, Harvard, Stanford, but I think it was Stanford that did this research on very, very simple-celled organisms, single-celled organisms, and they put it in a place of stasis, right? A place where, or homeostasis, where there was no stress whatsoever on the organism, on the simple organism. And with absolutely no stress, with all the environments that it needed just to simply be in stasis, to be just alive and comfortable, essentially, they died, they corrupted, they were destroyed ultimately because they needed stress to be alive. And you and I need stress to be alive and to remain alive.
Yeah, well, do you think that anyone in life who's a great leader has never been through stress? Of course not. Anyone who's in a position of power or management or command probably is well equipped for that job because they've been put through so much stress that they know how to handle that stress properly and act properly in the face of it, right? If you're completely ignorant to being in a situation where there's stress or risk or anything, obviously you're not going to know how to handle it in life. You know what they say is, the more you go through something, then not to say that you get desensitized to it, but you know how to handle it better, right? Like a lot of people ask me, they say, your life must be really stressful because so many people on the internet constantly rag on everything you do. They microanalyze every word out of your mouth. They spin everything you say into a negative and say horrible things about you constantly, and must that be stressful? Well, at first it was. When I started with this happening to me over 10 years ago, with This Is How You Don't Play, and then it snowballing into other attacks against me and my family, yeah, that was incredibly stressful. But after a while, you start to realize what things in life are worth stressing about and what things are not, right? And for me, overall, when I realized it doesn't matter how many people on the internet are ignorant and or stupid and don't like you, because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect the real life existence of what you do day to day, right? And as long as you you persevere through that level of initial stress, and you just kind of get into a routine of how you're going to present yourself and how you're going to still continue to persevere and work and do things in your life that are meaningful. And you don't focus on the bad actors and the outsiders. You focus on the things in life that are more important, right? So that's how you get through it. And yeah, is my life stressful? Of course it is. And there's different kinds of stress. Like he says, there's the stress of feeling like what's going to happen today, or what's going to happen in a certain situation, or what's going to happen today, on the internet with nonsense today. For the most part, I've just completely tuned out all of those factors of the, what outsiders are saying. If something happens in my content or whatever, that's one thing. But if any of the things happening outside of this, I don't care about anymore. I've just tuned out of it. I think a lot of people in life They go through life caring too much about what other people say, and it causes them a lot of stress because of that. Oh, did you hear what this person's saying about me, or this or that? And maybe that's just not that important, right? But if you have no stress in your life, right? I mean, who really realistically would have no stress in their life? Either someone who's like born into a wealthy family that's super rich and you don't have to worry about nothing. You don't have to work, silver spoon in your mouth kind of a situation, and you fail up. And, or you know what? Oh, affluenza. Remember that? Remember the court case of the kid who basically drove erratically and he ended up killing a bunch of people. And when they went to trial for it, they said that he had a case of affluenza, that he should not be held responsible for his actions because his entire life he's never been in a situation where he's had any kind of responsibility. So how could you expect that he would be responsible behind the wheel? And it's like, what? So literally everything he does in his life never feels a piece of stress because he doesn't feel like there will ever be any kind of negative repercussion for anything, right? I mean, it's crazy to think that there's some people who might go through life like that. In that case, he didn't die like the organism he's talking about. He continued to exist and hurt other people around him because he just had no conscious thought of anything important. He's just a fucking, I don't even know what you would call a person like that, right? But in my opinion, stress can be healthy and it can be dangerous. It's healthy if you take it in moderate doses and then you learn how to handle it and you learn how to be resilient in its face, and you learn how to better temper yourself for other things that will happen in your life coming up, other challenges and things. If you never have any stress, you won't know how to handle it when it finally hits you, and that's obviously a bad thing. How many people maybe are coddled through their early life, and then when they become adults, they don't know how to handle stress because they never had to when they were younger because their parents coddled them too much, and now they just break apart and fall apart, right? At the same time, yes, excessive stress can be incredibly dangerous. If you're just constantly surrounded by stressful things, or if you can't find a way to unplug from stress, it could result in bad health in many different ways, both mental and physical, right? It's not just about the fact that, how you handle the stress, but how much of it you have to handle. If your entire life, everything you're doing is stressful around you, how are you going to get through life? You could have a mental breakdown. You could have actual heart problems and things, right? Blood pressure problems and things from stress. It could affect so many things, and I think it's a challenge for people to be able to handle it. For me, for a long time, I felt like I was on edge. Like I was always on edge, and everything at every moment is stressful and anything could go wrong. And then after a while, I just realized you just got to lean back. You just got to take that deep breath and be like, life ain't going to be perfect. You just got to handle that stress as best you can and focus on the positive things you have. Because the positive things in your life usually don't cause you stress. They cause you happiness. And if you're focused on the things that make you happy, obviously you're going to reduce the amount you're thinking about the things that don't, right? And that's something that I've learned over time. You must appreciate the good things you have. Don't always stress about the things going wrong or the things you don't have. Focus on the positive things you have in your life and be appreciative of them. And then you can negate the level of stress that you have so that it's not dangerous anymore. That's my take anyway, because that's how I handle it. A lot of people say, how do you handle all that stress? That's how. I focus on the good things, not the bad. Okay, interesting video. All right, guys, we got one more part left in DSP versus the internet for this week. I'll see you for it in just a moment.
From PayPal.
Okay, I wonder where we are in the playlist. I feel like we're at the very tail end of this playlist, and that perhaps, yeah, we're at 32 of 34. So we can watch like 2 more videos and then we could reset it, or we could just hit random now. Let me actually look at the overall playlist. Let's see here. So we started right there. There's still about 15 videos left at the beginning of the playlist. So, yeah, let's do this. Let's actually start the playlist back from here. I think this will be fun.
Hello, everyone.
I think we'll watch it from here and then continue, because this is kind of resetting the playlist back to the beginning. Okay? All right, let's continue. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to DSP versus the Internet, episode 56. This is the conclusion, part 6. And we basically kind of reset the playlist. We're going to kind of watch it from near the beginning. I hit shuffle and it went to almost the beginning. So we're going to get some more videos in here. And I want to say once again, thank you guys, everyone who chilled with me and enjoyed the show this week. Remember, if you want to be a part of the fun, please become a member to support the channel. But also, submissions level members are the people who are in this randomized playlist, and you have an equal chance of getting your video watched. Ultra members, we're guaranteed to watch your videos every week. All right? So let's jump in. Top 10 scary phenomenon caught in the sky on camera.
To pay my bills.
Okay.
Gucci, hope you're having an awesome day wherever and whenever you're watching this. I'm your host, Eamon.
We'll just skip right to
Fact number 10 is the floating city. On October 7th, 2015, in the city of Foshan, China, a rare mirage occurred in which a city seemed to be floating in the sky. This was literally seen by thousands of people. It wasn't just a trick of the light or someone lying about it. The footage literally looks like a city. You can see the blocks of the buildings and it looks like a skyline. The whole incident only lasted a few minutes before disappearing, but it did end up on the Chinese news. Some people believe it was due to a government project that only the elite know about, and therefore it was just dismissed as some kind of reflection of some kind, whereas other people believe it's actually Fata Morgana, which basically just means a very superior form of a mirage. Don't know why they have to give it a fancy name. Either way, I don't think a whole city can somehow become a mirage for a few minutes, but I'm also no scientist, so the wildest explanation I read was that it was part of the Blue Beam project, which is a secret project developed by the US, and the point of it is to manipulate the weather and create artificial natural disasters.
What?
I don't know why they would want to fake create that. And the mirage they saw was them testing it out to see how the public would react to it. Don't know why they did it in China though, I doubt they did, but there's that.
I mean, if this would have happened in the United States, and you're saying it's something being tested in the United States, it's in China. The US is not going to test shit in a country where we hate each other and will literally go to war if this was proven that it happened. So, it's weird. That's weird. I wonder, did no one prove what it was? Oh, we're already to the next one. Okay, so no one knows what that was. Huh.
Coming in at number 9 is the Death Cloud. Back in 2017, residents of Terceira de Freitas in Brazil saw a menacing sight in the clouds. They dubbed it the Apocalyptic Cloud or the Death Cloud, and the videos...
Well... It does look like a cloud formation, but it's just the wrong direction. Like, if that cloud formation was horizontal instead of vertical, you probably wouldn't be freaking out too much. You say, well, that's the sun, and it's refracting off the clouds, and it has that red tinge. We've seen that before in regular clouds. But why does it look like that in the wrong angle? That is kind of weird.
Literally looks like a red claw has emerged from hell and is reaching into the sky. And the whole thing was red, and it looked like it was a shadow of a meteor that was just about to hit Earth but then stopped a bit before it did. It dissipated into nothing within 5 minutes, but residents were truly terrified. Someone thought the world was ending, another thought it was...
Could it be a tornado forming? Maybe a tornado was forming and it didn't fully form. And it just like, I don't know. I don't know what a tornado looks like when it's forming either. That'd be the closest I would say. It looks like it was gonna form some kind of a storm front and it stopped.
Going to form a tornado, whereas some people saw it as the work of God and called it perfection. It really is a mixed bag of reactions, really. Perfection on one hand, Death Cloud on the other, whatever you want, really.
By the way, shout out to Apollo360. I apologize, I didn't see that you had re-upped your membership earlier. You said big ups to Phil. Thank you, Apollo.
Number 8, we have the Black Ring. Back in 2015 in Kazakhstan, a video was uploaded by someone...
Why do these always happen in places where like Brazil, China, Kazakhstan? Why does it never happen where everyone is going to run out with HD cameras and get it right away, right?
Living in the village of Shortandi, I don't know, the pronunciation wasn't on Google, don't come for me. They captured what appeared to be a giant black smoke ring in the sky that floated there for 15 minutes and then disappeared as smoke usually tends to do. Now this sort of sight has been seen thrice before, once in Leamington, but that was due to a fireworks test, another time in Florida, but that was due to a pyrotechnic test, and another one in Chicago due to an electrical transformer blowing up. Nice. Either way, after investigation, nothing seemed to have happened to have caused the ring. No fire-related activity, no blown-up transformer, nothing. People were speculating whether it was the work of witchcraft or perhaps the portal to hell. Filling our number 7 slot is the Phoenix Light. Back in 2017, a Phoenix City camera, as well as thousands of other cameras...
Wait, is this Phoenix, Arizona? Okay, we'll have good footage of this one then.
by normal people caught sight of something incredible. The whitish bluish fireball can be seen appearing out of nowhere in the sky and hurtling towards Earth as it gets bigger and brighter and then disappears altogether like it was never even there. Now most people speculated it was a meteor, but many remained unconvinced and looked towards the extraterrestrial as a possible explanation. What do you guys think? Now at number 6 is the face cloud. This one happened in 2011 in a place called Grand Falls, which is in New Brunswick, Canada. Dennis LaForge was watering his plants when he looked at the sky and took out his iPhone. The clouds in the video are moving extremely quickly, well quicker than the average cloud would move, and the cloud formation then starts forming a giant face. I kid you not, a giant face. The face gets more detailed as it moves forward, and it almost seems like the face is the thing propelling the cloud forward. The space for eye sockets is visible, a nose, lips, a chin. It's so detailed it's not even funny. People dubbed it the face of God gliding across the sky. The only explanation George Isaac had, who's a senior cloud scientist, was that clouds come in all sorts of
people are too bored is what it is. Don't you think that in the ridiculous amount of cloud formations that happen every day on planet Earth, eventually there's going to be one that kind of looks like a human face? It's just going to happen. It's called random chance. You know, yikes.
Shapes and sizes. Thank you, George, for that insightful commentary. Even I could have said that, and I'm not a senior cloud scientist. Coming in at number 5 is the UFO cloud. This one was uploaded by YouTube user UFO VNI, who is a Philadelphia resident. Now, we've seen weirdly shaped clouds before. It's definitely not.
Gee, that must be a real horse in the sky, right? It was a real horse because it looks like a horse, but it's a cloud. It's a horse. Okay.
Uncommon, but some people believe that UFOs sometimes hide in the clouds to avoid being detected, whereas others go a step further and believe that UFOs can disguise themselves as clouds. I mean, never say never, right? So in this video,
I would say disguising yourself as a cloud makes more sense. Hiding in the clouds would be very poor because clouds are constantly fluctuating. You know, they're not a solid object, and therefore, if you were trying to have cover in the clouds, at any moment the cloud could blow, dissipate or blow away, and then your cover's blown. But if a UFO was real and had a way to disguise itself to look like a cloud, that would be more clever.
To be a random small cloud in the sky. But then as you continue watching, the cloud starts moving and shifting in a really weird way. The cloud seems like it's reflective of light and transparent, and it's moving through the sky with a purpose and a lot quicker than a normal cloud. It's even moving faster than the clouds directly around it. The cloud also had different lights in it, and the user went on to narrate he had never seen anything like that in his life. And after watching the video, neither have I. At number 4 is the cloud wave.
I don't know what that was. Could have been anything. Who knows? That way, I've not even a guess at what that was. It reminded me of like a piece of cotton or something floating through the sky. But obviously, the perspective, if it's that high up, it's got to be big. So I don't know.
Back in 2010, on a beach in Helsinki, Finland, people were enjoying their Sunday off at the beach when they suddenly saw a massive, dark, dramatic cloud coming right towards them. Now, they initially thought it was a storm cloud, so no real panic had ensued at that point, and I don't even believe it's a storm cloud, to be honest, because I've never seen one so vast and dark and low in the sky. Beachgoers said they felt it was so low they could actually touch it. In the video, it literally looks like the cloud will devour anything in its path, like it's the doomsday cloud. I'm not even kidding you. Birds literally flew out of the way of this cloud because it was that ominous. No explanation given, just a bunch of terrified tanned Finnish people.
You want to know the truth? I've seen a cloud just like that before. When I was a kid, I was at the beach with my parents, and that exact same thing happened. Now, back then, no one recorded anything and no one explained it. But I've seen that happen at a beach. Where it was a nice day, and all of a sudden, this big cloud front came in within like the hour we were at the beach, and all of a sudden, it just engulfed the sky just like that. So I've actually seen that before. Did I think it was supernatural? No, I was just like, oh shit, bad luck. Here comes bad weather when we're at the beach, right?
Filling our number 3 slot is the yellow flash. In November of 2013, over the city of Sverdlovsk in Russia, a giant flash happened in the sky. Now mind you, this was at night, so the sky was pitch black 1 second, and then all of a sudden it went red, then orange, then yellow, and then it expanded and took over more of the sky as it changed color. It lasted mere seconds, but it was unmistakable, and there were no military bases near the area, so explanations involving that or disposing of explosives was ruled out. The next explanation explanation was that perhaps it was a bolide linked to the peak of the Leonid's meteor shower, but lights from meteors are usually blue or green or white because of their temperature, so that wasn't it either. Either way, no one knows where the flash came from, but it came and went, and everyone's just gonna pretend like it never even happened. That's brilliant. Let's just continue doing that. Now at number 2 are the
I have no idea. That one too. Could be any, I don't know. Explosion. I mean, it was you could tell it was a cloudy night because you couldn't see the clear night sky. And that's the problem. If there were no clouds, maybe you would have been able to see what it was, but there was behind a cloud front, so could have been anything exploding. Something definitely exploded up there, but you just don't know what.
Fireballs. This one was seen in Canada, and I'm actually speechless over what it could possibly be. It looks like some sort of CGI stuff or some effect of some kind, but it's 100% real.
What?
In the sky, there seemed to be 2 flaming balls that had constant streams of white smoke coming out the top of them. But that wasn't even the weirdest part. There seemed to be a line connecting the 2
This is the real
fireballs,
video?
but it wasn't a line. It looked like an electricity link of some
What?
kind.
That doesn't
It was
look
a straight
real.
white line with electrical current seemingly coming off of it. They moved straight across the sky on the trajectory of this line, and no one had any explanation whatsoever on what it was, how it got there, or that energy line connecting them both. And finally, at number 1 are the dancing lights.
That one doesn't look real. That looks fake to me. I agree. I don't have to see that with my own eyes to believe it, because that last one looked like a fake video, right?
This one genuinely freaked me out when I watched the footage, I'm not even gonna lie. This one took place in Greenwood, Indiana, and Quaid M13 uploaded quite an HD video of it onto YouTube. Now in the video, the sun itself is behind some clouds that you can see very clearly, but on the left of it, there's a stream of yellow light that comes and goes and dances in different directions. It's the exact same color and brightness as the sun's light, and honestly, just imagine someone trapped a sun ray in a flashlight and then they were just doing this in clouds. That's exactly what it looked like. The video goes on for 2.5 minutes, and the only explanation people have offered is that perhaps it was a crown flash. And crown flash is due to ice crystals in a cirrus cloud merging with the electrical field of a rising cumulus cloud. I never knew I'd know so much about clouds, but now I do. While the field changes, the crystals snap and move, reflecting sunlight in different ways, hence we saw them dancing. Now some people fully believe that this explanation is the right one, and others say that there's no way that that was that. You guys choose whichever.
It basically is, you could tell there's light refracting through the cloud in different ways. As the cloud's moving around, the light's changing direction. It's definitely the sun's light that's refracting around there. I think the one before, if it's real, is weirder than that one. All right, let's continue. Now, this is interesting.
Number 10.
So, I have never watched anything of the AVGN at all on this show, and you would think with how many times that I've mentioned that the AVGN was actually an influence on me early on to make YouTube videos, that people would have like submitted AVGN related content earlier. But this is the first time I think that we've ever done anything AVGN related. This is an Angry Video Game Nerd, by the way, who was huge in the mid 2000s and up until the early 2010s, and then had a falling off essentially for a while, and he still makes content to this day that gets millions of views, but it's nowhere near as big as what he used to be back in the day. So the top 10 worst episodes. Now, here's the thing. I used to be a huge fan of the AVGN, and I watched all of his stuff, like, methodically until I became a YouTuber. When I became a YouTuber around 2008, I watched it less. I still watched it for about another year or two, but I'd argue it was probably around 2010, 2011 when I really put a lot of effort into YouTube that I stopped watching him entirely. Over the years, I have watched some of his stuff, but not all of it. So I've seen some of the more, like anything from 2010, 11, 12-ish onward. Some of it I see, some of it I don't. Some of his new episodes, people will be like, hey, he put out a new one that's really good, and I'll go check it out. But I don't methodically watch all of his stuff anymore. You know, mostly because in recent years, and I know because some of the ones I've seen recently, it just doesn't have the spirit of his old content. He doesn't write it. He doesn't write it. He doesn't play the games. He's just an actor in them now, where he's playing out a character and doing the dialogue, but none of the gameplay is his. None of the opinions are his. None of, you could tell his early videos were genuine. Now the videos are just manufactured products by some company that pays him to act in them. So it's definitely different. So we may see stuff here that I've never seen that I'll be like, what the heck? Because I don't know. Let's see. So top 10 worst episodes. Okay, I wonder if any of the old ones they'll say are bad. Probably not.
And Final Fight games.
Well, this went right into it. You didn't have an intro. Episode 181.
This episode was fine until the last 5 minutes. The nerd basically outsourced the rest of the review to some other YouTuber. Literally, we are no longer hearing the nerd review the rest of the game. It's just this other guy. Why? Why did he feel like this was necessary? It feels lazy, like he just played the first couple of levels, said fuck this, and got someone else to do the review for him.
Well, again, he doesn't, for a long time now, he hasn't actually played the games. It's all scripted. It's another person who does it. Or not another person, it's a company. It's Screenwave. That's the name. It's his partnership company on YouTube. Is a real company, and they basically pay to produce the episodes and write them, and he just acts in them. So if this is from 2020, that's why. This is one of the more recent videos. So it's not genuine. He's just an actor in them now. So I'm surprised this guy is like shocked at this. Oh, it's like he just gave up after 5 minutes. No, he doesn't play the games. That's not him playing the games anymore. He's just acting.
I remember just skipping ahead to the end because I didn't click on an AVGN
Magnum
episode to hear
Dom
somebody
loser?
else talk about the game. What was he thinking?
To Guy, who is now the crime boss who runs Metro's.
Number 9, Dirty Harry. This was the first episode
2018.
where I really debated if James wrote the script at all. I think the fact that it came after the Earthbound video, which you could tell was a legit passion project from James, just made it all the more obvious. This episode was also the introduction of shitty memes that just didn't feel like James's style. It also had the cringiest joke to ever be in an AVGN episode at the time.
Whoever heard of disposable crowbars? Are they actually made of crows?
Like, aside from the fact that the joke is...
What? Whoever heard of disposable crowbars, are they made of crows? What? What does that even mean? Is there even a joke in there? That doesn't even make sense.
Grade A cringe, it doesn't even make sense. What the fuck does crows have to do with the game other than the fact that crow is the root word of crowbar? What a shitload of fucking bullfuck.
That's great.
Number 8, Aladdin Deck Enhancer. Seeing Tony on screen got a visceral reaction out of me when I first saw this episode. Mainly because this was around the time when the audience was becoming more aware that James didn't write the scripts. So it was sort of like a big fuck you. Yeah, you don't like that James doesn't write the scripts anymore, but now we're going to come on camera and there's nothing you can do about it. We're fucking taking over. Looking back,
so he's saying that guy is actually one of the people who writes the scripts now. The guy who works for Screenwave Media. Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
On this episode, I'll admit Tony's performance was fine. I would have preferred Mike Matei to have played the part, but Tony wasn't offensively bad or anything like that.
Oh my god, what the... Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? That is terrifying. Is that a character in his show now? What the fuck is that? It's like... It looks like they combined a genie with Papa Smurf, but he has a goatee like me. What the fuck is that? That is awful. Yikes. Now, I used to watch the old AVGN, and there was weird shit, like Super Mecha Death Christ, okay? And that made no fucking sense. But that was, like, funny because he was low budget, and he was just fucking around, like, doing dumb shit. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but that is terrifying. Right?
True cringe comes when you see the genie pop.
Yeah, why is he dancing?
Just cringe dialogue, like it's actually difficult to sit through these scenes. Again, it's just something that you can tell James didn't come up with himself.
Ugh.
Then the punchline of the episode is when a bunch of other YouTubers' deck enhancers explode. I repeat, not something that James would have ever have thought to do on his own.
No, yeah, exactly, because James doesn't really collaborate. Early on, he collaborated with the Nostalgia Critic, and over the years, he never really collaborated with other content creators, very rarely. So what that tells me is that, right, this is the idea of the people who produce his show. Oh, we're going to have a show with all these other YouTubers. Let's reach out to YouTubers who are fans of AVGN and get them in cameo roles. That's exactly what this is. It's not him. He didn't do that. He wouldn't have reached out to other YouTubers to do that shit. Yeah.
Number 7, Carmageddon 64. Carmageddon?
Look, 2021. See, it's all recent. So what was the earliest one? There was, what, 2017, 2018? And now 2021. So it's all the stuff in the last, 6-7 years that people have issue with, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot he even reviewed this game. This video wasn't offensively bad like some of the rest on this list, but the fact that this episode is so forgettable means it belongs here. It's just so boring, like he sounds uninterested himself, like he's just dead inside reading a script over gameplay footage. You could honestly put episodes like Green Dog, Pac-Man 2, Tag and Dragon, or hell, even Independence Day in this.
I wanted to see the years. So Green Dog and Pac-Man 2 are very recent. Well, it says 1 year ago. This video is 1 year old, so those are like 2-3 years ago. Tag and Dragon, 7 years ago. That's much older. And then Independence Day is actually one that I saw back in the day when I used to be a fan of his. And I thought Independence Day was good. I really liked that review. He's saying that people don't like it. I thought it was a great one.
Category of extremely forgettable episodes. But for me, I'd say Carmageddon is the king of the forgettables.
What an achievement.
Number 6, Jurassic Park Trespasser. This
Oh my
whole episode
God,
is
look at this. He's
basically one
acting.
shitty skit with a collection.
So this is crazy. He's like total acting now. He's not even just reviewing the game. He used to do episodes like this back in the day too, with acting stuff in it like this, like skits and stuff.
Of other shitty skits. And similar to Final Fight games, James gets some other YouTuber
What the
to
fuck
come
was
in and
that?
actually review a segment of the game himself.
What the fuck is
The
that?
anger is a little lacking in this episode, but I don't really mind that. And the actual segments where
Boundary Break? Is this the guy who does the Boundary Break videos? We've seen some of those, haven't we? Is this the actual guy? What the fuck kind of... He's wearing Proto Man sunglasses.
the nerd reviews the game himself are fine.
What the fuck is this?
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Well, this was pretty fucking cringe.
I
guess he saved all his anger for this one skit. And this skit with just...
He did a parody of Gordon Ramsay in an AVGN episode called Shit's Kitchen. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't see many of these.
See, I gotta give credit where it's due. This skit was actually pretty well
Nedry.
executed.
It's a Nedry lookalike.
There's just too much inflatable dinosaur costumes in this episode. Like, it really gets thrown in your face.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
The final skit, the punchline is that Seamus Blackley is a dinosaur? Okay, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, this episode is just a complete fucking mess.
How long is this? Wow, we're only halfway through the video, not even, and we're already almost out of time. Do you guys want to keep going with watching the worst episodes of AVGN, or do you want to see another video or two? I'll let the audience decide what they want to do. What would you guys like to do? Go to another video or two, or keep going here? He did Goonies 1 and 2 recently on the NES. Keep going with this one. Keep it going. Skip. Keep going. Look up ones you've already seen. I didn't see this one, but I knew he did a video with Gilbert Gottfried. I didn't see the full review, though. I've seen clips of it. I think I saw this one. Oh, I did see this one. This is the one, the stupid Hojo episode. Yeah. I saw that one. I've seen part of this one, the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas parody. Shrek? I didn't see Shrek. Oh, this is the fucking giant end of it. The whole thing is Shrek. This whole thing is Shrek. No, it's not. That's Kingdom Hearts? That's not Shrek. It looks like the auto timestamp failed, because there was more here. What is this? I don't know. Well, we just keep going. Some people are saying just keep going. All right, we'll just... Then this is going to be the last video we do for the day, guys, just so you know. We'll just watch this one out. Here's the thing about this Gilbert Gottfried thing. This is really fucking sad. And the reason it's sad is I saw parts of this episode, and listen, back in the 90s, Gilbert Gottfried was a comedy genius, okay? And now, when I saw the episode, you could tell something was off with him. He's older, of course, in the episode. He was dying, and no one knew it. Like, no one knew that he was dying of cancer. And he looks like, in the video, you'll see, he'll say, oh my God. And I think what happened was he tried his best in this video to be Gilbert Gottfried, but he was actually on the way out, like, really, really sick. And so it's cool to know that he got to do something cool with a YouTuber like this before the end of his life, but it's seriously sad to know now why this, like, he put it in the worst AVGN episodes, but I bet he did this before he passed away. And now you know why that video probably is so bad, you know? Let's see.
as high as number 5, maybe you would have ranked it lower, like number 2 or even number 1. Yes, the game review itself sucks, but I thought Gilbert Gottfried was funny.
You might
Yeah.
want to be a bit nicer about the game, considering the fact that I'm the one with the motherfucking rifle!
See, like, that's definitely Gilbert Gottfried, but you notice how he's way slower in how he's talking. You see how emaciated he is. He was going through cancer. So that's why it's like, damn, it sucks, man. Life fucking sucks when people who, like, you grew up and you respected and you thought were, you know, vibrant, funny people, and they're in their old age now and they're going through this shit. It's awful, man. It's just what happens as you get older, right? But damn, it's fucking terrible, because I remember him, like, in fucking movies like Problem Child and shit. You know, he was a character. He's huge. Oh, man.
Not everything he said was funny, because at the end of the day, he's reading a script that was most likely not entirely written by James.
The script, boy, this guy doesn't understand this. James doesn't write the scripts at all. He has like zero input. He's just an actor. I don't know how he doesn't know this. It's like documented now that basically what happened. Okay, for those who don't know, because I looked into this, James Rolfe, who was always the AVGN, wrote all the scripts along with his best friend Mike Matei. And they were always in the episodes together. Mike would play all the characters. He would play the Joker. He would play the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz, okay? And basically then they branched out and started doing different content because James wanted to do a movie. So I want to say this was like 2012-ish. They basically halted all production on AVGN episodes so that James could go do his movie. And he actually flew to Hollywood to do it. There's documentaries about this movie and how it was a terrible idea and it flopped and it ruined his trajectory as a YouTube star. So he goes to do the movie, and Mike Matei started doing other content. Like, he started doing Let's Plays, and he started doing things to support the channel while James was too busy making the movie. After the movie flopped and did horribly, James came back and started doing episodes again, and you could tell that, like, his passion was gone. Like, he was crushed that his movie did so poorly, and he put all his effort into this movie, and it sucked. So then he sporadically would do the episodes. He even did like an episode that the theme was, I'm not going to do these all the time anymore. I'm only going to do them every once in a while when I feel like there's something to tell. What ended up happening was his company, his partner company on YouTube was called Screenwave Media. Well, guess what? Most of their revenue was from him. So they stepped up and said, listen, what we want to do is we want to from now on finance all of your stuff. We want to basically write the scripts, finance the props, buy the act, everything. We'll do it all. All you have to do is be an actor from now on. And apparently James liked this arrangement because now he's a family man. Now he has kids and everything. So he didn't want to go through the stress of having to write his own show and do all that shit anymore. So he's like, I'll write it out then. And you pay me, I'll just be an actor and you do it all. And this has been for a long time. Like, I'm serious. Like, this is like the mid-2010s is when this happened. So the fact that this guy only a year ago made this video, he's like, James didn't write the script. He hasn't written the scripts for like a decade. That's why everyone says his recent stuff the last 7-8 years isn't good, because he didn't write any of it. It's just him acting the character. So it's kind of hit or miss. Like, one episode, he might have some funny stuff, and the other episode is terrible, right? So there you go. Oh, he didn't die from cancer? What was it? MD. What's MD? Well, whatever MD is, you could tell he's going through it here, right? Poor Gilbert, he's talking slow. He looks emaciated, right? He just doesn't look good, and that sucks. Okay.
If I can only find little 10-second clips of the video that I enjoyed, and they have nothing to do with the game review or the nerd himself, then the episode just sucks. Could you imagine if they didn't get Gilbert Gottfried to play Fred Fox, and they got Kieran, Tony, or Justy to play the part? Then I would have safely have ranked this episode lower.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just the guy who built a computer in the jungle without electricity or internet. I'm not educated enough for
Look at James. James is going to crack up.
Buffalo shit in his basement.
Number 4, Game Gear VHS. What happens when you take a forgettable episode and
this one
pair
I've
it with
seen.
the fact that it's actually hard to
This one
stay
I've definitely
engaged?
seen, and it's honestly, I don't think the episode is bad. I think the subject matter is so bad that the actual episode is entertaining. I actually like this episode because the tape is so bad that he's watching.
Enough to watch it to completion. You get the Game Gear VHS episode. This episode is so boring that I don't have much to say about it. The last time AVGN reviewed VHS tapes was when he reviewed TMNT 3. But the TMNT 3 episode was awesome because you knew James grew up with that movie.
Right. This is the TMNT 3 episode is one of the earliest things AVGN ever did. It was in his first batch of gameplay videos or gameplay reviews, I should say. And it was near and dear to his heart because he hated that movie because he loved Ninja Turtles growing up. And I totally agreed with him because I went through the exact same thing. I'm about his age, by the way. I think we're very close in age. So we went through the same thing. We were fans of Ninja Turtles. We went to the theater to see part 3 and it was terrible. And that's what that review's about. This one, he's just reviewing some tape he probably never even watched, right? But that episode, the Game Gear VHS episode, is a fun one because it really is bad. Like, the subject matter is so bad, the tape is so atrocious that it's fun to watch him razz on it.
Genuinely had a lot of things to say about it and sounded really angry. Here, James feels so disconnected from what he's reviewing, like he's just reading a script over VHS tape.
Because he is.
He basically just describes what we are watching with a monotone voice. Then the ending punchline skit is just him with a wig, talking weird,
yeah, this was
the
stupid.
flashy Sega commercials. Okay, I mean, he did a much better job rehashing the Sega commercials with his SNES vs. Genesis video.
Playing that Super Nintendo? Look at what Sega Genesis has got.
Number 3, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Well, guys, I hate to say it, like, I'd like to keep watching this, but we are out of time. We've already gone long on the show. If someone wants to see me continue to watch this, you could re-nominate it, and I would absolutely watch the rest of this video. We're about halfway through. Or if anyone else has other AVGN stuff you want to watch me, like, react to, I'd be down for it. I know way more about his early stuff. I don't know anything really about most of his modern stuff, except every once in a while I'll watch an episode when someone tells me to. But if you like this, can I link it? It's Retro Specters is the YouTube channel. Yeah, it says it right there, Retro Specters, if you're interested in watching it yourself. But I'd be interested to react more to AVGN or to even Nostalgia Critic, because those are guys from back in the day that inspired me to make content. And so to react to that stuff is interesting to me because I haven't ever done it, and I think that would be pretty neat. Okay? All right, guys. That's it for the show this week. I hope you enjoyed. I want to say thank you to everyone here who watched, and for the few who did support the show. Remember, again, the best way to support this channel is to become a member. So become a submissions level member, and you can get into this randomized playlist. Become a ultra member, and we're guaranteed to watch your clip one a week for a month, okay? And thank you to everyone who is a current supporter. I really, really appreciate that. We'll do it all again, same time next week. Thank you all. I'll see you then. Until then, peace out and stay cool. I'm going through a heat wave here in Washington in March. Very weird. Hopefully it'll be back to normal next weekend. See you then. Okay. All right, guys. That was fun. Again, good variety of stuff. I'm shocked it took people over a year to nominate AVGN stuff, because you would have thought that would have been stuff that people would have nominated ages ago. Same thing like Nostalgia Critic, that no one's ever nominated anything Nostalgia Critic for me to react to, is shocking because I used to mention them all the time back in the day. I just think people forgot about it, right? So anyway, guys, that's it for the show. I'm now going to upload and eat dinner and take a break. I'll be back tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, over on the DSP Throwback channel, which you're about to get a little notice to head over there on the channel right now. We're doing reacting to the Heavy Rain playthrough from 2010. We're heading into the final 20 parts of the 60-part playthrough. So basically, the last third of the game that is the most epic part of the game for sure. So I hope you'll join me tonight for that if you can make it. If not, tomorrow, be back with Baldur's Gate 3. All right? Thank you, guys. Enjoy the break. See you tonight for Heavy Rain. Peace out.
pictures of some sweaty man, yeah. Need 'em, I need them tips. Need that alcohol in my lips. Cat be getting all in a fit when she get hungry, she a bitch. I ain't tryna be that guy, but she keep breaking all my shit. Fucking up all the food I get, burning through all of my tips. So Call of Duty, 10, 20, 40, pay your fucking dues, bitch.
Easily banned.
All the trolls are always trying to screw me. This shit remind me of my helicopter cruise.
This one's helicopter.
WWE champions, pay to win like every day, yeah.
I don't play mobile games.
Funny how they still think I'm a broke man.
Then I'm broke.
Even though I be pulling Hogan's. I spent like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty man. Oh no, I'm broke again. Better go break some more appliances. You were never gonna pay that bounty anyway. I need a member bombing rally almost every day. I spend like 40 grand on a couple thousand pictures of some sweaty man, yeah.
Oh no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker. I'm an alcoholic.
The rain is very heavy. Heavy is the rain. Just the rain has lots of mess and weight.
I'm a mature adult with a business degree.
Big, 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 big. All I see you do is big, 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 big. Little picky, why you? Big, 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 big. All I see you do is big, 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 big. Little picky, why you?
Sounds like a love song. Sounds like a love song.
Most delusional, baby. Got talk to mama burner right quick. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. Look, boo, I know the mommy thing you tried to duck, but you wouldn't turn the boy into a straightforward. Should've given him lessons on how life would be tough. Instead of taking him out to friendlies just for some lunch, you used to kiss his boo-boos to make him feel better. So now we watch him bitch and more for that chick up. Man, you're sweet like honey bunches. Don't God, you spared the raw, so now real life pulls no punches. How could you cuddle him for years on end? When he's in overdraft is when he checks back in. Flying across the country just for a toilet seat. That's exactly when Mr. Bruno wished to swallow his seat back then. I can understand that you should have left him on a napkin, or left him with the turds, then rest of the kids swim. Would have been a better place, he'd be comfortable in. Sounds sick, but baby girl, that's him. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his thighs, so I gotta make his mom's cry. When he asked for Wolverine, you should've reached for the stick. Should've given him chores so he couldn't hear that shit. Should've pointed to the sink and said, watch that dash. But you couldn't be mean till you swayed at the piss. Now he got back credit, crippling addiction and shit. Paper plays in the cat that goes up because he can't piss. You got happy thinking YouTube was gonna make him rich. That's when the death came in and your world got flipped. Bad mind instead of working, he's scared sick. Spit up in your steps, let me see that's it. It's no bull, but it seems like it's only grit that sticks. He went and cut off his buddies. By crying, nobody loves me. Consider fucked all of the dummies who gave him money. When you go and bring it up and right there's like a leak. It starts to get fussy and he don't remember that. Even when there's proof. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. Her level full of gin, we borrowed hearing time and time again. Memories of you were food is all he remembering. So what was the so special in? To his saucy memos tea when it's spoiled and sweet. Never at fault. How many times he's given the third degree? How many times he's so stressed out just for a critique? I know his pride is hurt and I get that, but you don't just ban a viewer like that. That's why he depends on handouts to pay for his flat. Using his wife as your replacement to wipe his ass. He's a shell of a man and I blame you for that. Wasting all of his time that he won't get back. They say you should get when the get is good, but he don't got shit, so now he down bad, begging forever. Been handling forever. Shit, you gotta let with the fact that there'll be no grandkids ever. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. I can't see him coming down his eyes, so I gotta make his mom's cry. You fucked him up, girl.
What they decided to do, they decided to put me in the middle of it and make me the center of the issue. So, well, we hate each other's guts. Look what you're doing. You're going to tear our family apart. What's going to happen to Phil because of this and that? And literally, they made me the center of it when really I had nothing to fucking do with it. It was those two.
Garish Ip, real name, no gimmicks.
Lil Brazy Mambo's 11.95, 11.95, 11.95.
11.95? You can't afford 11.95? What's your problem?
Officer Sanders called me a pedophile, me a pedophile, me a pedophile.
Now that I know that she's into pedophilia, I will mark that.
Oh, no, you said it.
Look who's back, back again. Dave is back, tell the dance. Guess who's back, guess who's back. Ow my back, big sore sacks, guess who's back.
Alright, now, guys, here's the thing.
I don't have any sponsors, 'cause nobody wants to see me no more, so I'll just back up on Twitch.
That money.
When you tip the king, this is what I'll give. I had you wanna see mixed with nasal drip. It's a Pandely's gonna encam my plans. Working with the bill, which gets bills at the hospital by the doctor. While I'm on your food complaining, and I'm rocking at the support I am not obtaining. You waited this long to stop the rating, 'cause I'm back from my household being operated. Don't worry how my health's curated. It's the guy whose disc can be the herniated. So the FGC has left me be Chef Boyardee, fuck Killer Keen. Really shut me down on Twitch TV. No 50-bit bitches without reason. So thanks to the tips, that's now quick.
Fuck this.
Smacking my lips, generates quick. Get ready, that's gonna try and upsell me. I just learned a brand new fact. Thank you, Derek. Was raffle bags out were not cheap, so everybody keep crowdfunding lunch with sandwiches. I will not eat, and I make more money than LTG. Said fuck that Comcast employee. Ryan is a slayer. OIC for my alcoholic down Chateau Tree. You don't feel meaningful without me.
Been here before. Can look me in the eye. You were just like my nanny. You cleaned this pigsty. You made me my dinner. And I'm streaming my games. You made me so special. I am so fucking special. I'm not a creep. I'm not a clown. What the hell am I doing here? I should be streaming. I like being alone. I like having control. I have a perfect body. I have the pure soul. Why didn't you notice? Why aren't you around? You made me so special. I am so fucking special. I'm not a creep. I'm not a clown. What the hell I'm doing here? I should be streaming. Oh, oh, she's running out again. She's running out. She run, 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 What made you run out? What made you leave me? I was so fucking special. You made me so special. I'm not a creep. I'm not a clown. What the hell I'm doing here? I should be streaming. I should be streaming. Stupid bitch.
Deep down in South Connecticut in Bridgeport town, near Housatonic College and Long Island Sound, there stood a small arcade in the neighborhood, where played a snorty boy who mashed the buttons good. He never ever learned his social skills that well, but he could place at number 4, his name was Phil Burnell. Low, low, 4th is kind of low, 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 Philly low, low. Phil's kinda slow, 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 Philly slow, slow. Phil isn't good. His mother told him someday you will be a man. So right now in your 40s make a 10-year plan, cause streaming revenue won't always be around. You need a source of income when YouTube goes down. Philly said I'll make a 10-year plan. Alright now, mommy give cash tonight. Dope, dough. Phil needs some dough, dough. Dough, Philly dough, dough. No morals, no, no. No, Philly, no, no. Phil isn't good.
My life today is the best I've ever had. And I mean that. Like, every day I feel like is the best day of my life.
Your life is nothing.
I love my life. I have so much fun every single day.
You're
begging. I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me. I have an emptiness in my life. Oh man, there's something huge missing from my life. I need a large group of friends. All I do is sit around drinking gin all day. Ladies and gentlemen, I play mobile games. Yes, I spend money on mobile games. I love my life. I have so much fun every single day. You're begging. I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me. I love my life. I have so much fun every single day. You're begging. I love my life. I have so much fun. Everyone hates me.
You're still begging for $10 donations and $20 donations to pay your electric bill, to pay your fucking rent, alright? I get it. I'd hate me too. See you, Phil. Have a good one.
Oh, brothers, brothers, brother, brothers, brother, 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 brother.
But I'm telling you, I did spend money on mobile games in the past. I admit it. That's how I know how addictive they can be. That's how I know how bad they are for people to get caught in that kind of addictive nature. I remember playing, and there was an event. The Hulk Hogan card was in it, right? It was a legendary old school back in the day 1980s Hulk Hogan card.
We've been hanging and banging, brother.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't wanna
buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want it. All these pools, yeah, I'm about to bust. Spending all my money on these Hogans like I'm Elon Musk.
Ridiculous amounts of money. I know it was. It was probably hundreds of dollars for this event. I earned the car.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending. I earned the car.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't wanna
buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want it.
I earned the card, right? I'm like proud of myself. Oh my god, I actually earned this card, and wow, it was very hard to do. I'm one of the few people in the game who even earned it. I think it was only like 20 people in the whole game who had the card or whatever. Okay? And I can tell you exactly what happened. Immediately after I earned that card, within 1 week, they announced we were rebooting the game. The card is now going to essentially be way reduced in value.
We've been hanging and banging, brother.
There's something in my chat that pulls away my focus. Debating and hating. This lack of positive enforcement that surrounds me is failing. I can't seem to get these morons banned. My mods are closing in. Don't worry, Phil. It's okay. His money you can take. Things are back in order. My life's secure. Rolling in my strings. These days they will not stop. Telling me to quit and finally get a job. Detractors all over the networks gain up on me. critiquing, reacting. Against all odds, I am feeling more motivated. Exhausting how I can't seem to get these morons banned. My mods are coming in. Don't wait still, it's okay, here's money you can take. Things are back in order. My life's secure. Trolling in my stream. These kids, they will not stop. Telling me to quit and finally get a job. Trolling in my stream. These kids, they will not stop. Telling me to quit and finally get a job. There's something in my chat that pulls away my focus. Debating. Finally get a job. This lack of positive enforcement that surrounds me is failing. Finally get a job.
Exploding in the stream chat. People who, they pretend like they support me, they pretend like they're positive, and they're not. They're shitheads. They sit here and they sneak this, and they say underhanded things. They try to literally bring up either detractor memes or literal drama shit every day. They do it on purpose so that they can try to derail the shit that I'm doing on my streams, you know? And it just gets to the point where it's so frustrating. I just want to have fun, man. I really just want to fucking have fun. That's it. That's all I want to do is have fun with you guys.
Fun.
Way more fun. I just want to have fun. Way more fun. I just want to have no taxes, bills to pay, nice chill stream today. You're having a fun and interactive time with me and you're finding entertainment, positivity, and value in it, then the support should just come naturally, okay? I just want to have fun. Way more fun. I just want to have fun. Way more fun. Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what.
Because you're not rich and you're not famous and you're not this and you're not that. You had an opportunity to be, but you blew it all. And I said, well, oh well. I'm proud of that. I guess I'm proud to be a loser.
This one's for all my baby girls.
I'll be the guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll be the guy.
Fuck life.
I'll be the for the thousands of children. I'll be the guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll be the guy on level 1. Level 1. Married happily, paycheck to paycheck happily, meaningful relationship, meaningful life with a family. And that, by the way, I have to raise money to pay 2 big bills next week. All my utilities are due next week. Tomorrow, if I stop streaming, I would not be able to get a job. So it would be the end of my life. But outside of that, everything else is good in my life. You know what I mean? So I'll be the guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll be the guy.
Fuck life.
I'll be the for the thousands of children. I'll be the guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll be the guy
I'll beat it thousands of children.
Tell you something. When your life is all positive instead of negative, it's a much better situation. Big up skier, and I can tell you that from personal experience. Look at my life now. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful life with a family, right? Everything here is so much better than what I had before. Why? Because I'm a positive person.
The Chiking in the ring at Burger King. People are shooting up. Like, oh, good thing. I used to be a regular Dean Martin.
How lucky can one pig be? I DM'd her and she DM'd me. My OBS is quite dead. I got laid off in 2010. Ack, ack, ack. Your boyfriend is who? He drives a Subaru. And my chair keeps spinning.
Yeah, that's normal.
Dents in my chat, they keep tipping.
What's up, Slayer?
I stop my stream, I keep drinking.
Gin is great.
My tweets are gonna be meaningful. I view bots enough to spread.
Email just showed up.
It's just like my Acert said.
Sikorsky Aircraft.
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I got laid off from my job in 2010. It was about a year later, my dad got laid off from the same job, the same company. They were laying everyone off.
Like our Derek said, quotes.
Sikorsky Aircraft was founded in 1923 and was sold to Lockheed Martin in 2015.
My hand keeps oozing.
Yeah, oozing a little bit.
I pick my skin, it starts bleeding.
Bleeding?
I touch my face, I start eating.
Delicious.
War zone's about to be bountiful. We're going home to be wed.
She looks like a horse.
My mom is on her deathbed.
That's robust.
Tip me quick.
Please tip if you can. I really appreciate it.
I got laid off.
Are you married? Do you operate a household?
Tip me quick. I got laid off in 2010.
I'm playing a woodwind instrument on Japanese.
Those toxic assholes don't give a shit about anyone else but themselves. They're selfish idiots who just want to get a laugh on someone else's behalf and don't care about the repercussions of their own actions. They think they're protected because they're all anonymous on the internet, right? So here I am with an actual business being destroyed by that toxic behavior.
Big up skier, cat.
Me! That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me!
I care about nothing in life.
Me! Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me! I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. My nigga, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. I have all your fucking personal information. I will come find you in real life.
I'm gonna find out who the fuck you are. Let this be noticed live on the internet. You're fucked and you are done. I'm coming for you.
Me! That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me!
I care about nothing in life.
Me! Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me! I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. Me! That's what this is all about and what it's always been. Me!
I care about nothing in life.
Me! Human pieces of shit. Kill yourself. Me! I don't care about anyone telling me that I need to improve or change. But let me tell you something. When your life is all positive instead of negative, it's a much better situation. And I can tell you that from personal experience. Look at my life now. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful life with a family, right? Everything here is so much better than what I had before. Why? Because I'm a positive person. That's why. I never would have gotten to where I am today if I just sat there constantly being negative, being angry, being upset, being jealous, crapping on stuff, shitting on stuff, hating me.
it's such a way, it's not a way to live. But these idiots actually do this and don't know that. I really have to think and I have to hope. These people just don't know better. Cat played a lot of Skyrim, and it was good. It was fun. We chilled. We had a good time. You know, we didn't have any money to do anything really. You know, it would be great if we had money. We would have stayed out and done more stuff. We didn't have any fucking money.
Let me take you down to Whiterun. Let me in your sweet rose. You know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to Whiterun. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to Whiterun. She be on the Skyrim while I streaming big. Crispy 60 frames on a Series X.